What's happening, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of the NFL draft here. If you caught us on day 1 last night, we appreciate you for tuning in for day 2 as well. In case you didn't catch us last night, don't know who we are. I am one half of the This Side Guys, Mr. Umar This Side, joined as always by my good friend, my good buddy, the other half of This Side Guys, Mr. Tad This Side. We co-host the This Side Guys Football Forum. We do draft content during the season, so that is why we're doing your live stream here today. And once the season gets going, they are your fantasy football source for all things that you need when it comes to fantasy football. Tad, just let's start out here before we even get into round 2. Before that starts, wild first round. What are your thoughts on everything that happened there? Just, what are some of your favorite picks, your least favorite picks? Just like shocking things. Give us a quick summary of how you felt about round 1.
Holy shit seems to be the best way to do that. No, it was truly crazy. I woke up this morning, I was trying, first thought was kind of like recapping all the picks in my head, and there were so many so fast. I was just like, oh, that's right. So-and-so took this person. I couldn't even remember who the Giants took. And that was at the beginning of the draft. I was like, did they take Joe Alt? And I'm like, oh no, Joe Alt's a Charger now. In terms of picks I love, there were a lot of great picks in the late first round. Nate Wiggins to Baltimore was absolutely fantastic. I think that the best value though is definitely Quinyon Mitchell to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Fantastic. The fact that, we had a historic run where we had 14 straight picks without a defensive player selected. And so, the fact that these guys were able to just slide all the way to the bottom there. Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles, I think that's my favorite pick of the night as well, for sure.
Yeah, and obviously, I got to shout out the Colts getting Latu. That was the more I sit on that pick, the more I get excited, especially with, shout out Will Decker. Thank you so much for joining us last night. But he made a comparison of you guys basically got Max Crosby, and the thought of having Max Crosby on the Colts roster is super exciting. That was awesome. In terms of what I didn't like, let's shift it to the opposite. I think the Olu Fashanu pick was weird. And yes, obviously we could talk about Michael Penix, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that later tonight. But in terms of the other than the most obvious, the Fashanu pick is going, kind of being glazed over as a bad pick. I love the player. Don't get me wrong. He's a great player. And you saw it last night where I was like, maybe he can play guard. And you all were like, really?
No, I don't think so.
I'm trying to make sense of this. With Brock Bowers there, that was confusing. And speaking of which, Brock Bowers was another pick I didn't like.
That was quite surprising too.
I love the player. I just hate the pick.
Yeah.
So it was just, those two were some pretty weird picks. And Jerry Robinson out of Missouri, I just don't like the player.
That's fair.
Also, Xavier Worthy was a weird thing to me. The more I sat on that today, it was a weird pick because you have Hollywood Brown, and so Xavier Worthy was taken by the Kansas City Chiefs. For those of you who don't know, it would make sense that they got someone other than Hollywood Brown. So now you have two stretch the field guys, but while Rashee Rice is inevitably going to be out for 4 games, who's your middle of the field guy? And sure, you can say Travis Kelce, but you're getting your receiver to fill that role as well. So that was a little bit of a weird, I'm not going to say bad pick, but that was a little bit of a weird pick to me. But what about you?
I think everything you laid out makes a ton of sense to me. Like I said, I love the Quinyon Mitchell pick. The fact that they had their pick of the litter at the quarterback position. We knew that was a need that they had. And just, they could have picked anyone that they wanted to. But I think in all of our people, in both of our eyes, we saw Quinyon Mitchell as the top rated quarter in this year's draft class. So the fact that they got him all the way down there at the 20s, that's just fantastic value. So that was one of my favorite picks for sure. I also just like, the New Orleans Saints going, upgrading the offensive line. We always talk about them being in cap hell, but getting a guy like Fuaga to add to that offensive line, they had some issues with some protection there. They have to make sure whether Derek Carr is the future, maybe they're going to go in a couple of years to find their future franchise quarterback, whatever it is. It's just they need to make sure they give him a good amount of time because, once Derek Carr did get hurt last year, we had some issues with just them holding up in protection for some of their quarterbacks. So I very much like that Fuaga pick. I think the one that sort of confused me the most is the Malik Neighbors pick at number 6, because, we talked about this during the we talked about this during the podcast. 100% it was a need for them. They didn't have the greatest receiver room for sure coming into the draft. But we talked about the fact that their offensive line was the bigger issue, where it's just like, there's a reason Daniel Jones got hurt last year. There's a reason Tyrod Taylor, the backup, got hurt last year. There's a reason that we know about Tommy DeVito, aka Tommy Cutlets, is because their offensive line could not hold up and protect their quarterbacks. And so for me, especially when they still had some good options out there, I know JC Latham was gone, Joe Alt was gone, but it's like, this is where I could have seen Olu Fashanu go. Maybe Talibis Fuaga could have been the pick here, but just like, I felt like an upgrade at the offensive line was more of a pressing need, where it's like, I think you could have made do with the receivers that you had. And I mean, we said this so much during the broadcast last night, but this is a deep receiver class. You could have gotten a good receiver later in the draft as well. Sure, it's not the same caliber as Malik Neighbors, who you took at number 6 overall, but just for me, I felt like upgrading the offensive line made the most sense for me. But yeah, I feel like everybody's obviously talking about Michael Penix Jr. going 8th overall. We're not going to beat that like a dead horse here. But yeah, 100%. I think the other one that a lot of people are talking about, Brock Bowers, especially I brought it up during the broadcast last night, where it's just like, they drafted Michael Mayer last night, last year.
Good as rookie. It would be different if Michael Mayer looked bad as a rookie and it was like, shit, well, that was a bust. But Michael Mayer showed some promise. Is he as promising as some people thought? No. But, he still was like, okay, you got a solid chance here to make him develop. And that's another reason why I hate that pick so much, is because now you're eating into Michael Mayer's development as well.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that we talked about, I feel like Sam Laporta is the exception to the rule. Like, rookie tight ends take a time to adjust to the NFL. So it's like, I think you give another year to Michael Mayer, he could become that guy that a lot of people pegged him as the number 1 tight end in last year's draft class. And so it's just like, for you to give up on him all of a sudden, or I don't know whether you're trying to get like your own Gronk and Aaron Hernandez sort of situation. Like, I have no idea what the plan is there, but just, yeah, it was quite surprising for them to go with Brock Bowers there at 13. So yeah, that was a little bit of a shocking pick for sure. But yeah, overall, the rest of the picks made a ton of sense to me as far as like, need fits. And, Graham Barton, I think that's a very underrated move in the first round, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 26. They need to upgrade the interior of the offensive line. We both love Graham Barton, and the fact that they had a need there and they were able to land him there at 26, that was a fantastic pick for sure. But
fun fact, by the way, Graham Barton is one of only 3 rookies to have announced their numbers so far. Do you know the other 2?
I have a feeling Caleb Williams is probably one of them, because I'm pretty sure we know for months that this guy was going to Chicago, so that's probably one of them.
So it is, but do you know his number?
I think it was 10, if I remember correctly.
It's 18.
18. Okay, interesting.
For the Chicago Bears.
Okay.
So Graham Barton will be 62 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Solid number. I like it.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams will be 18. And the third is fellow Chicago Bear Rome Odunze has selected his number. He will be number 15. Brandon Marshall's old number.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So, all right, Ted. So obviously night 1 is in the books. We're getting ready to watch day 2 here. We're looking at the, defending national champions, Michigan, coming out with their trophy here. So we got a lot of.
Did they?
I don't think they did this last year. Yeah, but I guess maybe obviously being in Detroit, Michigan makes a ton of sense as to why they're here. So it makes a ton of sense for that here. So we got a lot of great.
That tracks. That's exactly.
Got a lot of great Michigan talent still on the board here. So let's sort of talk about the talent that is available here on day 2. I mean, there's a lot of names, Tad, that when we were doing our podcast episodes earlier last week and a couple weeks before that, there's some guys that we projected to be first round candidates, but they are now available here in the second round. So who are some guys that you're looking at that's like, teams can get some value as like, this is originally projected as first round talent. Now you're getting him here on day 2.
I was telling a friend just a couple hours ago that AD
Matt, you got a lot of shout outs last night. So
and trust me, some will be making an appearance
Excuse
later.
me. Sorry. Max.
Come on.
Yes.
So yes, now Max will be making an appearance later tonight, along with the friend I was talking to, Kevin. That in a quote-unquote normal draft, meaning that this receiver class is in Al, if you're listening and watching, I mean the last 24 years, is the best one of the century. And
that was a fun moment. That was a fun moment
so
last night. It's like a century. Yes.
We haven't even had a century of drafts yet.
I know. Oh, my gosh.
Anyway, it's the best receiver draft class of the 21st century. Had this guy not been in this class, I think he honestly would have been in the discussion for a top 15 pick, and that's A.D. Mitchell, the receiver out of Texas. I watched his tape, and it was funny because in my notes I actually had this of like, I don't really have anything bad to say. He doesn't amaze me,
Yeah.
But overall, he's really, really solid. And I think that's kind of, in a weird, ironic way, that's kind of what killed him. It's just like he doesn't do anything really
That's
well,
fair.
but he's just overall pretty good. So that'll be really good. Another Texas player I am fascinated. You and I were talking about this after the show last night. I thought your bold prediction that no running back would go, until round 3 was the prediction?
Yeah, that's my bold prediction. So
I thought that was ridiculous at the time. I was like, Jonathan Brooks may sneak in the first round. Now I'm like, oh shit, this actually might happen because I think we're going to see a run on defensive players to start the second round.
Yeah.
And then it's anyone's game. So it's very realistic. But I think once Jonathan Brooks is taken, it's going to be kind of the floodgates type sort of open, and we're going to see a run on running backs as well. So Jonathan Brooks is another name I'm keeping my eye on.
It's actually, it likens me very similar to, like, I don't know if you had this experience. You're obviously a teacher, but when you were a student, like, whenever you're taking a test and it's like, as soon as you finish the test, you could leave. So it's like, I never wanted to be the first one to finish the test because then it's just if I just an idiot, everybody else is focused on the test a little bit sooner, more than me. And so it's like, I always like, even though I was done, it's like, nope, I got to let somebody else submit.
I did the exact same thing. I sat there being like, okay, the smart guy's done. I'm done too. Like, all right, let's
go. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So that's very much a situation that I can see playing out with the running back position. I think obviously you have to look at the Dallas Cowboys in the middle of the second round there. Double checking the pick here. I think it's number 56, if I remember correctly.
And while you check that, the Buffalo Bills are officially on the clock. So second round has begun. We are off and running, my friend.
We are off and running. But yes, they do have the number 56 overall pick here. So that's number 24 in the second round. So a lot of people are projecting that they could be the first team with obviously the losses of Tony Pollard. And there's a possible reunion, Tad. I don't know if you're seeing these rumors of Ezekiel Elliott coming back to suit up for the Cowboys, but there's nothing final there. But they're the team most logically that could take a running back first in the second round. Obviously, there's a bunch of other teams that possibly could, but if they don't, that's where it's like I could sort of see my bold prediction coming true, where we won't see a running back taken until the third round. But just, and looking at the Cowboys right now as that first team with that hole that they have, that they could possibly be the first one. But do you think there's another team that may be
something on that one? I 100% disagree with you on
that
one. 1, 2, 3, 4 more picks until the Chargers are on the clock. Would not shock me in the least if the Chargers went running back with their first pick of tonight.
Interesting. I mean, that is a very logical possibility for sure with like we talked about with them selecting Joe Alt last night. Jim Harbaugh likes to emphasize the run game. So, I mean, 100% we could see a situation where they double down. I know they made some good free agent signings with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. But yeah, I mean, like we've talked about, Ted, on our podcast, we're doing fantasy stuff, that J.K. Dobbins unfortunately just always gets hurt. And then Gus Edwards, like he was giving the main role, but he was never looking like that guy who could be the lead workhorse running back in a backfield. There's a reason why we got the emergence of Keaton Mitchell in Baltimore. So it's like, there's a reason that they went back and they re-signed Melvin Gordon for the practice squad. So it's like, there's these things here. And then they signed Dalvin Cook right before the playoffs started, right? So yeah, we'll see whether that's going to hold up. But yeah, you can very much see the Chargers in play with that fifth pick here in the second round, number 37 overall, that they could very much be in play for a running back for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great talent that slid from the first round that I could see in some other positions being prioritized. Like you talked about, defensive players makes a ton of sense for sure. Still a lot of great receivers out there. I know you brought up Adonai Mitchell, but Ladd McConkey is one of my favorite receivers. I thought he would be one of those players that goes at the very end of the first round. He ended up obviously slipping in the second here. So whoever gets it, that's a good value pick here. And yeah, you talked about the Bills being on the clock where their pick is officially in. So yeah, we're going to wait to see who this pick is here. But yeah, Ted, if you look at the Buffalo Bills depth chart, like, what do you think is their position of need? Because the crazy thing is that you talked about Xavier Worthy. The Chiefs traded up with the Bills to get Xavier Worthy. Then you thought they were going to make that pick there at number 32, but then the Bills traded back with Carolina. The Carolina Panthers were originally supposed to be at number 33 overall, but they traded up and they got Xavier Legette out of South Carolina last night at number 32 overall. So yeah, the Bills haven't made a pick yet, and it's sort of surprising with some of the holes that they have. That's like, why wouldn't you want to take a first-round pick? I think our good friend Al Rowe actually brought it up. That's like, what are the Bills doing? Where it's like they have these needs, but they're not fulfilling them in the first round. So what do you think is their direction here at 33? What do you think the pick is going to be?
And I think Al hit the nail on the head. What he said after that was maybe they're trying to save money because, like you said, they are in
100%.
They
100%,
just go
yeah.
Now, it's a little weird that they're fine with 33 to save like $1 million without that 5th-year option. That's
That's
certainly
all.
a
Yeah,
choice.
it is a choice. That is for sure.
But I think that, in my personal opinion, I think that this is going to be AD Mitchell right here. But it could also be safety. I know they just re-signed, or not re-signed. They just signed Taylor Rapp, who's fine. But after releasing Jordan Poyer, and who was the other safety they released?
Jordan Poyer. They didn't re-sign Micah Hyde. They released Tre'Davious White, who is now injured in Los Angeles Rams. So
yeah, exactly. And so it wouldn't shock me if this was a corner or a safety, especially because Tre'Davious White's now gone. So their secondary is very, very thin. So it wouldn't shock me, but I fully expect this to be a receiver because, like we always say, you have got to support your best player. And your best player, even though he throws a hell of a lot of picks, is Josh. I want to say Josh Allen or Josh Jackson, but it is Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, it is Josh Allen. And wow, that's the best they could get for the Bills is Aaron Williams. Wow, okay.
Well, obviously, they got to get whoever they can who's willing to come out, obviously. So, yeah, we got
Aaron Williams. It's hard to find a good Bill from the 21st
Bills.
century.
Yeah.
I mean, you get like Trent Edwards. That would be a fun little throwback.
Trent Edwards. That would be pretty fun.
Exactly.
That's a good throwback. Stanford kids.
Whoa. Okay.
All right. So like you said, Tad, they had to need a wide receiver. So the Buffalo Bills have gone with Keon Coleman, the wide receiver out of Florida State. And so, yeah, this is definitely a need for them. I mean, we talked about their wide receiver room. They signed Curtis Samuel the offseason. But other than that, they got Khalil Shakir. They signed Mac Hollins. They got Andy Isabella. Just overall, just not a lot of names that you're excited about. As of right now, the pass catcher that I trust the most would be Dalton Kincaid at the tight end position. But outside that, it's just, I'm a little bit worried here. But yeah, adding Keon Coleman, I think this is going to be an instant day one starter. But yeah, I feel like the need was wide receiver makes a ton of sense here, right?
100%. And Coleman's an interesting one because I like of anyone left, he's the best bet to like transform into a number one threat.
He's got the talent for sure,
which is why I think they took him here. But I really like him. Everything he does once he makes the catch is awesome. Everything he does before the catch is where all my concerns land. Do you want to know my nickname for him?
Let's hear
it. He's the hockey rink.
The hockey rink. Okay.
I don't know why I call him the hockey rink.
Why is that?
Because this man cannot make a corner cut to save his life. There are no sharp angles in his route.
True.
He just curves everything. Like, and in routes, he just runs it like this. It's the weirdest thing. I've never seen a runner or a receiver run a route, the way he does. And you can especially see on the curl routes where he just kind of like drifts out of them. But once that man has the ball, wow.
And the other thing I'll add it to is not only once he has the ball, but he's willing to attack the ball. So he has a basketball background as well. So it's like you see that when he's going up against defensive backs. It's just like you see him boxing out. He's going after the football. 50-50 balls are going to side in his favor based on the tape that I saw when I was watching the Florida State tape of Keon Coleman. So, yeah, this is a guy that's willing to get after it and get after passes in the air. So, hey, I mean, Tad, we talked about the Chargers. We have a trade now. We got the Chargers now on the clock here. At number 34, so they have made a trade. They're jumping up here, so maybe they're going after a receiver. Maybe they're going after a running back, like you said. I don't know. That's a possibility. But
Mitchell here, that makes a lot of sense.
They do need an upgrade at the receiver position. I mean, I love Quentin Johnston, man, but just he did not give a lot of hope based on what I saw last year. So it's like they could use some help for sure.
All right, well, I mean, this just is logical. Let's look at the teams they jumped. So they were after, all they had to give up was a 4th-round pick for that. And they got 5th round out of that. That is a fantastic trade for Los Angeles. Okay, so for those of you who aren't watching, Los Angeles went from 37 to 34 for the 37th overall pick and a 4th round pick. New England gave them obviously number 34 and a 5th round pick. So really, you didn't even lose that much value.
It's a pretty good trade for sure to jump up a couple of spots and get the guy that you want here for sure.
But okay, so they jumped Arizona and Washington. I guess maybe receive because but Arizona took Marvin Harrison Jr. yesterday.
They still need some help at the receiver position. So it's like outside of Marvin Harrison Jr.
All right. They need help everywhere. Would Washington take receiver? No, because Washington doesn't need a receiver. They have Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin.
No, it's true. It's true. But I mean, in a pass first league, you can never have enough passing weapons. And yeah, especially, with the new quarterback there, Jane Daniels, it couldn't hurt to add another weapon there. But I have a feeling it's more of a defensive pick. I think they may go secondary here.
Maybe Jer'Zhan Newton, because Washington desperately
They
needs
do have a hole at the front line for sure. Yeah, they could use an upgrade. So yeah, Jer'Zhan Newton still being available. He's one of the guys that I projected to be a first round pick. But yeah, so unfortunately, he slid down. But I mean, guys, interact with us if you're watching us on YouTube or any of the various social media channels that we have going on. We'd love to hear your comments, especially if you're watching us on the Chargers LAFB Network YouTube channel. We'd love to hear from you as far as your thoughts. What do you think about this pick? Once the pick happens, what do you think about it? So interact with us as day 2 is going on. We'd love to hear your thoughts about everything that is going on with day 2. So how about this, Tad? We got a guy from the 7th.
This guy's name is my nightmare.
Rolf Benerski, I believe is how you say it, but I have no idea. But just, yeah, there's a real throwback. You're talking about Aaron Williams throwback. Now we got this guy, a kicker, coming here to announce the Chargers pick, who had traded up here to 34. So waiting to see who the pick is here.
Oh, it's your boy.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. This is a guy that I'm a huge fan of. The Chargers have just selected Ladd McConkey, the receiver out of the University of Georgia. And I mean, this is a guy that, it's unfair to make this comparison, Tab, but I mean, he aligns so similar to those receivers that you saw in New England, like a Julian Edelman, like a Danny Amendola, like a Wes Welker, where he's like, he's going to run these good routes. He can make these catches in traffic. He's just a very smart, savvy runner that will get open for you whenever you need him to. But the big issue that I had, Tad, the guy just couldn't stay on the field last year. He dealt too much with ankle injuries. He had some back issues as well. I think he played a total of like 6 games last year, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, that is a concerning thing. Like, I mean, we talked about this last year, last night. I keep saying last year, but we talked about this last night with Laiatu. It feels like last year, but we talked about this last night with the guy that went to the Indianapolis Colts, Laiatu Latu, that lots of scouts may be afraid, even though it happened like 3 years ago, that he had these severe spinal cord and back injuries that forced him to medically retire. So it's just like, I'm surprised that maybe this is the reason why he slid to the second round. That's just like dealing with all these injuries last year. That's like, the guy is a sensational receiver. He's going to be an instant producer for that offense, but just like, as long as he can stay on the field, that's the big key. The biggest availability, the biggest ability that you can have is availability. So I just wonder about that with Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that stood out to me when I was watching his tape, and in our episode a couple of weeks ago where we were saying teams with no first round picks, that this would be the perfect receiver for Carolina, who ironically would end up having a first round pick. But the thing that immediately stood out to me was, first, his route running is just absolutely incredible.
It is
very crisp, I guess is the right word for it. But also that you could just tell from watching his tape that he understands where a defense is the weakest, and he can find the gaps quite literally in coverage. And I think that this is a very interesting pick for the Chargers, though. Does this mean and yes, I am absolutely 100% biased when I ask this question, are they confident QJ can be the number one guy? Because McConkey is not a number one receiver. He is a slot receiver through and through.
It seems like it. I think maybe they have the hope that Quentin Johnson. Whoa, sorry, Tad. We have ourselves another trade here.
All right,
I mean, we're rolling here on day 200%. So we got ourselves another trade. The Atlanta Falcons have traded up to number 35 overall.
As Arthur points away his bagel.
Curious to see what this pick is, because obviously all of us were flabbergasted by the fact that Michael Penix Jr. was the pick by the Atlanta Falcons at number 8 overall last night. So you wonder if this pick is going to be as questionable. I mean, just you're curious to see about what this pick is going to be. Tad, I think I shared this viral social media video going around last night. This was the ESPN broadcast. That Arthur Blank was talking to GM Terry Fontenot. Really quick, we had the 35th overall swapping with the 43rd overall with the Cardinals. Cardinals also got a 3rd-round pick this year, and the Falcons received a 6th-round pick here. So a little bit more of a bigger side for the Arizona Cardinals compared to the Atlanta Falcons compared to that previous trade with the Chargers there. But not that much to sort of trade up here. But just, we saw that viral video of Arthur Blank. Seemed like he was questioning the move made by Terry Fontenot, the GM of the Atlanta Falcons, just like, can you explain this to me about what happened? It's like we signed this guy, Kirk Cousins, with a guaranteed $100 million contract at least. I mean, it's more than that, but just that's how much guaranteed money he's getting. And it's like now you're drafting a 24-year-old rookie and Michael Penix at number 8 overall when we had other pressing needs. So that seemed like what was going on there. We don't know for sure what the conversation was, but just like here, trading up for a guy. I mean, just like, what do you think the reasoning is here? Like, do you think they see a player here that they want to draft here? I'm guessing they go defense.
I'm thinking maybe Cooper DeJean. Possibly.
They can use some
that,
help.
That secondary is a little thin, and you bring in Cooper DeJean, who obviously is a crazy good athlete, brings in some speed, not just to the defense, but you also get a returner as well. So it's kind of a 2 birds, 1 stone type of thing.
They can also use some more receiver help as well. So it's like
we talked about
Adonai Mitchell as well.
I don't be the guy every pick saying it's Mitchell. It's Mitchell.
I know they traded for Rondale Moore. They also traded for they signed Darnell Mooney, I should say. They had Drake London, but it couldn't hurt to have an extra guy in there for sure, especially if you're trying to surround yourself with weapons for both Kirk Cousins and now Michael Penix Jr. So that is a possibility as well. They could use some help maybe on the offensive line. I mean, they could go almost BPA. Like, I mean, there's a whole lot of different players that they could go here in different ways. So
I don't think it'll be Jer'Zhan Newton, though, because they're running a 3-4 now, and Newton, while I do love him, is not a nose tackle. He's under the main knock on him is the fact that he's undersized. So that would be a very, very poor pick as a nose tackle.
Yeah, I would agree with that one for sure. So, yeah, I don't think that could be a situation where Jer'Zhan Newton goes here specifically. But, yeah, I really – honestly, I'm not sure which direction they're going to go in because, I mean, yeah, clearly they caught us off guard by the Michael Penix Jr. trade. So it's like I really have no idea what their draft plans are here. Like I said, I maybe am leaning more towards receiver because of just, the unpredictability about Darnell Mooney and Rondale Moore. They just haven't had the best starts to their careers, respectively. So I think that could be a direction that they go in. Maybe they go with the pass rush guy. I don't see any big names, though, at the pass rush position. Andre Rison, that's a great
name. That is a great throwback name. That's the first one.
I love Andre Rison when he was
playing. That's a sharp suit, too. I like that.
Maybe Marshawn Nealand, if they need pass rush help, I could see him going here for sure. So, yeah. But, yeah. It's crazy. We got a lot of trades happening at the very top of the second round with some of those players sliding from day one. I mean, we got a lot of action happening here.
Can you imagine the amount of phone calls that the Bills must have gotten throughout today?
Yeah, I don't doubt it. So,
whoa, a guy you're high on and I don't like, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so we went with the defensive tackle, Tad. I know you said that maybe Jer'Zhan Newton was not going to be a pick here, but yeah, you got a bigger guy here, 6'4", 294, Rook Orororo, the guy out of Clemson. There's a lot of things that I liked about him. He's a physical guy. He came in with a good attack plan. He was very strong at the point of attack. I think there's just a few things that just, need to be cleaned up. I think with a lot of these prospects, I think they're just a little bit unrefined, but I think there's a lot that you like there. And I think they need that contingency plan once Grady Jarrett decides to retire. So I think this is a perfect situation for him to learn from Grady Jarrett, develop, possibly could be a rotational guy as well. But just, yeah, he fits that size need a little bit better than Jer'Zhan Newton, which makes a lot more sense as to why Newton is sliding here a little bit further here. But Rook Orororo, I'm a fan of his, and I think this is a good fit here. So, but you said you weren't a huge fan of his.
So, well, it's funny. So I wasn't a huge fan of him as a starting D tackle or any of that, but as a nose tackle, I actually don't mind him because my whole thing was my whole issue with him was he was a very popular pick as a sleeper candidate on the defensive side of the ball. So I went in with not high expectations, but expecting to be wowed, and he was fine. He plugged the gaps just fine, but he never got past the line. He was just kind of in the trenches there. I will say it was very hard to get past him in the trenches, but he never really pushed upfield. But you don't really want a nose tackle pushing upfield because that means either the center is goddamn terrible or the nose tackle is not doing his job, which is just plug up that A gap. And I think can do a fantastic – I am never going to stop making that joke. I sound like stupid. I think he does that very well. So as a nose tackle, I actually like him a lot. Now, he's going to need to put on weight. 294 is a little skinny.
A little bit, yeah.
But, I mean, dear God, look at Joe Thomas. He's just going to do the opposite of that. Putting on weight, putting on strength in the NFL is not hard. So, yes, it is a player going into the process I was not a big fan of, but the fit, all of a sudden, no, I actually kind of like that fit. I'm surprised they traded up for him, though. I don't think they needed to do that.
Yeah, that is a little bit surprising too, for sure. But maybe obviously, very similar to what we saw with teams last night. It's like, you're worried about teams possibly taking him right after. So maybe there's some interest in Rook or Ororo for sure. But yeah, I think the big thing that you laid out is just like, yeah, he needs to build up a little bit more mass, because one of the knocks that I had against him was just he wasn't that great in run support. He was great at getting after the passer, so he was able to use his quickness and his first step to sort of get into the backfield that way. But he wasn't that great at sort of stacking and shedding blocks to be an effective run stopper. So yeah, you build up a little mass, maybe you lose a little bit of the production in the pass game, but now you have a better all-around defensive tackle as opposed to just a guy who's good at one facet of the game compared to the others. So, but I like the fit. I like the fit.
With how quick Washington's pick came in, I do wonder if these teams know something. I would be shocked that this was not a defensive lineman or an edge rusher here. It seems like both Atlanta and Los Angeles were kind of, or I guess not Los Angeles, but Atlanta. I wonder if that's why they traded up, is because there are rumors that Washington's going to take a defensive lineman. That's the only thing that could justify that in my mind.
It would make sense, especially, with all the trades that they had last season, with Montez Sweat being traded and Chase Young being traded. So maybe it's pass rush as opposed to defensive line specifically. I know there's not a lot of top names as far as day two when it comes to pass rushers. I think we saw all the top ones go day one. But I think there's still some good value with some of the guys that are out there. I mean, like I talked about, we got Marshawn Nealand as a pretty good edge rusher. Look at some other names here. Peyton Wilson, maybe Jonah Ellis out of Utah. I think these are some names that could possibly be some good additions here. Chris Braswell out of Alabama. Maybe those are possible selections here as well. But yeah, this is a good follow-up. Obviously, they drafted Jaden Daniels last night. He is the now future franchise caller for the Washington Commanders, and we'll see exactly how they add on to that with their first pick here in the second round here at number 36 overall. So, yeah, we're getting some excitement here, Tad, to start day two with some trades for sure.
I'm not going to lie. I will be 100% honest with our audience. There is a man on the board I'm shocked is still there. There's no way. Was he taken last night? Am I going crazy? No, I guess he's still there. Jackson Howard Johnson.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That man is arguably, I know Graham Barton, but really Graham Barton was like, I don't know, the number 2 guard, the number 5 tackle, number 1 center. So, but pure center, Jackson Powers Johnson is the best pure center out there. I cannot believe that he is slipping this far. So I'm actually trying to pull up Washington's depth chart right now, because that may be my favorite. Whoever ends up taking him, depending on the fit, that may be my favorite pick of the second round, because that is a definite first-round talent you are getting.
Yeah, their current offensive line starting in penciled in. They got Cornelius Lucas at left tackle, Nick Allegretti at left guard, Tyler Biotish at center. So I don't think they go center, because Tyler Biotish, they got him from Dallas. So that's a pretty good pick there. Sam Cosby at right guard and Andrew Wiley at right tackle. So they got some good guys, but I think they could probably use some help on the edges. Tyler Biotish is a good center, so I don't think they'll go Jackson Powers Johnson here, unless they decide to use him at a guard position, because we saw that he does have that little bit of versatility. I think he's better suited to play center, but I think maybe in a pinch here, they could probably shift into a guard position here. So, they got Darrell Green up here. He's going to get his number retired by the Washington Commanders. I heard about that earlier this week, so I think that's going to happen during the season. So that's a pretty good pick for them, for sure, here to announce the next pick for the Commanders.
Who is he?
Legendary corner for the Washington at the time, obviously Redskins, but yeah, he'll be at his number retired. So
what time period are we talking here?
We're talking about the 80s.
Oh yeah, no, Jesus Christ!
Way before you were watching football. For sure.
Way before I was, born. So
born as well, for sure. Yeah, that's the bigger one, I think. Yeah, but just very productive, very
Joe
talented.
He was on the Joe Theismann teams.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay, they're putting the jersey on him. Okay, that's cool. I actually like this.
Yeah,
see, the draft is meant to be a spectacle anyway. Let's just make it over the top ridiculous. I'm there for it. I can't wait to see. Oh, how about this? What if Calvin Johnson is their guy for Detroit?
They have a lot of options, like
that crowd.
We saw Barry Sanders last night. They could go in a lot of different directions, or maybe they go with the guy that wasn't there last night. So it's like they bring another person out there that could also be a fit there too. So, they have a lot of options.
I don't think this would happen. What if it was Matt Stafford?
I thought about that, but I was like, since he's still playing with the Rams, I was like, I don't know if they'd go in that direction, but they got a few guys that they could go with for sure in that direction. So yeah, I'm not sure what will be the pick there, but Was that?
Javid Best.
Reggie Bush, he just got his Heisman back. Maybe he can make a pick for
That's not a bad
one. Many of their failed receivers, like Charles Rogers or Roy Williams.
What's the one that Matt Mims drafted?
Matt Millen?
Matt Millen, thank you.
He drafted a few of them. Like I said, Charles Rogers, there was Mike Williams, there was Roy Williams. I mean, yeah, he drafted a handful of them.
I'm thinking of.
Yeah, there's a handful they drafted for sure. So just unfortunately, none of them really worked out. So,
also, is he wearing 2 Super Bowl rings? He's got one on his right hand. Put up your left hand again. Come on.
We'll see it in a second here, but I don't doubt it if he's wearing 2 of them for sure.
Has Washington won 2 Super Bowls?
I think so.
Whoa! See, yeah, they were looking at pass rusher.
Jer'Zhan Newton here goes the defensive tackle out of the University of Illinois. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, we talked about him being a little bit undersized, but I mean, the talent is there, Ted. The talent is 100% there. The guy has just got such a great aggressive approach, an excellent first step off the line, get after you in the pass rush. He's got a great closing speed for the defensive tackle position as well. I mean, there's a lot of things that you like, but just, yeah, I'm wondering the reason, like we sort of talked about already, is just the reason that he slipped was just because he is a little bit undersized for the defensive tackle position. But there's a lot to like about it.
100%. And, looking at their defensive line depth chart, it's definitely not what it was before they decided to try and tank, which failed miserably. But it's not bad. They got Dante Fowler.
Dante Fowler Jr.
Thank you. Clellan Farrell, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen. I mean, that's a pretty solid rotation of guys. So I actually wonder if they're going to – because Jonathan Allen's one of those guys who can play defensive tackle or end. So I wonder if, almost they're going to switch Allen back to end, and then Newton's going to be his replacement there because they do run a 4-3. But overall, I like that pick because, when we were talking about this with the Bears, potentially 9 is, you can never, Bobby Wagner's a commander. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. Wagner's commander.
You can never really
want to reunite with Dan Quinn, who is now the head coach of the Commanders, obviously. So it's like, yeah, he also brought, Dorrance Armstrong for the Dallas Cowboys. Also, that's where Dante Fowler Jr. came. So it's like, he's got a lot of his former guys from former places here. Now you had a guy like Jer'Zhan Newton just adding to that defensive pass rush. So hopefully he can replicate what he was doing at Dallas with that excellent defense over the past 2 seasons. So, I mean, that's the hope with the Commanders here. But, yeah, they got some pieces down, some young pieces on top of that for sure.
And, overall, I love that pick, and I would love to get more analysis. But this second round started to pick up. Oh, wow, a current Patriot, our first current player of the night, Michael.
Yeah, Michael Onwenu is making the Patriot selection here at number 37 overall. Yeah, they could use some help across the board. So, I mean, there's a lot of different directions that they could go as well. They can upgrade receiver. I know there's rumors that they're speculating possibly trading for Deebo Samuel. The San Francisco 49ers selecting Ricky Pearsall last night. So, maybe this is a receiver position. Maybe this is where we say Adonai Mitchell going, or maybe even somebody else. So, that's a possibility. They could use some defensive help, too. They already have a good defense, but just to anchor that a little bit further.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like I talked about, they could go to receiver. They didn't go with Adonai Mitchell. They went with Jalen Polk, the wide receiver out of the University of Washington. I mean, we talked about the University of Washington, Tad, before, where it's just like they had a lot of great talent at the receiver position. As part of the reason as to why Michael Penix Jr. had the season that he had, and he was a Heisman Trophy runner-up, sort of thing situation. So they had Jalen Polk, they had Jalen McMillan, and of course they had Rome Odunze. And so, yeah, Jalen Polk was just a great supplemental piece to what they were doing there in that passing offense. And there's just a lot of things that you like about him. And just like, yeah, it makes sense. The the New England Patriots need the upgrade at the wide receiver position. And yeah, you get a guy like Jalen Polk here. That's a great upgrade.
I'm torn on this pick, and here's why. Okay. This feels like a very Patriots pick, and I'm not sure that's necessarily a good thing because it just feels more of the same for the Patriots, which is great. We got a guy who's not the biggest one in the world, but he's pretty good in the slot. He's pretty athletic. I feel like that's what they've been throwing at the dartboard for the last 3 or 4 years. Even the last year of Brady, going back to that, I think that was a big weakness of that team. I think that's why they lost to the Titans in the playoffs, is because it's like, hey, if we can contain the middle of the field, they don't have a guy on the outside who can make those contested catches. Now, you can argue that maybe Polk is good enough. He is 6'1", and yes, I'm aware I'm being a heightist right now, but at a certain point, that does kind of fit. Like, you need a big guy. It's freaking football. So yeah, I mean, I like the pick and I like the player. I think Polk is a very good kind of stretch the field type of guy. And if he can't stretch the field to the next level, I think he could do very well in the slot. I was legitimately questioning whether Michael. I said the same thing last night about Jaden Daniels. I do have a legitimate wonder if Michael Penix made the receivers or if the receivers made Michael Penix. And unlike Jaden Daniels, I'm actually kind of leaning towards the latter. That it was the receivers that helped out Michael Penix look better. And so I really like Polk as a player. I don't know if I like this fit.
It is interesting. So, I mean, just like some of the notes that I have on this guy, like, I mean, just great ball skills. He's got the body control to make him a reliable target. Shows some good physicality going into his routes. And, at the catch point, he's able to sort of overpower some defenders that way. Just demonstrates excellent balance and just a tenacious running style. So, I mean, this guy has good yard after the catch ability for sure. But just one of the things that I just worry about, though, is just like he doesn't have that top level speed that you would want for a receiver. So it's like in open field plays, defenders are going to be able to catch up to him for sure. I think I just saw a lot of inconsistency as well with just, some focus drops. It just, when he sees a lot of traffic, congestion, he's dropping some balls that way as well, too. And just, his route tree, I think they limited as far as what he was doing in his route tree. So it's just like he saw a lot of vertical routes. He saw a lot of slants and goes and things along those lines. But you wonder whether he could develop more of that, which he'll need to here at New England, obviously, for sure. So there's a lot of things you like. There's a lot of things you don't like with a guy like Jalen Polk. But yeah, you add him to a receiver room where it's like they don't have a true number one. Because I mean, Tad, if you look at their wide receiver room right now, with the addition of Jalen Polk, they signed KJ Osborne in the offseason for the Minnesota Vikings. They have Kendrick Bourne. Demario Douglas is an undersized receiver as well. Jalen Reagor is undersized. I mean, Tyquan Thorne's a speedster. Juju Smith-Schuster just was not living up to the hype that we saw when he was in Pittsburgh. So, yeah, got a lot of guys, but just like, it's very just inconsistent production. I'm wondering, I know you're sort of siding with the that facet that the University of Washington receivers made Michael Penix as opposed to vice versa. But I think in this situation, I don't know how much more of a benefit Jalen Polk is going to give to his wide receiver.
And that's why I don't love the fit, because it's just like Polk is a great complementary receiver, but it feels like now, especially with where you're drafting him, you're placing the expectations of, all right, you're our guy. And it's like, like, I don't know. It's just, and plus it's also tough because we don't know what this new look Patriots team is going to be like.
That is true. So new head coach Jer'Zhan Newton, so that's going to be a lot different too.
Exactly. So it's just, I love the player, the fit. I'm just a little iffy on. And God knows I'm iffy on this next team. So screw that.
So speaking of that next team, we do have the Tennessee Titans on the clock now, or I should say they made their pick officially. We're at a commercial break. So yeah, we're waiting for that pick to come in right now. But yeah, they were able to make an upgrade of their offensive line.
We're going to get Cooper DeJean, aren't they?
They can use, I don't know if they go Cooper DeJean. They signed Chidobe Awuzie in the offseason. They traded for L'Jarius Sneed, so they have two good corners.
Oh, I forgot about the Sneed trade. I forgot about that.
They have Roger McCreary at the nickelbacks. I mean, they have some good secondary pieces, so I don't know if DeJean
they got L'Jarius Sneed.
But I do think that they could go with the pass rush help. They could upgrade the middle of the line. Maybe this is a chance where they upgrade the linebacker position, so we can see one of the linebackers going, like an Edgerrin Cooper, Junior Colson, Jeremiah Trotter. Like those could be some picks there.
Edgerrin Cooper is so overrated. He is not that good.
So they could go in a couple of different directions for sure. Maybe they're not set on Treylon Burks, so maybe they upgrade at the receiver position too. So it's like they obviously signed Calvin Ridley. They have DeAndre Hopkins, but just like, there's a reason Treylon Burks, we haven't seen the production from him as a former first-round pick. So it's like,
what if they took Jonathan Brooks?
Maybe that is a pick.
Who they signed, the Cowboys guy. Why am I blanking on this?
Tony Pollard.
Thank you. I almost said DeMarco Murray, and I'm like, that is definitely not right.
But yeah, we saw the running back situation. They had Tony Pollard. They had Tyjae Spears. Like, I mean, very similar running back. So yeah, maybe you get a guy like Jonathan Brooks who's a little bit different than that. And that's a possibility there. So, but yeah, Warren Moon, that's a fantastic pick for the Titans here. I love that, coming up with the gold Hall of Fame jacket. Yeah, that is fantastic.
Especially with the Oiler uniforms coming back.
Yeah. Well, they came back last year. So yeah, we'll see them come back again this year too. But just, that's a fantastic look. I love that retro uniform for sure. That's a conversation I want to have with you later, Tad. We have some new uniform changes this year, so I don't know if you have an opinion.
Yes, we will have this later, but those Jets redesigns are goddamn terrible. I told you he was going to go in the second round still.
Interesting. So the selection here is T'Vondre Sweat, the defensive tackle out of Texas. And I don't think there's any doubt to his talent, Tad. I think it's more about the off-the-field issues with this guy.
100% it was, but I fucking told you they wouldn't care.
But, I mean, obviously, he was telling people when he was doing his media interviews before the draft obviously happened, when he was doing his 30 visits and meeting people at the combine and things along those lines. That's just like, yeah, he enjoys partying and he enjoys, like, having a good time. So it's like you had a little bit of question marks as far as, like, can we trust this guy coming against the NFL and handling that type of lifestyle? And then what do we hear, Tad? Only just a couple weeks ago, he was arrested with a DWI. So you have to wonder, like, okay, not only did he say he enjoys partying and he's, having some fun off the field, but then we see it happen right before the draft. So it's like you wonder whether that was going to affect his draft stock. The talent was definitely there. So, I mean, yeah, to see him going in the second round, it's purely a talent pick. It's not because of the off-the-field issues. Because if it was the off-the-field issues, I could see him slipping into round 3 or possibly even day 3.
And I said, my original prediction was that he would go to the Carolina Panthers because they also need a nose tackle. But this is, big news. The Rams.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tab, but yeah, we got to kind of cut off your take here because, yeah, we had the Rams trading up here into the number 7 spot with the 39 overall spot for sure.
All right, hold on. Let me pull up the Rams depth chart. I'm trying to think. No, not receiver, not tight ends. Is this Cooper DeJean?
It could be. They need some upgrades at their secondary position, but I think with the Rams on the clock, I think it's the perfect time to add one of our guests from last night, Chauncey Talese. We have the Rams with the trade up here. I think you made perfect timing with appearing on the
finally
there. Yeah, so we have a trade up here at 39. I mean, me and Tad were sort of discussing as far as just like, what do you think the pick was here? What position do you think they address here with this trade up?
And before you answer that question, I've always wanted to ask this: what's the Batcave like?
I know. Give me a second. Let me turn on the lights. I forgot that you need lights.
Man,
lights. Yes, exactly. Lights are kind of important here, but yeah, we have the Rams trade
what if
up
it's
here.
your guy Chris Jenkins? That would be interesting. I actually would really like that pick.
Chris Jenkins would be a good fit at the defensive tackle position. I'm trying to see what other.
I'd rather them go receiver. They kind of need a receiver.
That badly though.
Yeah, kind of low key.
Oh, we got Isaac Bruce in the house. This is fantastic.
Oh yeah,
this is a great selection to make.
Isaac, get off the stage. You are not an LA Ram. You are a St. Louis Ram, sir. I'm not doing this with you.
No. Legally, he was an LA Ram. He was the last one.
Chauncey, go fuck yourself. Get off my screen.
I'm just saying when they moved,
I will take you off the stream.
When they were stolen, he was one of the people that came over.
Chauncey, don't do this.
But yeah, I could see them going receiver. They could use another piece there, especially with Adonai Mitchell slipping. Like that's a very good possibility.
I told you.
But yeah, Tad, like you talked about, they probably needed to address the defensive tackle position, find a replacement for Aaron Donald. I know this guy's not going to be the same fit, but I love this guy. I love the tape that he had here. Braden Fisk, fantastic piece that they're adding here for the Los Angeles Rams. So, Chauncey, I know you said that they probably should have gone receiver here, but how do you feel about a defensive tackle replacement here for Aaron Donald? Not the same level, obviously, but he's got a lot of talent.
I mean, it would be very unfair for me to expect him to be Aaron Donald.
Yes, no, for sure.
You know what? I mean, I know nothing, so his highlights seem fine, but again, everyone's highlights seem fine. I've never seen a bad highlight from somebody, I guess, unless you're Coach Rowe. And
no, that's fair. Looking at ESPN broadcast for sure. I was just talking about more about just like
why are they showing his highlight? Why are they showing that for his highlights?
But yeah, Braden Fisk, I mean, he's just the perfect type of defensive tackle here. We got a lot of friends coming up for Tad's broadcast.
Yeah, no, I just got the question of like, when does Max, when does he get to make his guest appearance, which I told him soon. So we'll figure that out in a bit. And also I will likely have to be moving rooms pretty soon. But no, in general, I actually really like that fit because another trade, dear Lord.
The Eagles with the trade up. Okay, interesting. This is getting a lot crazy here at the top of the second.
What did we give up to move up?
I missed the compensation. They haven't displayed that on the screen yet. So.
Oh, Titans! I missed Titans getting T'Vondre Sweat. Sweat. Okay.
They trade up to get. They didn't trade up to get it, but they picked him at the top of the second round here. So yeah, Eagles possibly were identifying somebody. That's why they got to trade up here to make their next selection here. But yeah, Ted, really quick, do you have any thoughts on Braden Fisk? Because I mean, yeah, I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's an undersized defensive tackle too, but he brings that sort of speed element and pass rush element that you want for the defensive tackle position for the interior. And I think that's why maybe the Rams want to replicate some of what they had with Aaron Donald here with Braden Fisk.
No, 100%. I think he's the very definition of scrappy, which is ironic for a guy who could kick my ass with one hand. But that's exactly why he's a good replacement for Aaron Donald, is because he reminds me a lot of the same player in terms of an undersized guy who's more physical than what you think. And so I think it's very interesting. I do wonder if they were going for Newton and that his selection earlier on kind of changed their plans, because those two do remind me. But Fisk is not a bad consolation prize whatsoever.
What would you say his comp is? Like, is he like another, what's his face? The one who left the Rams, went to Tampa. Greg. So G name. I'm blanking right now. It's been a long day.
I think I might be able to pull it up for you.
All right. Well, in typical me fashion, I'll make a out there comparison that is probably
Greg Gaines. You're talking about Greg Gaines?
Yeah, that's the one. Greg Gaines. Sorry.
No, you're.
I can't compare it with John Randall.
John Randall. Okay.
Come again?
John Randall, like undersized guy, stronger than you think, faster than you think. His plate, and once again, like most of my comparisons, I will clarify, I am not saying he will be as good as John Randall. I am just saying.
I'll take John Randall. That's not bad.
I am not repeating another Zach Wilson, Aaron Rodgers situation. I'm not doing that again.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with him is just because he's undersized, he's very gifted at coming after you with the pass rush moves, but I think he just needs to build up a little bit more with, some of the things I talked about with Rook or Aurora, where it's just like, he needs to learn to sort of stack and shed and develop more of the run game. But in the pass game, I think that's where he could be an instant contributor because he's a little bit undersized. He's going to be a little bit quicker than some of this offensive linemen. So yeah, that's where you're going to get some instant production from him in that aspect for sure. So, but yeah, also, so I'd like to fit there. That's a good pick.
It just occurred to me that Verse also went to Florida State, so we're loading up on Knowles, huh?
Yeah, that is true. You got Jared Verse, the Florida State Seminole from last night, and then you got Braden Fisk this night as well. And also both of them were transfers because you got Jared Verse who transferred from Albany, and then you also got Braden Fisk who transferred from Western Michigan. So not long time Knowles, but yeah, as of the draft, they were both Florida State Seminoles for sure.
So I got the next pick spoiled for me. I won't say it because
I saw it too.
Yeah, we'll have some interesting analysis about that, but here's the full, haul, is the Eagles get 40 and 78, so the Eagles get a second and third rounder. The Commanders get 50, 53, and 161. Weird trade by the Commanders there.
50, 53, and 71. Okay, interesting. And then we're able to find the compensation that the Rams made for their trade?
I'm on it.
I saw it for a split second on the TV, and then it left. I don't know.
Yeah, I missed it on the broadcast.
Hold on, I got it. Panthers trade number 39 to the Rams. So Rams got nothing else other than 39 for Fisk. In exchange for number 52, a fifth rounder. Wow. The Rams gave up a second rounder next year.
Ooh, wow. Okay, that's pretty steep. That's pretty steep.
They must have really
liked him for this big
trade. The Rams
trade.
not want draft picks. What's happening there?
I mean, I guess that the calculus is, well, we might as well get the person we really want and then just build later. I mean, you don't need to have all of your picks, clearly. I mean, you can have all your picks and it just not work. I mean, they have their first next year and they have all their picks next, and they still have all the bonus third next year from Raheem.
That is true. They will get some compensatory picks with Raheem Morris for sure. So
that is a very sparkly jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Brandon Graham. Not bad. Oh, it should have been Kelsey. That was a missed opportunity.
Oh, yeah. That's very strange that the Eagles did this 2 picks in a row, basically, right?
Well, hold on. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for Murray yet. They haven't announced it.
I'm guessing they go secondary here. Based on the sort of spill there. But yeah, I didn't spoil the pick just yet. I'm a little bit behind, unfortunately, still. But yeah, they definitely need the help in the secondary. So, I mean, if that is the pick, that makes a ton of sense, especially with them going Quinyon Mitchell last night. they still need some to anchor that secondary. Because Tad, like you talked about last night, just that was the worst part of their defense last year. That's the reason why they sort of were on the slide that they were to enter the playoffs and actually got destroyed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Just
if you really want to be quick,
everybody.
I mean, the worst part of their defense was Matt Patricia, but
Well, that's that aside for sure. But I mean, just they had some issues. I think the secondary is part of it. They have some aging secondary members too, so that makes a ton of sense as to why they go. And this makes a ton of sense with this guy still being available. I got the pick here. Cooper DeJean, the defensive back out of Iowa. I mean, he's got the versatility to play corner, or if they want to move him to safety as well. I mean, they got that sort of flexibility with there. But just that's a fantastic pick by the Eagles to double up on secondary because they need the help back there for sure.
Exactly, they need the help, and I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head. And Sean, to answer your question, why would they double up at corner? Watching DeJean's tape, I knew he was super fast going into the tape, but I was actually pretty surprised that not how bad, but he was actually surprisingly weak in man coverage. I thought of like he always looks back at the quarterback instead of focusing on the guy he's covering, and he tends to get lost a lot. The best tape I saw from him was whenever his receiver would settle in the deep field, and all he had to do was just kind of shadow him, aka exactly the safety's job. So I think he is, destined to be a safety in the NFL. And I think the Eagles see the same thing of like, okay, if he works out corner, great. But if not, we also need safety help. So bring him in because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I know he came back. But at the same time, he's getting older. He's, if I'm not mistaken, he's almost 30, if not over 30 at this point. So overall, it's just he has that versatility. And like Amir said, I mean, it's just that secondary is so goddamn bad. Like, it's just anything you can add to that is better.
Tad, to correct you, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's only 26.
That's almost 30, to be fair. Round up. My math teacher always told me if you round up from 26.
That's adorable.
Or 5, I round up
close 26 seems like a very distant memory to me, okay?
Look,
exactly.
I'm 4 months away from turning 30. Trust me, 26 is very close to 30.
Well, guys, we actually have, we have a wild second round here so far. We have another trade. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock here at 41, and they have made a selection here at 41. I'm wondering if they're going to upgrade the wide receiver room because we talked about this where they're going to release Michael Thomas after a June 1st designation. Their current lead receiver is Chris Olave. Outside of that, they have some guys that are good, but I think nothing that you can sort of rely on, hang your hat on sort of thing here. So I have a feeling that probably wide receiver selection here, especially with Adonai Mitchell slide. Taysom Hill, really?
That's great. I love that, actually. So while he's announcing the pick, because he's going to take a century to do it, the Packers traded 41. The Saints get 45, 168, 190.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So, yeah.
So, Matt, you can make your first guest appearance. One word reaction to Caleb Williams being drafted.
Miracle.
All right. Fair from Max. I love it. Kool-Aid McKinstry, they upgrade the secondary here, the quarterback out of Alabama
this
here.
Guy was my third-rate corner.
A lot of people had him pegged as the, one of the top corners. I think just unfortunately, like we talked about in our podcast down, where just like the other corners ahead of him just performed better during the draft season, that he just had his stock slide a little bit. So it's just like, I think the guy has immense talent, very polished corner for sure. I think he's got a lot of things that you would like from a primary corner for sure. Yeah, you add to a secondary there. They have Paulson and Debo. They have Marshawn Lattimore. But maybe they just need an extra piece there to add that secondary. But I'm really surprised. I thought they would have gone receiver.
Yeah, but I think that they still, for better or for worse, have faith that Michael Thomas can turn it back on and become his old self.
They're going to release him, Ted. They're going to release it. That's already been stated.
After June 1st. I think if they had taken a receiver right here, but I'm not so sure. Restructure is always in the cards.
They're not restructuring him. That seems like, it also seems like a relationship that's kind of burnt.
Okay, let's not forget also that this is a team that has somehow managed them to get themselves $50 million over the cap. You guys think they're going to all of a sudden be smart about their spending?
No. I will never accuse the New Orleans Saints of being fiscally irresponsible.
Okay, that's good. Because
or fiscally creative.
I'd be like, Wall Street's got it. They're fine.
Basically. They're what Netflix was in the 2010s. It'll just keep accruing interest. It's fine. Debt's fine.
What do you mean 2010 is what Netflix is now?
No, I know, but before they raise interest rates, we can just keep spending and collecting debt. We don't need to turn a profit at all. Like Amazon was the same way. And then they finally figured it out. New Orleans is not Amazon or Netflix. Them and the Bills are basically going to hit it real hard in a few years.
All right, so now we got the Houston Texans here on the clock here at 42. So, I mean, this is their first pick of the NFL draft here this year. So, yeah, I'm not sure which direction they could go in. They have a lot of great pieces that they can sort of add into their team here. They already have a great team already. I mean, they traded for Joe Mixon, traded for Stephon Diggs. I mean, they got a lot of great pieces here. So, I mean, yeah, they can just add another great piece to this team that's going to be a surprise contender this coming year in the AFC for sure. So, I mean, we're going to wait to see who the pick is here. We're about to get the pick here for the Houston Texans. Christian Harris. Okay, we got a more recent guy. The third round pick by the Texans from 2 years ago.
By the way, didn't Taysom Hill look like he'd already graduated to the front office?
It looks like it based on the outfit too that he's wearing too. It's kind of crazy.
He might be all right. I'm not sure.
Texans upgrade their secondary as well. We're seeing a run on defensive backs here, Tad. So we got Kamari Lassiter, the defensive back out of the University of Georgia. And I mean, you look at that secondary that the Texans had. I know they signed Jeff Okudah, but I mean, we talked about it last night.
He's overrated.
He just unfortunately has not lived up. He's not lived up to his first round pedigree when he was drafted by the Detroit Lions. So they definitely need a replacement there. Stingley has been good for them, their former first round pick, and they got some good secondary pieces with Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward. Desmond King in the nickel is pretty good, but yeah, I think you need a more solidified piece instead of Jeff Okudah. I think Jeff Okudah is like a good reclamation project. If he works out, fantastic. But I think that's why you draft Kamari Lassiter here. It makes sense.
Here's the interesting thing about that. You saw, if you're watching NFL Network, as one of the bullet points here, is I don't think Lassiter is going to be like ever a true number one corner or really a true number two corner. So let me clarify that. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust, though, because I actually really liked what I saw from him. He is extremely, as are all Georgia corners, an extremely physical defensive back and an extremely smart one at that. But with that said, he reminded me a lot, and of course I'm biased because I watch this guy all the time. I think he will have a very similar career to Kenny Moore. I think that he will have a very good niche carved out for himself as a nickel corner, which the Texans still need. I wonder if Kool-Aid was going to be their pick, and now they're like, shit, and they just had to take the next one.
It seems like it was oh crap, our board got busted.
Yeah, because again, I think he'll be an excellent nickel corner, but they need a number two corner before they find a nickel corner. Trust me, I'm well aware. That's why I was okay with the Colts.
Maybe that's like fine. We'll go dumpster diving in August.
I'm not even saying it's a bad strategy. It's a
I'm just like that's something to think about.
Right, it can be inevitably frustrating because that's what the Colts were last year, where it was like, great, we're shutting down their second guy, but the first guy is fucking killing us again and again. That's why I wouldn't have minded if the Colts took Quinyon Mitchell last night. So in general, that's not a bad pick. It's an interesting one worth noting.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one. So, Dad, we're here at a commercial break. Why don't you hit us with one of the trivia questions that you didn't get to last night?
I forgot the Rams have they kept both of their third rounds, which is very interesting.
That is good that they got some extra picks here on day 2. So for sure they could still make some good additions this year while giving up their second round pick next year. So
you guys want Jeopardy themed? What? Oh my God, Al, fuck off.
What?
He's not overrated, Al. You watched 30 seconds of his tape of a highlight that ESPN ran, and then you made your decision based off one bad play.
Man,
get on the stream if you want to talk about it. Otherwise, go away.
He's a one-man Statler and Waldorf, that guy.
He is.
Oh, gosh.
My goodness. But anyway, all right. Do you want Jeopardy themed one or a multiple choice one?
Sure. Jeopardy, I guess.
Jeopardy?
Yeah, let's go with that one.
Okay. This Vikings running back was drafted in the 5th round and is considered one of the best backs in the league.
5th round. Gotta get Aaron Jones.
Damn it!
Who was Aaron Jones?
Damn it! I was hoping to get that, so I saw that. I was like, Vikings, right? I completely forgot he was a Viking.
Yeah. I forgot he was a Viking, and also I'm like, he's not talking about Mattson, is he? Because that's bullshit.
No,
yeah, because Madison's all
Raiders. As someone who rode that train, I'm like, I can tell you right now.
All right. This one's not a trick question. This 2018 first-round quarterback is currently a free agent and threw his last regular season pass for the Atlanta Falcons.
2018?
2018 quarterback.
Wait. Who is Josh Rosen?
Wow.
Josh Rosen was a Falcon. I had no idea.
You know,
I didn't know that either.
He threw a pass for that? As somebody who had Josh Rosen penny stocks for a long time,
I one time compared him to Eli Manning. Trust me, I'm right there with you.
Can I just ask a stupid question? If he had been drafted not by the Cardinals that year and not been tainted with that horrible one season run team, would things have been better?
They would have been better in terms of, I think he would still be like a backup in the league. I don't think his decision making was pretty bad, but he was kind of the one who got burned.
It felt like a scarlet letter because it wasn't really a fair situation. It was the worst situation because it's we're 1-15. We're not all going to fire our coach, but cool, we can get Kyler Murray and we're going to bring in an offensive guy. So I know he drafted you. Sorry.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that, Chauncey. Where it's just he got a bub deal. I think
if he'd been on the Browns, if he'd gone number one instead of Baker, I know he wouldn't have been Baker, but would it have been a little better?
I think he would have stood a better chance because, I'm 100% with you guys. Where it's just I had a lot invested in him because that was the year that I was looking at all the quarterbacks. That was before the Niners trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. And so I was watching a lot of his tape, and I was like, this is a guy that I like the most out of all the other quarterbacks. It was Sam Darnold, Josh Rosen, and Josh Allen. And I was watching a lot of Josh Rosen. I was just this is a lot of things that I like about him. I think it's very much a situation where he just fell into a bad one where just he stuck there for 1 year, that they traded him, and then he was able to find his footing anywhere. But if he got more of a run with that first team that drafted him, I think he could have been a little bit better for sure.
I know. I went to the UCLA USC game, by the way. I saw them
really?
both. Yeah,
nice.
I forgot he got us tickets because he's a huge SC guy. I was like, you know what? I'll go see Rosen and Darnold. This is going to be seminal. It wasn't. It wound up being Jim Mora's last game, which I was very happy about.
So we got the Cardinals on the clock here at number 43. We got Leonard Davis, offensive lineman, making the pick for the Cardinals.
This man is going to haunt my nightmares. He is terrifying.
Shoulders, man.
Cardinals made some good picks last night with them selecting Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. They need help across the board. So, they could go in so many different directions with their pick here. So, I'm curious to see who they're identifying as a pick here. They're going to go with the corner position. We're continuing to see that run on corners here. So, we got Max Melton, the quarterback out of the University of Rutgers. In case you're wondering, yes, he is the brother of Bo Melton, who was a wide receiver with the Green Bay Packers. So, we do have a little bit of that familial connection there. But, there's a lot to like about Max Melton here. So, he's got a good fit for sure. Pulling up the notes that I have on Max Melton, I got to dive into our master doc. Like Tad said, we got about 80 pages worth of notes here on Max Melton. So, finding the notes here that I got here. Versatile defensive back with good size and good length. I think he's got plenty of snaps at both the slot position as well as being a boundary corner as well. Great anticipation on routes. I think he reacts pretty well to threats. Great job of playing the ball as well. So he's very active. I think you probably get that when your brother is a is a wide receiver of the NFL. Strong ball skills. I think just the biggest thing that I saw with him is just his aggressiveness sometimes affects him too much. So sometimes he bites on some double moves. He comes in a little bit too far. And so that's where receivers can sort of take advantage of that. His footwork is not the cleanest as well. Pretty choppy in zone coverage. It could cause some slight delays when he's trying to make a transition going from a trail position to actually following the receiver. So it's a lot to like about him. I think his aggressiveness could possibly pay off, but if he is too aggressive, that's where it could really come to bite him. So.
Where did we land on Robinson last night? Because I was reading the analysis this morning because I finally just had time to just catch up and read stuff.
Sure.
And they're he's it was a mediocre pick, and I'm wondering where did we land on him?
I'm a fan of the pick. I think Tad was a little bit indifferent. He was not a huge fan of the player. I think the fit made a lot more sense here.
Damn it, Regis.
Wow. Okay.
That's
really
fantastic.
Really quick before we talk about Darius Robinson, we got to talk about the Raiders who are on the clock here at number 44. They get an excellent steal here of Jackson Powers Johnson, the interior offensive lineman for the University of Oregon. Most likely will project as a center. I'm going to pull up the Las Vegas Raiders depth chart right here.
Did they make that pick while Telesco was in the bathroom? That's a really sensible pick.
Yeah, no, I know. It was actually a good pick for once. No, that's...
Looking at this current starting offensive line, they got Colt Miller at left tackle, Cody Whitehair at left guard, Andre James at center, Dylan Parham at right guard, and Thayer Mumford at right tackle. So I have a feeling one of those guys may get swapped out for Jackson Powers Johnson. I'm not sure which position because they signed Cody Whitehair, but just the other two guys, maybe they could be more in play. Andre James,
he'll be a center.
They need to I think that'll probably make the most sense for sure. But Tad, I know you're a huge fan of Jackson Powers Johnson. What do you think about this pick here?
I mean, I love it. The thing I love the most about him is he's such a patient blocker. He's not one of those blockers. I think I said it about Amarius Mims yesterday, that my biggest problem with Amarius Mims is he pushes to the second level and he's like looking around for someone to flatten. And that's not what I want out of my offensive lineman. I want you to kind of attack that second level and then be patient. Wait for the guy to come. Let the defense be overly aggressive, so they're the ones that make the mistake. And that is exactly what Ben Powers-Jackson does. Is he will let the defender come to him. And the thing is I think this is kind of why he slipped. Is he doesn't have this real strength to kind of eliminate a defender out of the play, but God help you, because once he gets his base set and he gets his hands on your shoulders, you're done. You're not getting past him. So that's the whole thing is, does he have enough time to do that? But yeah, no, I agree with what Chauncey said. I'm going to speed this up because the Packers are already up. Good Lord, this is going fast.
Brian Balaga making the pick. This is fantastic for sure.
I think that was CJ Lang. That might be slightly racist. But overall, I think it's a center or bust for him. If they try playing my card, that's going to be a big mistake.
I will say I'm curious how patient they are in building. I don't know if they'll take Spencer Rattler or something later, but it does feel like they're at least going to write out Minshew and then just figure out quarterback next year. I could be wrong. I mean, I know there aren't any good QBs projected next year, right?
Not a ton of them unless you're going to be picking towards the beginning there. But yeah, really quick, we got the Packers on the selection here. Number 45, they select Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker out of Texas A&M. Tad, I know you're not a huge fan of his, but before we get to the analysis about Edgerrin Cooper, I want to bring up a question that was in the comments here from our good friend WL. He said, what round is the first running back taken in, and who do you all think it will be? Now, we already know my answer, Tad. This is my bold prediction. I don't think a running back is going to be taken until the third round. Now, as far as who that running back will be, I think the consensus is going to be Jonathan Brooks. But for me, my favorite running back was Trey Benson. I think there's a lot that I liked about him. He's got the power. He's got the speed that you want, the breakaway aspect that can break a lot of tackles as well. So in my eyes, I think he should be the first running back taken, but most likely it'll be Jonathan Brooks taken off the board.
Is Brooks the guy from Texas?
Yes. Brooks is exactly the guy.
So if he isn't a Cowboy by the end of the weekend, I'll be surprised.
So
that would be a little bit of an upset pick for sure. But Tad, why don't you answer this question here about what do you think about the running back situation?
I think we're gonna see running back be taken before the second round is up. I'd be surprised if we got second round. Okay. Well, I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be overly shocked. If that makes sense. In terms of who, I think at this point, I feel like if Brooks was going to go to A1 except for Dallas, he would have gone by now. I think a team would have traded out for him. I guess teams don't believe he's the number one guy. So actually, it wouldn't surprise me if that specialty running back goes, the guy that can fill a specific role. So I'm actually going to guess that's going to be Jalen Wright. Will be the
Jalen Wright, okay, the guy out of Tennessee. That's a good pick too.
He's the type of receiver, kind of home run running back that makes sense.
He's got great breakaway speed. I love that guy.
Exactly. And as for who it should be, it absolutely should be Ray Davis. He should be the first running back off the board.
I love me some Ray Davis.
But I think he's so damn good.
I love Ray Davis for sure.
So yeah, you guys talk. I need to figure out who the hell what the hell we just traded, because
we just had a trade happen right now up to 46. We got the Carolina Panthers now officially on the clock, so they made a trade with the Indianapolis Colts.
I am begging the entirety of the NFL, stop trading. I am trying to eat dinner and do a podcast at the same time. Stop trading for 10 minutes.
This is like I said, this is with all the talent that slipped from day one into day two. I mean, this makes sense as to why we're seeing a lot of aggressive trades happening here. And then just compensation cost is just a lot smaller, where it's you don't have to trade as much to get some of these guys.
Oh, snap.
The first round here. So we got Musa Muhammad, legendary receiver with the Carolina Panthers. He will be making the selection here for the Carolina Panthers, but very similar to the Arizona Cardinals, help across the board. So I think they can go in many
That's really funny. It's honestly like they were listening to the live stream.
I'm guessing Chauncey, you have to pick for us, but don't spoil.
I have the next two. I have the next two.
You have the next two. Okay, wow. I don't know what your source is, but yeah, that's fantastic that your case picks way ahead here. But fortunately falling a little bit behind here. But
so the Colts traded pick 46. The Panthers got Colts traded away 46. They received 52, 142, 155. Whoa!
All right. Well, this is a good thing we were talking about just now. But yeah, we have our first running back taken off the board in Jonathan Brooks, the running back from the University of Texas. I think a lot of people had this guy pegged as their top running back on the board here. You look last season. I mean, I was a victim of this. I drafted Miles Sanders in fantasy football. He did not meet expectations at all. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if that's part of the reason as to why they decided to go in a different direction. I know Chuba Hubbard.
Jerry Jones.
I know me and Tad were sort of, on the fence about Chuba Hubbard. Maybe he can be something, maybe he can't be. But yeah, this is a little bit of a, pretty much a sign that just like they're not happy with the running back room. So maybe he's going to be added to the committee. Maybe he's a guy who's eventually going to take the lead role. But yeah, Jonathan Brooks, I mean, yeah, I really thought we wouldn't see a running back till the third round. But yeah, that's why it's a bold prediction. Because yeah, I really just didn't expect that to happen with all the talent sliding in the second round. But yeah, Jonathan Brooks added to the Carolina Panthers. What do you think about this fit and just the guy overall?
I actually kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
But you are 100% correct. That is a very clear sign that Miles Sanders nor Chuba Hubbard is our dude. Chuba, your chances last year, and again, not that he did a bad job, but it was just very, very clear that Hubbard was not their number one guy. And with Jonathan Brooks, it's interesting because I was the hype surrounding him as like the clear-cut number one draft running back. I thought that, okay, his tape must be amazing. I started watching it, and it actually didn't really blow me away so much. And the reason for that is both good and bad, that he's a very patient runner. He kind of waits behind the line. It reminds me a little bit of Le'Veon Bell in the way that he waits behind the line and waits for his opportunity, which really sucks until it doesn't. And by that, I mean, like, he will take, like, 3 or 4 plays where he loses a yard or two, and you're like, why is this guy so good? And then there's that one play where he finds his gap and he hits it, and then you're like, oh, no, he's awesome. His ability to break tackles isn't quite there, but maybe that'll develop as he gets stronger and faster. But I will say he is shifty as shit. He is very, very good at faking out defenders. Overall, like I said, he was my number one running back. I think that was a title definitely earned. And it will be interesting to see his usage, though. This is kind of reminding me a bit of Bijan Robinson from last year of like, that's a crowded backfield all of a sudden. How often is he going to get used?
That's the interesting thing for sure. Just like, I don't know whether they're, fully giving up on the running backs that they have in Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders. They paid a lot of money to Miles Sanders to be the running back there, but that was also a move by the former regime with Frank Reich and some of those guys. So now you have a new head coach in Dave Canales. So it's like, maybe he's trying to find his running back to lead this backfield. And so, maybe that's Jonathan Brooks here. But I think there's a lot to like with Jonathan Brooks, but I think just the biggest thing when I was watching his tape, I was just like, I don't see why he is the clear-cut number one guy. Like, I think there's a lot of things that I liked about it, but there was a few things that I didn't like as much, where it's like, as soon as a defender got his hands on him, he was going down. Like, I didn't see as much of that break tackle aspect that I saw for some of the other running backs. Adequate pass protector. I didn't see a lot of good pass protection, so I don't know whether this guy's going to be able to stay on for all 3 downs. So that worried me a little bit. But I mean, just, like you said, very shifty. I like the jump cut and the stop and start ability that I saw. I know he suffered the ACL injury. That's why he wasn't at the combine. He didn't test all that much. So you wonder whether he's going to be ready to start the season, and just can he bounce back from that? I know we see a lot of running backs do it. A lot of other players do it as well. But just that worries me a little bit as well. But I understand the fit there. I understand why they made the pick as well. But just, like I said, for people to say that he's the number one, like clear-cut number one running back, that's where I'm a little bit surprised.
All right, so another friend guest spot is my friend Kevin over here. He is a Giants fan. Giants are on the clock.
All right, Giants are officially on the clock. They made their pick here, number 47 as well. So what do you think the direction is here, Kevin?
Running back, they definitely need. Spencer Rattler has been talked about.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
I could see that happening, even though I don't really like Spencer Rattler. But I mean,
I was about to say, I was like, if you compare Spencer Rattler and Daniel Jones, I see similar types of play styles. So I was like, is that really an upgrade? I don't think so.
For me, it's more of an attitude thing with Spencer Rattler.
Sure, that's fair.
But obviously, we desperately need another quarterback, so I could see that. O-line too. We've had O-line problems for the last 10 years, and even last year we had injury problems too. So that would be a good pick as well. Obviously, we have a ton of needs, so we'll see. We could honestly go anywhere.
The interesting one, if they go running back, would be Trey Benson. The running back out of Florida
I love Trey Benson. That would be a fantastic pick.
He's the running back that is, now that Jonathan Brooks is off the table, is most capable of carrying that number one.
I think that's the name I've heard too.
Yeah, see, there you go. So I think that.
But really quick, we have Kevin here. I want to jump back to last night because I was talking to Tad about this before we started the broadcast today. It was just that I felt that the Giants probably should have addressed their offensive line as opposed to going to the receiver position. So how did you feel about the Neighbors pick?
I would have loved it if the Notre Dame tackle fell to us.
Of course, yes.
Unfortunately, he didn't, and unfortunately, we couldn't trade up for Drake May either. So, I mean, Malik Neighbors, I feel like a B grade. I'm not upset about it, but I'm not like super ecstatic about it either.
Makes sense. Oh, Tiki Barber is making the selection for the Giants. I like that name for sure. But yeah, I think the Giants have a lot of needs, so I think they could go in a couple different directions here. But yeah, obviously losing Saquon Barkley to your rival Philadelphia Eagles running back is definitely a good need here. And like we talked about, Ted, with Jonathan Brooks being drafted, this could possibly be opening the floodgates where now we may see a lot of teams taking a chance.
I think we're about to see a run here.
You think so? This is where the run starts? That's a pretty strong possibility.
We got Cincinnati up after Jacksonville. They need a running back.
Yep.
That's a great pick.
They go with safety. Here. So they get some safety out of Minnesota. Tyler Nubin. Tad, I know you did a little bit of scouting on safeties here. So what do you think about the safety pick here?
No, he's an excellent zone cover. I don't know if you're asking me or Kevin, but he's an
either one.
Okay. Zone coverage safety. My one really big complaint about him is he plays very deep into the field, meaning that when it's a very obvious run play, he tends to be a little hesitant, let's say, about getting in the scrum. But other than that, when it comes to just pure coverage, he is an absolute monster, absolute ball hawk. And he's been team captain for 3 straight years, so he's a good character guy as well. So interesting that he's the first safety off the board. Wasn't my pick to be first safety, but I think that if you're looking to kind of rebuild a team from scratch and you're looking for a leader type, it makes sense why he is the first safety taken by the Giants.
We did get that safety corner hybrid too from the Pats in the offseason, the guy from LSU. He also played for the Eagles.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Green hair.
Jalen Mills?
Jalen Mills, yeah. We signed Jalen Mills this offseason too. So it's nice that we've kind of fully replaced Xavier McKinney.
Yeah, and the problem with those hybrid types, though, is it's always so confusing, where to play them.
That's how our defense is. They just want positionless guys. So
the Jags are up now. All of a sudden, who is this guy? He's a handsome dude.
Jags at 48 are making the pick here, yeah, but I can't recognize him when he's walking the screen. We'll have to wait for the name to actually pop up on screen here. So
James Stewart, literally never.
I do not remember James Stewart at all.
Wow, even when you don't recognize it, that's saying something.
Well, he must have been a player from their expansion year, because that was the same year as the expansion year. So it's that must have been a selection at that time. But yeah, I really do not remember James Stewart at all. So, but yeah, all right. So we got the Jaguars on the clock here at number 48. So yeah, we'll see what direction that they decide to go in because looking at their depth chart, I mean, they got a few hills, but yeah, we already got the pick here. They need to upgrade to the defensive tackle position. And so, yeah, Mason Smith, the defensive tackle out of LSU, that is the selection here. Jumping to the notes that I have here, I'll have to cycle through our massive document that we have here, Ted, to find my notes on Mason
80
Smith.
pages.
I know. But yeah, what I got here is just he's got some good violent hands. He can extend and he can be a good run stopper for sure. Shed and can swallow the ball carrier pretty easily. Fresh is very good hand fighting. Very good at getting a bull rush on, the arm rover, the rip combo. Very good at stringing together some moves to get into the backfield and disrupt it. Uses his length to his advantage. So it's even if he can't get into the backfield, he's definitely getting his hands up to block the passing lanes that way. That's a great way. You can still be a disruptive defender, even if you can't get into the backfield consistently. Versatility along the alignment too. So it's they're lining up at defensive tackle. They've sometimes put him at edge too, so they can come off the edge too. Not an edge rusher, I should tell you, but he can play the defensive end position. I know we talked about this, Tad, where it's that's a position that's sort of going away with the times. That's not something that's going to be as relevant now, but I think he could play that depending on the alignment that you're using. I think just the big thing is just, we talked about this with a few other players, just the durability. He has suffered some injuries over his college career, whether he could sustain, a long career in the NFL. That'll be the one thing to worry about. He had a good combine. He's got the athletic traits, whether that could translate into NFL action. We'll see about that. And just, his play recognition, I think, is good, but it's not great. I think that's a big thing that he needs to develop to really become a next level defender. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on Mason Smith. I know that wasn't a position you scouted, but maybe this is a guy you watched. I have no idea. Went to big school at LSU, so.
Well, just from the couple of LSU, tapes I was watching from scouting other players, he did stand out whenever, he was on the field. He definitely stood out, and I did note, wow, that guy's pretty good. In terms of fit, it's a good one because the nose tackle depth chart for the Jaguars reads like this. Devon Hamilton. That's it. That's their entire nose tackle depth chart.
What I have is Devon Hamilton, Roy Robertson Harris. They did trade.
Well, I'm looking at him as a DN, but bottom line being is clearly if they're starting DN or backup nose tackle, if they're the same person, you need some depth there.
And they did trade for Eric Armstead, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers. But one thing that I could tell you with it being a former 49er is that he dealt with a lot of foot issues. So he wasn't playing towards the end of the season. So getting a full season from him was the big thing as to why the Niners decided to move on from him. So maybe that's another insurance policy for sure as far as getting Eric Armstead, but then now supplementing it with Mason Smith here. But Tad, I want to bring up a question here for you. I was
just going to wonder if we were doing the Bengals first of this question, but bring it up. Let's
bring up this question. We can get to the Bengals here in a little bit. Their pick selection, which we'll get to, they made the defensive tackle selection, Chris Jenkins out of the University of Michigan. I really like this guy, but let's get to this question first here, Tad, because I know you're going to be a fan of this one. Maybe your friends will be a fan of this one too. I have no idea, but WL asked, Tad, any frogs getting drafted this year? And yeah, I can think of a few for sure. If we're just talking about the entire draft, yes, there's definitely a handful of names that I can think of, but who do you think will be the first one drafted?
Ooh, see, that's a better question. Because I was about
exactly. To say, yeah. I think the question made a little bit better, but yeah, appreciate the question, WL. Yeah. Appreciate it.
3 are locks to get drafted. Monty Bailey.
Okay, 3. Okay.
Brandon Coleman for sure is going to get drafted, and Josh Newton is going to get drafted. As for who the first one will be, I do think it will be Brandon Coleman, the guard, because it does just seem like he's in higher demand. And also, you know what? I'll credit a guy the Rams drafted last year, Steve Avila, who had a fantastic. I was torn between phenomenal and fantastic there, but it just goes to show how good his rookie year was for the Los Angeles Rams. So I think that also helps Brandon Coleman's stock a little bit. But yeah, I would be surprised if any more than 3 TCU players got drafted, but I definitely think those 3 are locks to be drafted. But I think Josh Newton and Monty Bailey are going to have to wait till tomorrow.
Wow, you're not counting Josh Wiley.
I forgot about him. Yes, him. I knew I was thinking about someone. I thought that was
I thought you were going to go Josh Wiley, Josh Newton, and Brandon Coleman. I was like, those make the most sense to me. But
me and everyone watching, we need to keep that to ourselves because my friend out there is a diehard TCU fan, and he will disown me as a friend if he knows I forgot about him.
You'll just come back and watch the recast of the broadcast here that we're doing here. So
that's okay. That's okay. He doesn't need to know about that.
Yeah.
Wow, back-to-back Michigan players.
Yeah, so let's talk about these Michigan guys, Tad. So we just had the Washington Commanders here at pick number 50. We're already at pick number 50 here of the NFL draft here. So we just got Mike Seidberstill, the quarterback out of Michigan, most likely going to project as a nickelback. But let's jump back one pick further because, Tad, I'm a huge fan of Chris Jenkins. His dad played in the league, longtime Carolina Panther. I mean, just shows some of those similar skills. A little bit of a faster defensive tackle than Chris Jenkins. A little bit faster than his dad, I should say, Chris Jenkins. But yeah, the defensive tackle, Chris Jenkins Jr., I should say specifically. I think there's a lot of things that you like from him. Try to pull up the notes for him once again, going through this massive amount of notes that we have here to pull it up. But great first step that you want from a defensive tackle. He was very good at shedding blockers as well in the running game. Very good run stopper. I always talk about some of these other defensive tackles being undersized and they're probably better at the pass game. This guy's purely a run stopper and needs to develop more of the pass game stuff. Not the prototypical size that you want from an NFL caliber defensive tackle, so maybe he'll have to put up a little bit more gym work to build up some muscle, build up some mass to really be a productive member on a defensive line. I think he could be a good rotational piece early in his career, but I think he just needs a little bit of seasoning to really become a full-fledged starter. But yeah, him I'm a huge fan of, but Mike Seidberstill, I know you're a fan of Michigan, obviously, so I mean, just like really good nickel corner. I think he's going to project as a nickel corner. I don't think he has the skills to play on the boundary, but just, what are your thoughts?
Above that in the NFL. No, I mean, looking at the last 2 picks is interesting. I agree with everything you said about Chris Jenkins. I think that obviously the Why are you laughing?
I love the sign. 1,609 days since OSU has beat Michigan. So you gotta love it. You gotta love it. They take every little bit that they can. So.
But yeah, I think that it's interesting that the Bengals haven't addressed receiver yet, especially like I said, with such a good receiver class. Obviously, we know T. Higgins is getting ready to come in and play. This either means one of two things. One, they're planning on bringing in a veteran, or two, and help me out here. It was Harvard, Yale. Who was the Ivy League guy? Princeton. Who was the Princeton guy they brought in last year? With a really weird name, the receiver.
The receiver. Oh, Andre Yeshivas.
Yeah, I'm never going to pronounce that right. That guy, he's progressing really, really well.
Yeah.
And they're confident that he can be the Tyler Boyd replacement. But I don't know, it's just interesting to me the Bengals haven't touched receiver yet. That's indicative of either bad management or they know something about that offense we don't.
Well, it's also funny that you bring up Tyler Boyd because we talked about this last night, but he's still available. So there's still a possibility that he comes back to the team. So, I mean, that's still an outside chance. Obviously, we'll wait to see after the draft when we get that second wave of free agency, getting some of those guys and getting some cut candidates as well to possibly fill out the rest of your roster there. So, I mean, there's a possibility that Tyler Boyd just goes right back to Cincinnati. But, yeah, it's still a deep wide receiver class. We still got a lot of great names out there. So I think they could possibly still get a guy in round 3 and be happy about that to pair up with Jamar Chase and Andre Yeshiva. So we'll see about that. But yeah, Chris Jenkins, Mike Sanders, still 2 solid Michigan players going back-to-back, going to the Cincinnati Bengals, and then following that up, going to who's the team that just picked right now?
It's the Steelers are on the clock right now, but their picks are already in. But with Sanders still, he's a nickel corner through and through. Like Michigan never played him deeper than 10 yards off the line of scrimmage in coverage. So I think they knew that he's not capable, nor does he really have the size to keep up with some of the top receivers in college, let alone in the pros. So he is a very physical corner, though, and he's a great, if you want to kind of bring in a defensive back blitzer, he's an excellent option to do so with. So I think that he's a pretty solid pick there. I'm not, again, sure if corner was their biggest need. Washington's draft strategy, I can't quite put my finger on it quite yet. It's a little weird.
Well, I think they want to make sure that they could get themselves a really strong defense. Like I said, they just hired Dan Quinn in the offseason, defensive first guy. He had 2 great defenses the past 2 years with the Dallas Cowboys. So maybe he really wants to make sure that this defense is locked up. They can really shut down guys. And then as Jaden Daniels goes through the motions and goes through the growing pains, maybe he'll have a CJ Stroud year. Maybe he'll have a Bryce Young year. We really don't know. But I think he wants to make sure that the defense is locked out. So maybe that's why they're attacking the defense a little bit here. And Alfred, I know you're saying shout out Matt or Max, but we had an appearance by him on the screen. So yeah, we don't have to do any more shout outs because he's actually there during the broadcast. Yeah. So I don't think we'll have to make any more
well, considering the game was up till 10 p.m. yesterday, I think I'm okay.
Very, very.
He's going to murder me through this screen.
All right, Tad. So obviously your Colts are just to pick away. We're waiting for the Steelers to make their pick here, but just looking at the best available, who are some guys that you think could be some interesting fits for some teams that are still surprisingly sliding?
Well, it was funny because I was kind of toying with the idea of the Colts taking a receiver in the first round all offseason. So if the Colts got A.D. Mitchell, I actually wouldn't mind that.
That'd be fantastic.
Alec Pierce did not show us. He had a pretty good rookie season, but his sophomore season, that is an excellent pick by the Steelers.
This is a fantastic pick, Tad. I know you're a huge fan of his, so we could talk about it before we get to your Colts pick really quickly. Zach Frazier, the center out of West Virginia. A lot of people were projecting, based on rumors, he might have gone on day 1. I mean, the guy shows a lot of talent, but I know, Tad, you did some good scouting on him. You're a huge fan of his, so why don't you speak about Zach Frazier? Then him landing with the Steelers, that's fantastic.
Yeah, well, he's the perfect fit for the Steelers too because he is. It's funny. The biggest complaint I have about him is that he's too aggressive, and so it's like it's perfectly it's a perfect fit that he is a Steeler because he is kind of that mall type of blocker. As if you're watching NFL Network, you can see he was a high school wrestler,
former wrestler. Yep, exactly,
and he definitely uses that in his blocking technique. So he can be over aggressive, and it can be easy to get past him at some points. If you know the real handsy type of pass rushers do the
Mr.
most
Miyagi, wax on, wax off.
Yeah, no, man, Miyagi taught me well, but he does the most.
I think taught Zach Frazier well pretty well, I guess, too.
Exactly. But no, he definitely does the most damage, or they do the most damage to Frazier. But when Frazier like really is on it and he starts like really pushing back on defenders, he honestly is probably maybe one of, if not the strongest offensive lineman in this year's draft. So that is a fantastic pick for the Steelers. And it really seems like they're pretty intent on rebuilding this offense.
Yeah, clearly, because they went last night. They went with Troy Fautanu out of Washington at the tackle position, maybe guard position. We'll see about that. And then, yeah, they doubled down with going with Zach Frazier to now upgrade the interior of the offensive line. So they want to make sure that Russell Wilson can stay upright. He is protected for sure to give some chances to obviously move this offense down the field or establish that running game with Najee Harris and Jalen Ward. So, yeah, we'll see about that.
And not just offensive linemen, but I had the same notes about Troy. I had the same notes about him. I'm not trying it anymore. I'm not doing it.
Especially based on what Will said. He said Tano.
He said it wrong too, right?
He said it too, so I wasn't sure what is right. I don't
think anyone knows what's right. But the one thing I said about him is he's got that finesse, man. Like he has that aggressiveness. So this is back-to-back aggressive offensive lineman. So I honestly kind of like it. Bring back, the old classic Steelers of just absolute maulers.
I totally forgot that Joe Flacco is a member of the Indianapolis Colts. I totally forgot about that one.
Flacco.
But yeah, Ted, your Colts are on the clock here at number 52 overall. What do you think is the move here? What positions of need do they have here? They went with Latu. Both of us are huge fans of that selection, landing with them at number 15. But yeah, what do you think the pick is here?
Sorry, I had swallowed pizza crust there. I might be a bad Colts fan, but I'm pretty sure this is Antone Bethea. And if it is, that's an awesome throwback. But I'm hoping it's A.D. Mitchell. No, that's not Bethea. Never mind.
No, I was going to say Zaire Flakeland. Okay, so current Colt.
Leading Colts tackler. I believe he either just got married or just had a kid. But either way, congratulations, Sam. I hope it's A.D. Mitchell. I think he would be a nice addition to the offense.
Yeah, the Colts could definitely use an upgrade. I think
because Alec Pierce he's kind of had a letdown season. So worst case scenario, A.D. Mitchell gets pushed a little bit. Or sorry, Alec Pierce gets pushed a little bit. Best case scenario, A.D. Mitchell takes over and is more athletic than Alec Pierce, which he already is.
All right, welcome back, Chauncey. I think you took a quick food break, I think. So, appreciate you coming back, man.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I had to walk really far to pick up my food.
No, you're good. You're good. So, yeah, we got Cade right back in time with the Colts pick here. So, yeah, we'll see. Hey, Tad, your wishes come true. And
this is the best draft of my life. I love this.
I know.
Yeah, wait. Everybody shut up. I hope the next pick is $1 million.
Really doubt that's going to happen. But yeah, Ted, you talked about the Colts needed an upgrade. I mean, Alec Pierce, I know he dealt with some injuries as well, but just didn't look all that strong last year. I know we saw a lot of good production from Josh Downs. He just re-signed Michael Pittman Jr. to a big contract, but got to give Anthony Richardson a good amount of weapons. I know there's some issues at the tight end position. There's a possible trade up for Brock Bowers. I heard that was a rumor, but unfortunately it just didn't end up happening. And then they ended up Brock Bowers going to Las Vegas Raiders just a couple of picks before the Colts there, but you get another good piece. I mean, Adonai Mitchell, a lot of people predict this guy to be a first-round receiver. You got him in the second round at 52 overall. This is a great pick.
Yeah. No, I absolutely love this pick. And like I said, I was surprised by both the Texas receivers when I was scouting them because I didn't think that Xavier Worthy was going to be very good. I thought he was a combine warrior. And A.D. Mitchell, I was like, well, he's at the end of the first round. How good could he really be? Both of them were really solid, I think. And like I said, I think in a actually, I don't think I got to finish this thought earlier, but in a non-receiver loaded draft like this year's has been, I honest to God think A.D. Mitchell would be in the conversation as a top 15 pick because he doesn't really jump out at you for anything in particularly well, which I'll touch on in a bit because he does do one thing really well. But there were no real big weaknesses I could find. I was trying really hard to be like, I got to criticize him on something. That's the whole point of scouting, find his weaknesses. And I'm not saying that he has none, but he also doesn't have any glaring ones, is my point. And the one thing that I was really, really impressed by is his route running in terms of, especially going vertical, is so good that he makes it look easy, even though I know it's not, to create space without making contact. His route running is that good, and his speed is that good as well. So, like I said, this is going to light a fire under Alec Pierce's ass. And worst case scenario, now we have 4 pretty good receivers in Pittman, Josh Downs, Pierce, and now A.D. Mitchell. Best case scenario, that's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, Pierce bust, but then we have his replacement ready to go right now. So, excellent pick. Colts are, and look, I know I'm biased while I'm saying this, but the Colts are in the conversation for the team having the best draft so far.
2 solid picks for sure to start the draft for sure. Yeah,
that's solid. 2 great picks, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. So we'll see how it all plays out. So while we're here at a commercial break, Tad, I mean, we didn't get a chance to talk about this much last night, but we're big fantasy guys. Obviously, we do our fantasy podcast during the season.
A great fantasy podcast.
So I want to get into the conversation here. Like so far, especially now with A.D. Mitchell landing with the Colts, like what's one of your favorite picks as far as a fantasy contributor next year?
Oh, that is a great question. Let me take a look real quick. Scanning. I don't actually. I'll go the opposite to start off with. Jonathan Brooks. I would not touch him in fantasy football until we have a clear idea of how that backfield is going to go. Honestly, if you want my guess, I think one of those guys, obviously not Brooks, but I think either Hubbard or Sanders is going to be a August cut. I think that's going to be a final cut.
It could be a cap casualty. That would make a ton of sense for sure. Chauncey, I'll put this question to you too. Is like, how do you feel about the fantasy situation with any of the guys that just got drafted?
Sorry, Chauncey, I'm going to jump in front real quick. Lad McConkey. That's going to be interesting, just from pure volume of Chargers don't have anyone else to throw it to.
He seems like McClunky. I know it's not his name, but
Attaboy.
No, I have a feeling he'll be like the waiver wire hero of the year, like Puka was.
Yeah, that's fair.
And conversely, I think, excuse me, Jesus Christ, Xavier Worthy is probably going to be the guy that gets drafted way too high. He'll be like the Clyde Edwards-Helaire of his year.
I like that pick for sure. Yeah, I could very much see that situation happening where it's just like a lot of people are going to overdraft him thinking that's like, oh, we're going to get the Patrick Mahomes of 2018 where he's just going to throw 50 touchdowns this season. He's going to bomb it everywhere. He's going to be a fantasy find. Same thing with Xavier Worthy, but I very much am in the same boat.
Especially if Rice gets suspended too. Like it'll be like it'll be like Sky Moore's rookie year where it's like, oh, well, hey, let's buy in early on this guy.
Yeah, people I think are going to overcompensate. They're going to be like, Rashee Rice is out. We don't know about the rest of the receivers. Let's draft Xavier Worthy, a deep threat. He's going to get open in his offense. He'll be that sort of, Tyreek Hill beta version where it's just like he's going to get that good speed. He'll get open Patrick Mahomes. He's going to score a lot of touchdowns. But I think I'm very much in the same boat that people are going to overdraft him, think it's very much like a Clyde Edwards-Helaire situation, landing in that situation, perfect situation. But yeah, I don't think it's going to pan out as well.
I mean, the three big rookie receivers also will get drafted very high in leagues. I don't know if people want to go in on Brock Bowers just yet because they're like, I don't like that Raiders offense because I still don't. But I can definitely see like there's someone's gonna take a Duze and just bet on Caleb Williams being good, and Marvin Harrison maybe not just because of the Cardinals are a mess. Malik Neighbors also, I think people might side eye not because of him, but because Dimes is throwing to him.
Yes,
but
yes.
I think Xavier Worthy is probably going to be the first rookie receiver taken.
There's a good shot because, I think you got all the big names that you laid out with Roma Dunze going to Chicago Bears, but I worry about just him being in a crowded receiver room with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. And then, you got the rookie quarterback, so you just don't know how he's going to adjust as well. So that definitely worries me a little bit. You got Malik Neighbors, just like you laid out with him landing in the New York Giants. It's like, I just worry about who's going to throw the football.
It's not their fault. Like it's none of it. None of this is an indictment of the picks themselves.
No, exactly. I love the pick. I think he is an upgrade to that receiver room, but just I worry about the quarterback situation.
Yeah, like it's it's like a dynasty thing. We'll keep in mind for next year or the year after.
100%.
We have better situations.
The only reason
that because I just thought of a hilarious person they could have used for this commander selection. What if they got Adam Marcelletta to do it?
Oh boy,
that would have been hilarious.
I would have loved that.
That would have been interesting. But we just got our next tight end off the board, Chad, because we had Brock Bowers in round 1, but now we got Ben Sinnott, the tight end out of Kansas State, is now off the board with the Washington Commanders, and so that is an interesting pick. A lot of people have been pegged it was going to be Jatavion Sanders, the tight end out of Texas. But yeah, with them signing Zach Ertz in the offseason, they had Cole Turner. I mean, they got some other tight ends, but I think they could have used a bigger upgrade here. And Tad, I know I did the scouting on the tight ends. I remember watching Sid, and I think there's a lot of things that I liked about him. I just got to pull up the notes here once again. Diving into all these notes is taking a long time.
You pull up the notes. I'll talk about him a lot because
sure.
I'm more familiar with him as a Big 12 rival of ours.
Oh, right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Kansas State and oh wow, we played hockey. I did not. Oh dear Lord.
He just killed a guy.
He just killed a guy.
There was a horse and a man on fire, and he just
killed
my Lord.
Showing it.
I think they had to keep showing it because not only is he ice skating and playing hockey, but yeah, he actually leveled the guy.
You can't do that at the next level. That's gonna get you suspended.
Oh gosh.
But
are the Commanders this year last year's Bears?
In terms of
like they'll be very frisky. Like they'll flirt with a playoff spot, but ultimately like just miss out.
They could. That wouldn't shock me at all. It depends on Jane Daniels, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm a big
assuming quality of Daniels. Like it feels like the moves they made. They're a year away team. Like they'll be like, oh, it's week 18, and they might if like this happens and this happens, they can get the 7th seed.
Next year's draft is going to be very important for them for sure. But no, I call Sinet. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right because my nickname for him is that motherfucker because he is so good at just everything. He is the best, I think, all-around tight end in this year's class. My big hang-up with Brock Bowers was he's not a very good pass blocker. Run blocker. And I think it was you last night that was like, no, he's not a very good run blocker because he doesn't block the run. He's always on the outside.
Yep.
Sinet absolutely can do that. He is Finacious. We need to figure that out.
Yeah, that would be the word.
Finacious run blocker. He's a solid receiving threat. But the thing is, like, while his route running needs a lot of work, his hands are really good, and his speed is killer. Whenever he does get in the open field, he has very good speed. So
that's really
pretty good pick. Do they still have Logan Thomas, the Commanders?
No, he is no longer on the roster. Based on the roster that I'm looking at, he is not a member of that team right now.
So that in that case, he'll probably be the oh God help me, he'll probably be the
God can't help you. I am your God.
So we welcome Al Rowe, who was a guest of ours last night, and we appreciate you coming on for tonight. What's going on, Al?
How are you doing? What's going on?
Good, man.
I was doing really well, but
Tad, can I have some pizza?
No. In fact, actually, thank you for reminding me because I'm starving. Cheers, buddy.
Where did you get it from?
So I'm actually in Fort Worth tonight, hence the new background.
Mm-hmm.
So all my friends went out to a brewery because they're not working.
Oh, you got fancy pizza.
And so, it's a brewery pizza. It's actually really solid. But tell me, hold on. Are these not the largest pepperoni slices you've seen?
Those are pretty big.
I had a meatball and ricotta pizza from the hotel I'm at.
That's really good.
Dude, oh my God. Hour 3, that really hit the spot, man.
Oh, I love this pick by Cleveland.
The Cleveland Browns have just made a selection here, pick 54. Michael Hall Jr., the defensive tackle out of Ohio State. But Al, I mean, you just joined
that's not the name of the school, Amir.
I haven't.
Chauncey, you fuck off. No, get out of here.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't watched any of the draft. I've been dealing with this guy right here.
I hear you.
And I've been looking to see where Stagecoach Live comes on, but it's not live yet. And but I wanted to mention that I wanted to make up for last night. It was 2018 draft. You guys brought it up where Sammy D was supposed to be the first overall pick, and they ended up picking Baker Mayfield.
Right.
I said Darnold, and you yelled at me.
Baker was the oh, no, what? No, you're right.
I didn't yell. I was like, I don't think that's it. But it was the 2018 when I was like, oh, is that Bojangles, Chauncey?
It is Bojangles.
Bojangles is coming to LA.
Yo, I know. I'm so happy it's coming to LA. This isn't SpawnCon, by the way. They're like legit good. Chick-fil-A and Raising Cane's can go to hell. I said it.
Cane's is great. You back off, Cane's. But no,
Raising Cane's is cafeteria chicken.
The hell cafeteria were you going to as a kid? I wouldn't be in that cafeteria.
Raising Cane's overrated, especially if you have to wait in line for it. Sorry.
Cane's is coming from a a Black American, Canes is
Oh,
very
come on.
average.
You can't play the black man. Come on.
Canes is very average.
Thank
That's
you.
not fair. That's like a mirror me pull the Curry card. You
You
can't
can't
do
pull
that.
the Curry card. You have every right to pull the Curry card. When I go get Indian food, I send the pictures to you guys. Say, hey, does this look good? You guys both say, oh yeah, that's pretty decent. So you
No,
can't
that's
pull
true.
the Curry
That's
card.
true. That's 100%
You can
true.
definitely pull the
All right,
and unpopular opinion.
Al, I feel
Chick-fil-A is very average too, because
Thank
if you put
you.
Chick-fil-A chicken
did it.
in a black household,
Outside-
they will not
outside
accept
of
that.
one.
They would not.
Al, thank you. I feel vindicated. All my friends have been saying I'm like an idiot for thinking that both of those places suck, and I feel seen. Thank you.
Yeah, but I just wanted to make a quick cameo. I'm gonna put this guy to bed at 6, and I'll be back on. Is there more draft? A lot of draft left?
Oh yeah, we haven't hit
We
round
got the
3
whole
yet.
third round. Still got the whole third round, my man.
Has any running backs went yet?
One.
We did have one running back going to the Carolina Panthers. We had Jonathan Brooks drafted. So
I got you. And when I come back, I'm gonna pull up Thibodeau's stats for the past 2 years.
Okay. We don't do that. Well, okay.
oh gosh, oh gosh.
I
But
think
yeah,
it's
Al,
I
don't
think
worry,
it's barely
we'll be
10
here.
sacks.
But Al, don't worry, we will be here. So yeah, feel free to jump back on later, my man.
All right, good job. I'll see
Thanks,
y'all in a bit.
Thibodeau. That's what we're
All
talking
right.
about.
Kayvon
All right.
Thibodeau has been a point of contention between me and Al for about 2 years now.
Why?
That is true.
I think he's good. Al thinks he sucks.
Here's what I'll say, because I didn't really get to see much Thibodeau, but when he played the Rams, like he was one of those disruptor guys. Like maybe the stat sheets don't back it up, but he's definitely involved in every play.
No, that's fair. This is
We just had a selection here at 55 by the Miami Dolphins. They chose the tackle Patrick Paul out of the University of Houston. So
Yeah, they probably
I
had to
don't
do
know
that.
Tad, I don't know if you got a chance to sort of scout here,
did.
but yeah, we do got the Dallas Cowboys. They're currently on the clock here, so we'll see what their pick is next. But any thoughts on Patrick Paul landing with Miami?
That's why I'm so confused, is because Miami's a win now team, right? Like you can tell.
Sure.
I mean, you could argue their window closed this year, is because and they're like kind of staying afloat in the contender tier. But it's very quickly getting ready to fall apart because they got to pay time.
They have a very big decision to make.
Yeah, they do you have to pay Tua? How much do you pay Tyreek Hill? Like there are a lot of decisions to be made here.
And
Patrick Paul, real quick, Chauncey. Patrick Paul is the very definition of a project. He's super athletic, so I totally understand why this is a Mike McDaniel pick to the T of like crazy aggressive athlete. I love him. Let's take him. But I just don't know at this point in the franchise's history if this is the time to take him. Because Patrick Paul's a monster. He's 6'7". Let me pull it up real quick. 6'7", 331 pounds, and he is fast. Someone that big and fast is very, very scary. Super aggressive, but the problem is has zero technique. Zero technique. He doesn't know how to hold a defender, and I don't mean like penalty holding, that type of thing. Like he doesn't understand how to contain a defender. He just keeps like pushing them away, and that's just not going to work in the NFL. He just reeked of a player who just depended on his athleticism in college because he's so much bigger and faster than everyone. And those players I am always very, very scared of. So I think with a couple years of good development, he can be really, really good. But a couple years of good development, is that really what the Dolphins need here in the second round? If he was a fourth round pick, 100%, I'd be like, that's a great pick. But this early, I don't know about that.
yeah, Miami's strange because they're very top heavy. They have to make the Tua decision. Like if things really bottom out, they could be another mass exodus team. Like I can see them like cutting bait with like Jalen Ramsey and like a couple of the other guys on defense while keeping Tyreek Hill and Waddle, because they got to pay Waddle still, right? Like that's coming up.
Well, they kind of already did because they let Christian Wilkins walk and he signed with the Las Vegas
I
Raiders.
know, but there's going to be more coming.
They cut Xavier Howard, one of their premier corners as well. So it's like you're kind of already seeing those things. And so, yeah, exactly like Tad was saying, where it's like if you're in a win now mode, you need to capitalize on that right now. So, yeah, it's very interesting move for them to take a project tackle because they have Austin Jackson. They have Austin Jackson at the right tackle position, but then they signed Teron Armstead a couple free agents off seasons ago, the left tackle out of the New Orleans Saints.
But,
so it's like he's that
maybe that's kind of like what we were talking about with Fashanu last night, where Armstead's had health problems because they signed him last year. He was a Dolphin last year, but he missed most of the season due to injury.
Yep.
Right. So maybe that's their thought process, is maybe this is Armstead's heir apparent. And
it could be.
If Armstead goes down again, at least they're not totally screwed. That's where the Dolphins fell apart last year. Is their offensive line suffered several injuries, and they had no replacements. That's why they blew that game against Tennessee. Because, in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden Tennessee was like, "Oh, that's right, they don't have an offensive line, blitz," and then that's how they came back. And it was just like, okay, so maybe that's what Miami's trying to prevent, and that would make more sense to me. But still, it just seems like if you want Patrick Paul, I'm looking at Dallas probably wasn't going to go tackle because they just need
I don't
one
think
tackle.
so.
Also, I lied. Tyler Newton, by the way, is number 60. So there are 4 rookies that have decided their numbers.
Okay.
Tampa Bay took Graham Barton. Maybe they were scared of Green Bay taking tackle, but I don't know. That just seems like a weird kind of placement there for a project.
All right, so the Cowboys are on the clock here.
I know their pick.
We know you know the pick. I'm pretty sure you know the next pick by Tampa Bay too.
I don't yet. No.
Oh, okay. But we talked about Jonathan Brooks possibly being the running back taken here as being the first running back off the board, but clearly we got that happening a lot earlier. The Carolina Panthers took him at the earlier part of the second round here. Do you think the Cowboys still go running back here, though, Tad? We talked about Trey Benson being a possibility, maybe Jalen Wright. I mean, maybe they go Marshawn Lloyd, the guy at USC. He's got good versatility that could be a premier running back in the league as well. So do you think running back is still the option here, or do you think they go in a different direction?
That's a great question.
I try my best. Let
me do the politician thing. That's a great question. Thank you so much for asking it.
So we got to do
be discussing the Cowboys running back situation further because the Cowboys running back situation is a very dire one. I'm so glad that we are taking it in stride and doing it as good Americans and talking about what the Cowboys need to do at running back. What do the Cowboys need to do at running back? I am so happy we're talking about. Bottom line being, I don't know. By the way, that's the bottom line for the politician answer too.
Sure. Chad Hennings. I don't know about this guy either. I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, well, I think the only running back capable of carrying the number one back role is Ray Davis. And I don't think NFL teams are as high on him as you and I are.
No.
So, no, I don't think that's going to be running back.
Okay.
It should be Ray Davis. That would be an A+ pick in my opinion, but it's not going to be.
Okay. Interesting. Looking at their depth chart, I think they could possibly go receiver. I know they had some issues with Jalen Tolbert. He hasn't really lived up to expectations. Is he?
Yeah. He wants to be the highest paid receiver in football.
Interesting. Okay. So maybe they go receiver here. The interior of the offensive line is not all that great, especially if they move Tyler Smith to the outside, but they did draft Tyler Guyton last year, so maybe that's not going to be the move there. Always could use pass rush. That could be a possibility here. Maybe they go inside linebacker. I haven't seen a lot of linebackers taken
Colson.
yet.
I saw a mock a couple days ago before the draft started that had Junior Colson as the Cowboys' first round pick. So honestly, that would be not a bad pick by them, honestly.
Especially with Leighton Vander Esch being retiring. And
that was a very sad retirement. He was a fun player to watch. And
he was.
That guy over.
Too many neck injuries.
Yeah,
yep, exactly.
His neck injuries start piling up, it's
but they kind of ran that risk for a couple of years because they drafted Jalen Smith out of Notre Dame. He had an okay career. They drafted Bobby Lee out of Penn State, and he had Sean Lee, not Bobby Lee. I was thinking
General Lee.
Yeah. Generally. No, I was thinking about Sean Lee out of Penn State. He had some issues with his injuries, concussions, a lot of that stuff too. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, they've been going through this cycle at the linebacker position. Then they use Micah Parsons as not a traditional linebacker, as more like a rover. They use him in covers. They use him as
they legally classified him as a defensive end, if you remember.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's true. So yeah, I'm very curious to see maybe they go upgrade the linebacker position here. Yeah, Junior Colson, or no, they go pass rush here, and they go with the edge rusher out of Western Michigan. This is one of my favorite sleepers here, Marshawn Nealon, the defensive end edge rusher out of Western Michigan. So yeah, with the loss of Dan Quinn, I think they definitely need to make sure that they're shoring up their defense, get an extra pass rusher here, and just, Marshawn Nealon, a guy that I'm a huge fan of. I'm just going to pull up the notes that I have on him really quick, but lots of production that I have. Really good strength. I mean, this guy's bull rush was very underrated, especially if you compare it to the rest of the talent out there. He's very comparable. Really was able to upright guys, get good leverage, get into the backfield, and chase after the quarterback. Quarterbacks had a hard time when he getting that sort of interior pressure because he was coming off the edge, but he was also coming up the middle as well with some of that weaker competition that he's facing in the MAC. So, he's got that strong bull rush. He's got a club over move. good counter move as well. He can sort of just get based on what the offensive lineman is doing. He can sort of counter it and get to the backfield that way. Good agility for a player of his size because this guy's a big dude and he's got good agility. He's a converted high school tight end, so you can sort of see why he has that good movement skills. I think just a few things that I think could be a little bit of a polished things that he needs to work on is that, like I said, he gets good leverage getting up there, but sometimes gets a little too upright. And that's how offensive linemen can sort of take advantage of that and limit his power then. Like we talked about, didn't face the toughest competition in the MAC, so it's like you wonder whether that could translate to the NFL, but he was invited to the Senior Bowl, and he was able to hold his own against some of those Senior Bowl combine invitees, so he's able to look pretty good there. He was named the Defensive Player of the Week during the Senior Bowl, so, I mean, he was looking pretty good there, and I think just his read and recognition skills could use a little bit more refinement as far as developing those skills as well, but a lot of things that you like. He could be a plug-and-play starter in his rookie year, but I think there's just a little bit more that he needs to work on. Instead of him being an every-down guy, he could be more of a rotational guy to start his career.
So let me ask you this, because you said one thing that always scares me when we talk about, especially small school pass rushers. You said his bull rush is really good. I don't doubt it. Will it stay really good in the NFL? Because that's why I don't like bull rushers, like pure bull rushers is, yeah, it's awesome in college when you're stronger than the other guy, but the problem is you're not stronger than most other guys in the NFL, especially as a rookie.
No, you make a fair point. Like I said, that's why when I saw the Senior Bowl practice tape, like what he was able to do there, I don't have a doubt that I think he could be just as effective. Maybe the bull rush will not be as strong as it was back in college, but I think he's got the skills that he could develop that a little bit further, maybe build up a little bit muscle, or maybe they make him go the opposite direction. They make him lose a little bit and make him a little bit faster, and then he becomes just a pure edge rusher then, because he's got some good counter moves. He can come off the edge pretty well and then use his strength to get past tackles that way. But like I said, when I was watching him at Western Michigan, they lined him up on the interior as well, and that's where the bull rush was able to catch some of those unathletic offensive linemen in the MAC a lot easier. But yeah, that's not going to happen at the NFL level. So they'll probably keep him at the end, and they'll either make him go up and then use his strength that way, or make him come down and then use his speed that way. So he's got to make a direction. Well, he's got to make a decision, one way or the other.
And I want to shout out one of our commenters here, WL, who's been doing a really good job all night of, interacting with us and everything. So you get your second shout out of the night, if I'm SC held Lloyd back, being Marshawn Lloyd. He didn't get as many touches as he should have. And the reason I'm shouting this out is, one, you were absolutely correct. And two, you called me out on my BS. I was wrong. Ray Davis is not the last one capable of it. I totally think that Marshawn Lloyd is capable of being number one back as well. I think that USC leaned a little too heavily into the Caleb Williams hype as well.
That's for sure.
I think that's why Lloyd didn't get as many touches, and that's why Caleb Williams was playing way too much hero ball. I didn't get the chance to say that last night, but that's my biggest criticism of Caleb Williams is stop playing hero ball, dude. Stop running around. Just learn when to take the loss, but it's because he was given the ball so often when it's more like when it's 3rd and 1 and you're doing a rollout with Caleb Williams compared to just give it to Lloyd just to get that 1 yard. And USC did that a lot. So I think that is a great take. And Marshawn Lloyd, I think, will be a steal. I don't know if he's going to go tonight. I'm not going to lie. I
can see him going to round 3. I can see it be a 3rd round draft pick. I don't know if he'll go here in round 2.
He deserves to go round 3. I just don't know if he will.
That's fair. Chauncey, you had a comment here?
I had a question. Is the Nealon pick basically a signal that they're going to cut DeMarcus Lawrence next year or in the summer?
They need to do a lot of cost cutting because, like I said,
he's expensive.
You got CeeDee Lamb holding out because he wants to be the highest paid receiver. Then just like a week or
Dak
two,
and Micah too.
Micah Parsons started, bitching because he wasn't getting paid.
So you got the Dak situation too.
Dak's then of his contract's coming up, and the credit where it's due is the Joneses, especially local news, have been like everything's fine. It's literally the dog meme where it's like a house on fire.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. We work it out. It's just
I know the Joneses are not very popular in Dallas these days, and they infuriate me, and I'm not even a Cowboys fan. Like the presser when he's like, "Oh, we need more leaves to fall." The guy was like, "Why don't you just do what the Eagles do and extend a little early?" That way, you're not having to succumb to, well, hey, Jamar Chase got this much money, Devontae Smith got this much money.
Exactly.
Like, just lock him in a little earlier. I don't know. Like, it might save you headaches in the long run. I don't know. It's just me. Like, is Jerry Jones secretly poor, or does Stephen Jones just try not to get him to spend money? I don't get it.
Jones just secretly, or not so secretly, is an idiot.
Well,
and then
no,
I don't know
that's
if you
it.
guys saw that.
Like,
I don't know if you guys saw that viral video going around where people were asking about like, oh, people are sort of questioning about that. You said you guys are going all in, but you guys haven't made a lot of free agent moves or trades or anything along those lines. And then he said, well, I wasn't quite sure about our cap situation at the Senior Bowl. And it's like, how do you not know that?
No, my favorite
I
I put this in the company Slack, but they asked, like, what's the current state of the Cowboys? He goes, we're picking 24th because we're the 24th best team in the NFL. And it was like, oh,
what? I know. I don't understand it. Like they act like the Cowboys are like a small mom and pop operation. Like you're the fucking Cowboys. You are the third, the top 5 highest worth it. One of the highest valued franchises in all of sports. And you're acting like, I don't know, man. We just gotta cut costs. We gotta make ends meet. You know, money doesn't grow on trees. It's so weird.
As he's doing the draft from a yacht.
I know.
Exactly. But
like, what am I missing?
But real quick to kind of keep it moving. Well, first off, Chris Braswell, the pass rusher from Alabama, is I like that as a Buccaneers pick actually, because the Buccaneers have a history of developing pass rushers in a very good way, between let's see if I can get his name right. Joe Tyron Murphy.
Joe Tryon Shayanka.
Oh God.
Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, Washington. The first round pick out of Washington from a couple years ago. I thought that was a terrible pick at the time. I said as much. And he's actually turned into a very, very good pass rusher for them. So they are very good at that. Shaq Barrett obviously now is in Miami. So Braswell is just a poor man's Dallas Turner. Super athletic, very few little technique, but he's extremely developmental. So I actually like that pick a lot. But real quick, I got to shout out a friend of mine who was unfortunately not here in Fort Worth with me, but he's a longtime listener of the show. He and I were actually texting earlier today. This is actually his own show, which you can find, and they do fantastic stuff. But Mr. Jason Davis, if you're still watching, welcome to the show.
Jason Davis, right on.
So I remember he and I were actually talking, and he needs. And sorry, Jason, if you don't want this public, hopefully none of your friends are watching. His Dynasty League draft is in about a week. What receivers should he be targeting that either have been taken? What rookie receivers have either been taken or are still out there that you think he should be targeting?
Well, really quick, Tad, I know you're a huge fan of this safety. Javon Bullard, the safety out of Georgia, was just taken by the Green Bay Packers here at pick number 58. Pair him up with Xavier McKinney seems like to be the move here. So before we answer that question, why don't you really quickly give your thoughts on Javon Bullard?
Sure, let me just pull him up real quick. So Javon Bullard is actually probably my favorite safety in this year's draft. He's really, really smart. Rarely you see a blown assignment from him. He's a little small, 5'11", 198, but obviously can't add height, but you can add a little bit of weight to that. His zone coverage is absolutely phenomenal. The amount of times that, he would pick up an assignment from a corner that, obviously – a receiver goes into his zone, he picks him up flawlessly. It's really impressive. The one thing that kind of worried me about him is that he kind of got outrun by tight ends and slot receivers on occasion. There were some cross routes where I'm like, you're fast. Well, how do they beat you? So I don't know if that's more of an ankle thing compared to a speed thing. I think that's going to kind of reveal itself. So his body size, once again, 5'11", 198, I want to say he would make it for a good free safety. But like I said, the fact that he would occasionally get beat by, people he shouldn't, makes me think he will ultimately stay a strong safety. But regardless, I think that is an excellent pick by the Packers. And that could be the steal of the second round by the end of the day.
For me, this feels like a response to the Niners game. Much similar to the Lions. It seems like this is a correction, because that's sort of what bit him in the ass.
That's fair. Getting to the next pick here, we have the Houston Texans take Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame, going at 59 overall. But yeah, let's just jump back to that question that you had with Jason Davis's Dynasty League. So we're actually talking about that. Tad, when you took a brief moment to step away from the camera here, we're just talking about the fantasy selections about receivers. It's just like, unfortunately, a lot of these top receivers landed in situations that may not be the best, where it's like, you got Malik Neighbors going to the Giants. What's the situation at quarterback? Daniel Jones, is it going to be somebody else? Who knows what's going to happen there? You got Robo Dunze. Yes, he landed in Chicago with Caleb Williams, but just you wonder how that's all going to play out. Just, is Caleb Williams really going to be the guy? Is he going to be in a crowded receiver room there with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen? So it's like you wonder about his long-term projections. Like, I think Dynasty League, that's probably a better fit there, like about the long-term aspect of Robo Dunze. But Neighbors, that's a little bit more questionable because I don't know what their quarterback situation is going to be. For me, underrated pick. I think we brought this up before, but Ladd McConkey going to the Chargers. I think he's going to be that guy.
By pure volume, too, especially in Jason. Apologies. I can never remember if it's PPR or not. I think it's like kind of, I think it's half PPR if memory serves. But yeah, I'm in a half PPR league with all these guys in the backyard behind me. But I think McConkey, especially PPR, he's going to rack up those points because, again, okay, fine. They're using Quinn Johnson as their number one guy. He's going to get the most attention. God, I don't even know. Who's our third guy, number 12?
I can pull up the depth chart while you're sort of trying to think of it.
I'm going to be so bad.
Can I ask a reverse question? What secondary players are you reticent to draft now because of their new quarterback situation? So, like JJ McCarthy going to the Vikings, does it make you a little wary about taking Addison and
so like what veterans am I more wary of?
Yeah. Like what whose stock drops a little because they have new quarterback situations, particularly the rookies.
Bo Nix in Denver. That worries me as far as like what the situation, Marvin Mims, like that whole situation worries me quite a bit as far as just like how good Bo Nix is going to be in his rookie.
I think first off, fantasy wise, I wasn't even that high on Addison going into
Really?
I'm not even that high going into him this season. It's Justin Jefferson just demands so much attention. Addison's best weeks came when Jefferson got hurt. I don't really think anyone took a bad hit, to be honest. Because J.J. McCarthy is good enough to at least get the ball of those guys, so I think their stock largely stays the same. Penix doesn't matter because he's not going to play unless Kirk Cousins gets hurt. Let's see who.
What about Keenan? What about Keenan Allen? Like,
I think Keenan Allen. I think all the Bears went up.
I think it went slightly up. I wouldn't say it went like a long way up, but I think it just took a slight tick up compared to Justin Fields.
Yeah,
Caleb was willing more to pass the ball compared to Justin Fields. So,
and speaking of Jason Davis, he actually texted me a couple days ago. He was like, "Should I trade the second pick in the 4th round for Keenan Allen?" I told him, "Oh, so like you're getting Keenan Allen?" He was like, "No, I'm giving him up." I'm like, "Don't do that."
Yeah,
because I think that Keenan Allen could have a really, really good year this year because the Bears system is just kind of slowly move the ball down the field and wait for that kind of big play, and that's Keenan Allen's bread and butter right there.
Yeah, we had a Texans pick, by the way.
Keenan Allen racking up those PPR points. Woo!
Texans just went with, who did they just pick right now? They went with Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame. So yeah, we didn't talk too much about him. Yeah, definitely. They need to upgrade that tackle position. Get some good tackles.
This is all about protecting Stroud.
Yeah, exactly. So they do have good tackles right now with Titus Howard and Larrabee Tunsil, but yeah, I think this is more of a move to think about down the road there. I think that's probably more of the pick there for sure. But the other one that I think doesn't really need much talking about, but I'm going to bring it up, is the other quarterback there didn't mention their Tad was Drake May. But we were talking about that receiver room. We're just like, there's not a lot of receivers in that room that I was drafting anyway.
If you're drafting just like receivers, you are in trouble.
So that's what I said. So it's like, I don't know if that affects their stock anyway. It's like, I wasn't thinking about the receivers anyway. So it's like their stock stays the same, if not goes down maybe a little, maybe it raises up a little, but just like overall, it's not affecting too much on my radar as far as like, oh, now that Drake May's there, I'm going to start targeting these guys. It's just like, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about that receiver room anyways.
Yeah, the Pats they're a fantasy stay away.
Exactly. So,
unless you have their kicker, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
Possibly. So, yeah, we'll see how that plays out here. But we got the Bills on the clock here at number 60. So they have their pick is in right now. And this is the final 5 picks of round 2. So, I mean, guys, we're getting a lot of great interaction, from Jason Davis of Dis Live D Sports, WL. We got a lot of other great people commenting as we're watching along here. So, yeah, guys, keep on going with the commenting and the participation. We'll highlight your comments if we got good questions there for sure. But, yeah, we appreciate it for sure. And stick around. We still got a whole round to go with round 3 after we got these final 5 picks of round 2. So, I mean, guys, please keep up the interaction. We appreciate everybody tuning in for sure. So, yeah, we got the Bills pick here coming up right now with pick number 60. Cole Bishop, safety out of Utah. I was a big fan of his when I was watching his tape. I think he's a guy that sort of like, attacks the ball carrier, very much like a ball hawk. He's very much a run defender too. But Tad, I mean, what are your thoughts on Cole Bishop and then landing with the Bills? Clearly they need to upgrade because they lost both Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde. So yeah, this is a good, cheaper upgrade for sure.
Yep. He gets the first tag of the night. I meant what I said last time, by the way. We need to come up with a graphic for it. This guy has it. Finacity. This is the Fantasy safety.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you're seeing it on the tape here. Yeah.
Monster. He is an absolute ball hawk, and I include when the ball is in the quarterback's hands. It does not need to leave the quarterback's hands before he earns that title. He's always looking for the big play, which is awesome, except for when it's not. It's his biggest strength and his biggest weakness is he is way too susceptible to double moves and play action. But it's bet big, win big, where when it does pay off, it really pays off in a big way. So he is a super aggressive safety. In terms of the next level, I'll be honest, I don't think I ever really see him as developing into a full-time starter, but he is one hell of a rotational guy to have on your defense, especially if you can kind of find interesting ways to use him. And that's why I love that fit with the Bills, is he is a perfect fit for that defense.
Is his stealing Eric Weddle?
He's not as good in coverage as Eric Weddle, but the same type of aggressive play. Absolutely.
Yes, I agree with the aggression.
No shit Sherlock analysis, but considering if you want to go to the Super Bowl, you probably have to go through Kansas City. So this is
that's why I love this pick, because how do you beat Patrick Mahomes? Well, yes, by covering his receivers, but also bring him. So you put a DB who can pressure Patrick Mahomes that can also cover the receivers. That's just chef kiss perfect.
And conversely, the NFC, a lot of teams that are loading up on corner are doing it to counter the Niners.
True.
Also fair.
Tad, we were talking about the Detroit Lions as far as who's their legend that was going to come up. Well, we got the mayor, Mike Duggan, here, but of course it had to be Barry Sanders, right? It had to be.
Should have been Megatron.
That would have been a good pick. I still feel like he's kind of burnt by the whole situation with how the way the Detroit Lions handled it, where it's I know he was possibly thinking about unretiring and going somewhere else, but the Lions were like, no, we're going to keep him.
The wild card game.
I feel like there were a couple years immediately post-retirement where it was a little what's the word? Awkward.
Yeah.
But I think those feelings have kind of passed by now, especially he's just he's close to getting in the Hall of Fame. Is he in the Hall of Fame yet?
He is in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah. So I think once you make the Hall, you're I made it despite you guys. Whatever.
I'm not gonna go into my Hall of Fame deal right now, but Torrey Holt should have been in there before Megatron. I'm sorry. I'd
agree with that. I'd agree with that.
That's absolute horseshit that he's still not in the Hall of Fame. No offense to Megatron, but it's you just retired. Holt made an all-decade team. He had a better 2000s than Moss and T.O. So, what are we doing here?
I would agree with that.
The latter two, obviously, the better overall careers because Holt got injured and he just never had that late run. But what are we doing here?
No, that's fair. That's fair. I think, there's always, you look at some of the Hall of Fame classes, and you're just did they really need to get in now?
Shit if Andre Johnson made in before Torrey Holt, because that's bullshit.
So this is weird to me. The Eagles double dipping at corner, I could justify that. The Lions double.
I tipped that to you, by the way. You're welcome.
But yeah, so we do have the Lions here at 61. They just went with Enos Registra Jr. out of Missouri. He was just selected. And so, just like Tad said, they went double dipping there at the quarter position with Enos Registra Jr. just now. They were Terry and Arnold last night, who they traded up to get on top of that too. It's very interesting as to why they want to do that. But like Chauncey was saying, maybe this is it back because of the reason as to they're trying to now make up for the losses that they had last year, where it's just they were in the championship game and they had some
why they lose that game?
Covered. Yeah, exactly. So it's I think maybe this is part of that reason. They're just you know what? Let's sort of resolve all those issues and let's double down at the quarter position. They obviously play in a very good division. They obviously have Caleb Williams now, Roba Dunze, all those guys with the Bears, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, JJ McCarthy with the Vikings now, the Packers obviously with Jordan Love and Christian Watson and Romeo Dobbs and all those guys. So it's maybe this was a smart move that they kind of had to prepare for their division as well. But this is Jonathan Ogden, right?
No, that's not Ogden. It's who's up? It's Haloti Ngata.
Haloti Ngata. Yes, you're right.
I forgot about Haloti Ngata. That's awesome.
Isn't he a former Lion too? This is a great pick.
Yeah, it is actually a good call.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. It was him.
All you guys playing Immaculate Grid, Ravens Lions. Here's your guy.
There you go. Yeah, because it wasn't he and Vanderbosch and Sue. Those were the
I think so. Yeah. That sounds right.
Did that Lions D line ever get a nickname?
No. Here's the problem was they weren't good. I
remember I once suggested the Motor City Monsters, and
they weren't good enough to earn a nickname as a team. It was
Ooh, interesting.
This is another good pick.
Well,
I remember looking at some Niners mock drafts specifically. A lot of people pegged that the Niners would go with this guy. But yeah, him landing with the Baltimore Ravens, that's another reason as to why the Ravens are so good. It's because they draft these guys at the right spots and they develop them really well. So, Tad, I know you did some offensive line scouting. I'm pretty sure you probably got to this guy. I'm not sure if you did or not, but just, yeah, him landing with the Ravens.
I got to him, and I'm reading my notes on him, and I'm like, damn it.
well,
I really like him. I like this guy a lot, but here's his issue is because he is super aggressive and there's no quit, and you can just tell that he loves the game. And I know it's no shit, he's an NFL player, but you can just tell he has that passion that some other people don't have. The problem is he has no technique, and he just really doesn't. And
interesting.
Horrific tendency. I noticed it almost on his third snap of his tape that I watched, where he stands up almost immediately.
Sorry, Ted, really quickly, we just had a trade between the two Super Bowl participants. We had the Niners just trade back one spot with the Kansas City Chiefs. And so, yeah, now the Chiefs are on the clock here at 63. So there must be some guy that they're eyeing as far as
I don't think I've ever seen that in my life before.
That is a very interesting move that they wanted to jump up one spot. The Niners, I'm pretty sure, got a pretty good compensation. We'll see about that once we actually get the reveal here. But just, it looks like the Chiefs are now on the clock here at 63 to make their selection. But, I wasn't sure if you have any last minute notes.
Also, again, not to be a broken record and not to sound like a dummy, but it does seem like a response to why they lost the AFC Championship game, because it just seemed like their line ran out of gas towards the end. I mean, a lot of that was also coaching and play calling, because they abandoned the run, but maybe this is to be able to do that late in games. I don't know.
No, makes sense. All right, so we're swapping the second round pick, 63 to 64. Niners got a fifth round pick, number 173, and the Chiefs got a sixth round pick,
God damn it,
211. So what's up?
This is Christian Haynes. I'm going to kill you, Amar.
Ooh. That could be the case. Could be the case. Let's look at the Chiefs depth chart. Let me pull that up here right now.
What did the Chiefs get for Snead, by the way?
Trey Smith's rookie contract is coming up, I believe, after next season.
What was the compensation for Snead again?
It wasn't anything that extensive. It wasn't anything that.
That's why I was so pissed when the Titans got him, because I was like, they didn't even have to give up anything. I think it was like a.
Oh, interesting, Casey. Interesting.
Oh, that's a good.
Charles.
Charles, that's awesome. Should be
a lot of people.
A
lot of people compare Jonathan Brooks to Jamal Charles. I was like, I didn't see the same comparison. I was like, I didn't see the speed. I didn't see the same shiftiness. I was just like, no, I don't think so. Just because they both went to Texas, I was like, I don't think so.
No, that's a god-awful comparison. Oh, okay. I see. I guess
I understand. I 1,000% understand why this is happening.
Okay, so really quick on the L'Jarius Sneed trade, it was a 2025 third-round pick and a swap of seventh-round picks. So, yeah, it was pretty low. Pretty low, the compensation that they got for L'Jarius Sneed.
Is it because they had to extend him? Is that part of the? Was it that part of the deal?
Probably why. Is probably why. Because then, the Titans gave a 4-year, $76.4 million contract. But, Kingsley Suamataia out of BYU. I think this was another guy that the Niners, I think, were projected to possibly get all the way in the first round, actually. I remember I was hearing some rumors that this guy might go in the first round initially. Maybe they made that switch because they thought the Niners may address this because they have a need at the right tackle position. And so, I don't doubt that maybe this was a move to get ahead of that to avoid the Niners taking this guy. So, the rich get richer in Kansas City. This is it's find a way to get these
start doing this too. So, they really needed to start doing this.
Yeah, so Kingsley is first off, he's an Oregon transfer. So he was a 5-star prospect who went to Oregon. After 2 years, he transferred over to BYU. I swear to God, I mean this. I'm not just blowing smoke. He's probably the most athletic tackle in this year's draft. That man is crazy. If you're watching NFL Network, they just showed the video of him doing the jump out of the pool thing.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
That's not fake. There was a play when BYU was playing Texas Tech where the running back breaks off a huge run, like a 70-yard run, and it's the running back and Kingsley are running into the end zone together. He's keeping up with the running back. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, even if I was a defender that could catch up with the running back, I'm not doing it. Not with that man running next to him. I'm just hanging back. So he's really, really good in terms of athleticism. He's, of course, super strong as well. The biggest problem with him is his footwork needs a lot of work. He does this weird thing, tackles are supposed to kind of slide. They're
sure, yeah.
If their feet, they're supposed to do this. This is what he does.
Very choppy.
It's the
That's
weirdest
thing
thing
as
I've
an
ever seen.
offensive lineman.
It's so weird. And so that really leaves it because when you do, and the reason you slide is because if mid slide you get caught, you can kind of catch yourself, keep that balance. Well, if you're doing this and then someone pushes you, you kind of fall over.
Yeah, easily.
So he just really needs to work on his footwork, but with some good. And it's funny in my notes I said if he gets good coaching, he will develop into a potential left tackle in 2 or 3 years. And lo and behold, that's exactly what the Chiefs need in 2 or 3 years is a left tackle.
Yeah.
So
the line's getting expensive, and they gotta start paring down the costs on that because Creed Humphrey's up next year.
We've seen them develop talent time after time after time because Creed Humphrey's going to demand a big payday. Yep. Smith is going to demand a big payday. So and they obviously they already paid Patrick Mahomes, so they don't have a lot for
and
payday
at all. Let's be honest, like their tackles weren't that great last year. That was part of the problem.
Yep.
Yeah. So
there's all the criticism about Donovan Smith having that extra foot to sort of like get the false start, but it wasn't being called and all that stuff. So just they have some issues at the tackle for sure.
So honestly, if you ask me, this is probably, if not one of my favorite picks of the second round because I think that this is a pick we're gonna.
Well, let's wait. The Niners are on the clock. They could probably upstage whatever the Chiefs did, but we'll see about that.
Well, no, it's funny you should say that, because he's also fit for the Niners, right? He would be a great.
Oh, if the Niners let Christian Haynes,
they gotta start thinking about that too.
Not just Christian Haynes. Well, you should, but that makes sense because I bet you they were worried that Kingsley was going to be Trent Williams' successor.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that's exactly why they.
So that trade now all of a sudden makes a lot more sense.
Exactly. Exactly. So
let's see what tackles are still on the board. Because Trent Williams' successor would not be bad here. Gonclaves of Pittsburgh. Yeah, he wasn't really that good.
Huh.
Oh, Christian Jones would be interesting. The tackle at Texas. I really like him.
Christian Jones.
Okay.
I think they may address the interior line first before they get to the exterior. Because, I'm not seeing as much of the talent level around you at the tackle position. But
Kieran
Amegaji out of Yale. That'd be an interesting pick for sure. But they need a plug-and-play guy. Is Kieran Amegaji a starting tackle? I think he's still a more developmental guy, right?
But he's less development. I think he has a better chance of starting sooner than Kingsley does.
Okay, interesting. I want to raise a comment that was brought up in the chat here by our good friend Jason Davis here. Detroit Super Bowl next year, fellas. What do you guys think about that? With the Super Bowl, with the NFL draft happening here in Detroit, I think it's a very apt question. I think, obviously they were in the NFC Championship game last year. Unfortunately, fell to my San Francisco 49ers. But, do you think was that a one-year hit? Or is this, playing the track on record? We're going to get multiple repeats here. But just what do you think? Is that a possibility?
First off, they didn't fall. They collapsed. You were texting me during halftime being like, God damn, don't act like you were all confident.
No, you're right. I know.
Don't act like you weren't scared.
I was still optimistic. I was like, we just got to chip away a little bit, and it did happen. But yes, I will say it's more that the Lions lost than the Niners won. 100%. I'll admit that.
100%. But that's the exact same thing as yes, they lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, which will be a big loss, I think. But other than that, I can't really think of a significant player they lost, and they really know where to put their money, right? Notice how they have not fallen for the trap and be like, Jared Goff, take all the money. Like some teams would do just because Jared Goff's had 2 pretty good seasons there. Not saying it's a sham, but just Jared Goff's not your long-term answer, so don't pay him like it.
I thought so. So as I started walking up, I was like, is that Anthony Adams? And I was like, yeah, it is Anthony Adams.
At first, I thought you were going to say Anthony Davis, and I'm like, oh, wow, he has let himself go.
No, Anthony Adams, Spice Adams, the guy with the yellow suit doing this meme, I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, my God, that's wow.
And the other meme of him shooting the 3-pointers but missing everything, this is the same guy. And so, former Niner, Anthony Adams. Yeah,
I had no idea that was, because I know the meme you're talking about. I had no idea that was a football player.
I love this corner. I love this corner out of Florida State. Renardo Green, the corner out of Florida State, landing with the San Francisco 49ers. This is a guy that I'm a huge fan of when I was watching with Combine. So, why would I just speak to him? I'll bring up the notes that I have on him as soon as I find him through the massive amount of notes that we have here that, we got. But, versatile guy. He could play a press man or off coverage. I mean, he's just an effective and productive player. Like, that's the biggest thing that I saw when I was watching the tape of him. I mean, just he has lateral quickness. He can mirror the receiver's routes. I mean, he's very good, instinctual type of guy. Stays very much in line with the receiver left. But then you also see the aggressiveness that they're showing on the tape here. He's got that aggressiveness. He's willing to get in there. He's willing to tackle. He's willing to be that guy that's willing to come downhill and make some plays in the backfield. He's not just going to sit back and wait for the play to happen and be the cleanup guy. He's willing to get aggressive, get into there. On deeper routes, I think he's got the foot speed that can keep up with some good receivers, but not the elite foot speed that you want to keep up with like the very elite fast receivers, but he's got good enough that's like, in case of an underthrow ball, he's got that recovery speed to catch up sort of thing. Really quick, before I finish my talk on Renard Green, we have a trade up by the New York Jets. They are now on the clock, just made a trade with the Carolina Panthers at the top of the third round, guys. We're officially starting the third round now, so they will have pick number 65 to start the third round. But I mean, just the only thing that I can say with Renard Green, like I said, I like the aggressiveness in the run game and also the pass game. But once again, very similarly to another player that I talked about, where it's just like that over aggressiveness can come back to bite him. I think just, the active hands could lead to penalties at the NFL. Maybe some of those things he could bite a double moose, and that could be a victim of those things as well. And I think just smarter receivers that are a little bit sharper with their route running, they could be a little bit more deceptive to him. Like I said, play into his over aggression and get by him that way. But just, Renard Green, when I was scouting him, I was like, this is a guy that I liked at the combine, and I was watching his tape. I liked it. I was like, this could be a late round find. The Niners to get this guy, I'm pumped. I am pumped by this pick for sure.
So this is an interesting thought and I know you and I both like this guy. I'm trying to think who would the Jets trade up for, and I'm trying to think, why did I hate the Fashanu pick so much? They need a receiver. What if Malachi Corley goes here?
Ooh, I'm a fan of Malachi Corley, and they definitely could use an upgrade at the receiver position for sure. So I mean, that would make a ton of sense for sure. But I'm very curious to see. So, Ted, 2 rounds are in the books. I mean, I know you said that so far, like one of your early picks is like you like the Colts and both of their picks in the first and second round. But I mean, overall, just how are you feeling about 2 rounds? Like, who's sort of a winner, who's a loser? How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, clearly one of the winners is the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, they back-to-back absolute A+ picks is fantastic. I'm not being a homer. I'm not. You stop laughing. You stop supporting them. Not a homer. Amy Mitchell plus Latu.
Coming at you. Just
Thank you. In terms of loser, that was a good question. You know what? While I think of a loser, I actually have a certain fantasy football champion who would like to join you on the Fantasy Football Podcast, and I have to go actually do a task for him real quick. So, okay. Matt/Max, welcome to the podcast.
Hello, it's me, Matt.
I like it. This is probably an upgrade over what I had with Tad, so I love it.
This is my trophy.
I love it.
Tad, come on, this is a family program. Proof that I'm better than Tad in every way, shape, and form.
I think that was a given.
Yeah. So, what's the question here? I'm willing to go in on anything, but the Bears are my expertise. So,
No, for sure. I was just asking the question to Tad. I was just like, how do you feel through 2 rounds? Who are some winners or losers? But since you're a Bears guy, like, how are you feeling through 2 rounds here? Just how are you feeling about the Bears draft plans?
I mean, obviously, I'm feeling great about it, Amir.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, how can you complain? Caleb at 1, Odunze at 9. It is a very hopeful time for us Bears fans. I can't lie. We've had hope before, and it's gone south on us. But what I really loved most about the pick of Odunze at 9 was it was kind of like almost symbolic in a way that we are bucking the trends of the past. Like, we're not, we're not this defensive ground and pound team anymore. Like, we are embracing the modern NFL, and we're going to air it out. As you can hear in the back, I've got some very jealous friends who, they're salty, but they would not be as eloquent as I am. But
fair.
In terms of losers, definitely the Falcons. I think that's obvious, but.
Michael Penix Jr. at number 8 definitely was a big questionable call by a lot of people. I think it's very surprised that they went that way. But let's stick to the Bears here. So obviously we went with 2 first-round picks there, Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. They don't have a pick again until here in the 3rd round. They have the 11th overall pick here in the 3rd round. But after that, they only have a pick in the 4th round. So do you think they have enough pieces to compete in the NFC North this coming year? Because, I mean, the Packers are obviously strong. You obviously got the Vikings making some, interesting moves. And then you obviously got the Lions, who were in the NFC Championship game just a year ago. So, I mean, just how do you feel about the Bears in 2024?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely feeling hopeful. You're not wrong. The division's strong, and I'm not under any illusions that we're going to come in here and win the NFC. But the team's in a great spot. I think we, with our picks in the 3rd and 4th round, we need to take some shots on the defensive line because that's kind of our positional weak spot. But, you know, I was telling one of my buddies earlier, like, in terms of what our expectations are for 24, if we're not at least, like, really competitive for a wild card spot, it's a failure because there's just too much talent on this team now. I think the rebuild has exceeded expectations. So, you know, it's a great time to be a Bears fan. And, you know, Trubisky couldn't beat the Packers. Fields couldn't beat the Packers. If there's any hope I have for Caleb, it's at least like, it's like 5 years straight now we haven't beaten them. So let's at least get some wins over Green Bay. But no, it's a great time to be a Bears fan.
No, I get that. And last question is Tad sort of slips back in here. We got the renderings of the new stadium there in Chicago. How do you feeling about that?
You know, look, I don't live in Chicago. So
I know that, but still, maybe this will incentivize you to go visit
exactly.
Chicago. Right?
So the taxpayers having to foot the bill, that doesn't bother me because I'm not a Chicago taxpayer. Look, I can't lie. I would say this renderings looked amazing. Slightly, maybe sad's too strong of a word, but a little bummed that it's going to be an indoor stadium just because I think like outdoor football in the cold weather is such a quintessential part of Chicago Bears football.
That's the best part of Soldier Field. I get that.
For sure. And it can be a huge advantage in like the postseason or in late season. But I also get that this is how the modern NFL works. Everybody's going to domes because it promotes more offense, promotes teams airing it out. So, and Lord knows we need help airing it out. So it is what it is. Like, I think more than anything, I really hope we can somehow keep the name Soldier Field because I just love that name. I know Arrowhead, they technically have a sponsor too, but they like found a meeting point in the middle where they still go by Arrowhead even though they have a corporate sponsor. So if anything, I hope we could do something like that because I do love the name Soldier Field. But yeah, it's really a very exciting time to be a Bears fan. So I've got nothing but hope.
No, for sure. I like it because, I mean, I saw a graphic, I think, a couple of weeks ago about last time a team has had a 30-touchdown passer, and the Bears, unfortunately, it's none. And so you'd like to hope that Caleb Williams will buck that trend and become the first quarterback in Bears history to throw for over 30 touchdowns. And with the room that he has there, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, Velus Jones, Cole Kmet, he's got a lot of great weapons there that you hope that they can finally have an actual proven passer there. Like, I mean, Jay Cutler was good. I'm not going to deny that, but I think Caleb Williams could take that next step there. So
I agree. I'm actually I'm more negative on Jay Cutler than the average Bears fan.
That's fair.
Which, like, just goes to show how pathetic our fan base, our franchise is at the quarterback position. That it's
unfortunate.
Jay Cutler is the end all be all, but I agree. I mean, we haven't had an all pro in 74 years. Yes. So mathematically, it just feels like this can't keep going. And, you know, I loved Justin Fields. It was sad to see him go, but it just worked out that way. But we've definitely put Caleb in an amazing position to succeed as a rookie. So even, I get it, rookies have growing pains, but I am very hopeful that I'll be feeling good about how the future will look this time next year.
Awesome. You got any questions for me?
Oh, God. Oh, that's a good question. I hadn't thought about it. Okay, yeah. Amir, the Bears don't have a lot of picks. We win all offense the first 2 rounds, kind of the glamorous, sexy picks, if you will. What do you think the Bears need to address with their last 2 picks in the draft?
Well, let me pull up the Chicago Bears draft, their roster here. I don't have it memorized probably like you do here. But yeah, they're addressing the offense. It probably makes a ton of sense. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. I think you're pretty set on offense. I think the one thing that I could probably see maybe you get an upgrade to pair up with Montez Sweat because you got DeMarcus Walker, but I don't have a lot of confidence that he could be that huge producer maybe that you want opposite Montez Sweat. Maybe you'll get some doubles on Sweat that you won't get the same pass rush that you have. So I could see an upgrade there maybe the next couple of rounds here with the picks that they have here, especially in the third round. I think that's probably a good spot to get an edge rusher there. I could see that happening. In a pass first league, it never hurts to have more secondary. I like that they moved on, or actually, I don't like that they moved on from Eddie Jackson. They had to get a little cheaper. They went with Kevin Byard. Yeah, there's some good safeties. There's some good safeties on the board, so I think they could probably make an upgrade there to get a little bit younger at safety. So I can see that happening. But I think maybe they need to go defense for sure.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I think edge is definitely the priority with their next upcoming pick. That's definitely the weakest positional group we have on the team. And we saw what an impact Montez Sweat could make after that trade. So, yeah, I mean, we got to find a way to get after the passer, no doubt. To be completely honest with you, I think had this been a better draft in terms of defensive prospects, we would have gone D-line at 9, but that's just because it's just such a dire need for us, and Eberflus is a defensive head coach, but that's just not how the prospects worked out this year. So I definitely think we'll go somewhere, go D-line at 3rd, probably D-end. Of course, you can't really expect a guy you take in the 3rd round to be a Hall of Famer, but at least to, add a capable body to that line. And hopefully if we get a competent starter, we got some good guys on there. Montez Sweat, Jer'Zhan Dexter was a rookie last year.
Out of Florida, I was a huge fan of his
He
for
showed
sure.
a lot of flash and potential. So, I think that will definitely be the pick in the 3rd round. And then for the 4th round, probably offensive line, I would say, maybe a guard. It looks like all the hot centers are flying off the board. We definitely need a center, but you can't address everything in one draft. It's just not really how it shook out this year.
No, for sure. And last question before we bring back Tad probably into the this draft.
Oh, no worries.
So we were talking about this last night, but Matt Eberflus, how hot do you think the seat is for him? Because he's got a pretty loaded roster now. Caleb Williams, Roma Dunze, the defense is pretty stacked as well. You got to compete that NFC North. If he does it, at least, get a wild card spot. Do you think he's going to get fired after the season? But I mean, yeah, what are your thoughts on Matt Eberflus at his hot seat level?
No, that's a great question. Obviously, if this goes really south, I do think he will be fired after this year, but I do think him and Poles, the general manager, coming in together, they have a really strong bond and a really strong working relationship. I'm not going to lie. At points of the season, I was very prepared for us to just move on and put all our chips into Jim Harbaugh. But the team showed a lot of progress and promise as the year went on, especially on the defensive side. And honestly, the best thing I could say about Eberflus is as bad as things got last year, the team never quit on him, which I thought was impressive because
Agreed.
If you had talked to me 1 year ago, I don't think I would have been as hopeful as I was today, but I was hopeful. Field showed a lot of promise. We got DJ Moore. And yeah, things really went south that first half of the season. The team didn't quit on Eberflus. So do I think he'll be fired this time next year? I don't, just because the team's in such a good spot. But if we wheel out, he's not invincible. If we wheel out a 4-win season, I definitely think he'll be gone. We'll kind of go into panic mode. But the owner and the general manager seem to have a great working relationship with him. I think he's built a strong culture, and the guys respect him and like him. So, and the beard. I'm not sure I've ever seen a better fashion glow up. He looks great with the beard. So, he seems like a good guy. I hope he sticks around because I would hate – it's the same issue we keep making. Trubisky, we replaced his coach after his rookie year. Fields, we replaced his coach after his rookie year. Fox and Nagy deserve to get fired, but I don't want to keep repeating that cycle. So, and I don't think we will because the offense, you look at the Bears' weapons, Kmet, Moore, Keenan Allen, Odunze, Gerald Everett, DeAndre Swift, Khalil Herbert, even Roshan Johnson, the rookie out of Texas last year, he showed some promise. So the offense is completely stacked and the defense is no slouch either. So I really don't think he will be fired, but for sure, if it completely explodes, he's done.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Well, optimism as a Bears fan, I think, is pretty high. It makes a ton of sense. And yeah, Matt, glad you could come on and interact with us.
This
This is Matt. This is Matt.
Shout out to Matt.
Al, nice to meet you. Big fan. I heard you. I was listening to the live stream last night. I heard you shout me out a few times, Al, so I appreciate
It's true.
it.
Matt, can I ask you a question?
Sure, please.
Matt.
So your Tad's friend would like out any payday or any force? Or like,
Sorry, I just heard your Tad's friend. What'd you say after that? I know that's enough content to laugh at. What'd you say after that?
Your Tad's friend, like he doesn't have to like pay you extra, or like he doesn't hold a gun to your head or anything like that. Like
Make
you're
a wish.
voluntarily Tad's
Well, I
friend.
have
He doesn't have pictures on you for blackmail, like anything like that.
No, Tad's a great guy. Tad and I go way back. Even if his football opinions are quite often terrible, you know, Tad's the epitome of the guy who would give you the shirt off his back. So Tad's a good guy, and you know, even if sometimes he makes me pull my head out, you know, Tad's a great friend, no doubt.
That's great to hear. No, we love
Right on,
Tad
man.
too. We
Right
love
on,
giving
man.
him a hard time also.
Oh yeah, we love it.
you.
Love it. It's too
For
easy.
sure. Well, thank you for having me. You know, I'm a listener to support my buddy Tad. I meant to wear. I even have a Desai Guys Football Forum T-shirt. I meant to wear it today, but it escaped my mind. But
It's all right. It's all right.
yeah,
At least you
love
have
what
one.
you
I
guys
appreciate
do,
it.
and thank you for having me. I've been pestering Tad for a long time now to get me on the podcast, and it took the Bears miraculously being competent to get me on here. But thank you again for having me. I appreciate it.
No, for sure. Glad to have you on, man. Good to finally meet you.
Shout out to
Great
Matt.
talking with you guys.
Shout out
Nice
to
to meet
Matt
you,
for
sir.
sure.
We should definitely get shirts. We should definitely get shirts now that says shout out to Matt.
I think that's the next move. I 100% think that's.
I didn't realize you had Desai Guys merch.
Yeah,
Al,
we
go
have this
fuck
Mike Guys
yourself.
merch. Yeah, I'll share the link with you afterwards, and we can share the link with the good friends out here too.
I
But
might have to.
oh god, we have Tad back. That's
Well,
a downgrade.
real quick, now that I'm back, can we just say that I absolutely called that Jets pick?
You did. I was actually
That
kind
was
of
a- what
upset
did they
that you
do?
left right with the pick behave because I was just like that exactly is
Well,
what
what'd they
happened.
do?
But they selected Malachi Corley, the wide receiver out of Western
Oh.
Kentucky. They traded up to get him. They got
Oh, okay.
Aaron Rodgers, an extra weapon there. But reviewing the last handful of picks here because we missed a handful, we got Malachi Corley going at the top of the third round to the New York Jets. Trey Benson, Tad, he is now a member of the
That was a
Arizona
good pick.
Cardinals.
That was a good
I
pick.
am like low key liking that move and also hating that move because now I have to face that guy twice a year. Your boy Brandon Coleman out of TCU was drafted by the Washington Commanders at 67 overall, third pick of the third round. And just right now, we had the New England Patriots select the tackle Caden Wallace out of Penn State. So I mean, lots of great picks that have just happened. We got our good friend Al back on the Drop podcast as well, the live stream here. So lots going on for sure. But hey, why don't you start there, Tad? We were talking about who's going to be the first TCU guy gone. It is Brandon Coleman. So why don't you speak about him going to the Washington Commanders?
I mean, Brandon Coleman's awesome. He's a super strong player. His feet are a little slow, which is why he played mostly tackle for TCU, but you see him universally regarded as a guard. And that is why it's because he doesn't have the speed to keep up with speed rushers getting leverage on him. And that's fine. But he is so strong and so his skills are so well foundationed, I guess is the best way to put that. At this point of the night, I'll take it. Shut up. And so I think that his skills are so sound. There we go. His skills are sound enough, and he has all the intangibles of a good offensive lineman. So just plug him in at guard. So that was a really, really good pick as well. The Benson pick I love. James Conner's not going to be around forever. I won't say he had a down year last year, but certainly wasn't as good as normal. So that was a great pick as a successor to James Conner. And then, the Malachi Corley thing, I love that. Malachi Corley, Garrett Wilson, that's a scary offense all of a sudden.
Yeah. We were talking about dynasty receiver options. Malachi Corley is now, I think, probably
That's
the
an
top of that
interesting
list. I love that pick for
100%,
sure.
100%.
And same thing with Benson. That's a fantastic dynasty find at the running back position. But
Assuming
Al is
Aaron
actually
Rodgers'
good.
health, that's a good pick.
What's that?
Assuming Aaron Rodgers' health, that's a solid investment.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that one. But yeah, obviously we're LAFB Network and picks number 69. Yeah, love that pick.
Nice.
The Chargers have now selected Junior Colson.
That's what she said.
The linebacker out of Michigan has just been selected by the
You
Los
know,
Angeles Chargers. So I
God
mean,
bless Harbaugh for waiting this long to dip into the Wolverine.
I
pool.
know. It took a little bit of time, but he's still got a lot of guys out there. Blake
I
Corum
thought
is
for
still out
sure
there.
that Blake Corum would be a Charger at this
I
point.
know.
He
I
still
was
can
like,
be.
he's gonna
Still
do
can
that.
be.
That's a lot.
There's
That's
still
what
a lot of-
college coaches kind of do.
There's still a lot of time for him to be a member of the Los Angeles Chargers. Same thing with Roman Wilson. I don't doubt that he'll probably hear his name called by Los Angeles Chargers as well. But Ted, you did some scouting on Junior Colson. I know you weren't as high as a fan of Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M. You're like, I don't know why he's a lot of people's number one linebacker here, but I think you were more of a fan of Junior Colson. So, I mean, what do you like about him?
Yeah, so it was funny because, like I said, the days leading up, so I scouted him probably 2 days before the draft, and that was around the time when people were saying this guy could sneak into the first round. And so my first note on him is he's not first rounder. And my last note on him is, and I swear to God this is true, he is a third rounder. So
Okay.
I actually now
There you
I
go.
love this pick because he is so athletic and so explosive. Here's how athletic he is. I swear to God, I replayed this like 3 times because I'm like, I have to be watching his tape wrong. He is so athletic that Jim Harbaugh lined him up as corner. Several times he lined up as a corner. And he is super explosive about attacking the offensive line on blitz plays, on just normal coverage plays or man-to-man plays. Thank God they are gone, so I don't have to yell. He is a super athletic linebacker. He doesn't. I couldn't really find any real big weaknesses on him. He doesn't, other than his athleticism. He's just all around solid. And that's why I said a third rounder because he is very, very developmental in terms of the block of clay. And with the right coach, which clearly now he's going the right coach, who is his old coach,
Exactly.
he can develop into something super special because he's only 21 years old. So
they needed more complementary defensive players. That's one of the things that bit him in the ass last year.
What was?
No, it makes a ton of sense.
Not
Especially like Tad was
defensive
saying, where it's like you
players.
got a versatile guy who could possibly play at the inside. Maybe you line up on the outside to be a coverage linebacker in the slot too. So it's like that sort of versatility you can't replace. So that's
right.
fantastic.
Like last year, like it was top heavy. Like you had Khalil Mack, you had Bosa, and a couple other people, but like really beyond that, like their defense cratered, especially in the secondary, which I assume they'll address eventually. But
Nope, I agree with that one.
Only one Michigan player from the secondary is gone so far.
Mike Cyber still. Yep, that's the only one so far.
They're gonna bring let this asshole announce the Giants pick.
Yeah,
he made the earlier one too.
Is this the situation of like they're both good now? Is this like a kind of shaking hands, let's move on type of thing?
I guess so. It seems like it.
I'm surprised he actually showed up. He usually runs away from responsibility.
No,
I'm sorry.
Bazinga.
I've never seen someone blow a post-career opportunity that hard, that fast, and it still astounds me. Do we not remember this?
I don't. I have zero idea what you're talking about.
When he retired, he was Michael Strahan.
Good Morning America, wasn't he? Yeah, he was on Good Morning America.
He was given the Today Show and Football Night in America. Yep. And then he had to cheat on his wife who was pregnant with twins with somebody.
I did forget about that. Yeah.
That's why I always say the greatest run of Tiki Barber's life is responsibility.
Yeah.
Fuck that dude.
Oh, gosh.
I've never heard of this guy, but he looks really good.
Well,
Andrew Phillips, the quarterback out of Kentucky, has just been selected by the New York Giants. Here he is jumping over a car, apparently. So, I mean, this guy's got a lot of athleticism for sure. But we're talking about Tiki Barber, a running back. Al, it's actually good that you came on here because we're talking about running backs. We're talking about Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, guys who could be primary running backs in the NFL. And one of the guys that we discussed who possibly could be that guy is Marshawn Lloyd at USC. Exactly. So I just wanted to get your opinion. Like,
stay away from Dallas.
So I don't think he's going to go. Well, we don't know about him landing at Dallas, but just do you think he has that capability to handle an every down running back role in the NFL?
He's a 1 through 3 running back. I can say that for sure.
Okay.
He's not going to get you the short yardage, but he can catch out of the backfield. He can run outside zone and he can run inside zone. He's sneaky fast. Like he's one of those people that doesn't seem really fast, but he always seems to break away. So I think he can handle it, and he can pass block.
He can. Yeah, that was a big thing when I was watching his tape, too, that he's willing to be a pass blocker. So I think that's the big thing. I'll keep him there for all 3 rounds. But all right, we got the confirmation from the USC guys. Salute to Troy podcast.
What was your position? Like, what would you coach?
I coached all 3 levels.
No. Like position-wise. Like, what was your specialty?
I've coached all 3 levels.
Yeah.
So I coached D-line. I coached linebackers, and I coached DBs.
So defense. Okay. Defense guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah, and I've recruited DBs too. So when I see guys reaching for a shoulder pad on the first one in the NFL draft, I know his technique sucks. Wiggins.
The Giants, I guess they needed secondary help, but it just feels like they just need a lot of things. So I don't know how to feel about that one necessarily. I guess solid.
Chauncey, you know what the Giants need? You remember when you had the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and the game started to mess up, and you had to reset it. But before you reset it, you hit that and blew on it. That's the Giants. That's what the Giants need.
Oh, I guess I'm yeah, legally they needed help in the secondary, but I'm I don't know if where I would have gone, but sure.
I mean, at this point, their biggest question mark is going to be Daniel Jones. Just is he the guy or is he not the guy?
He's
and clearly
guy.
just
he's not the guy.
Well, we don't know if that's how they're phrasing the question there in New York Giants there in Gotham, right? So I think the biggest thing is just we don't know if that replacement is in this draft. And we don't know what it's going to be in the replacement in next year's draft, too. So I think they have to sort of solve the other issues then if they're not going to solve the quarterback problem.
Speaking of replacements for Daniel Jones and everything, one guy we haven't really talked about is Spencer Rattler.
Great name. I love the name.
Not gone off the board yet. I thought he was a surefire second rounder. It seemed like ever since the Senior Bowl, his stock was skyrocketing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he deserved to be a second rounder. I just thought he'd be I feel like every year, I felt like Spencer Rattler was going to be DeShone Kizer 2.0. Who remembers him?
Yeah, Notre Dame
skyrockets up the board, even though he shouldn't, and he goes way earlier than he should.
He was the quarterback of the 0-16 Cleveland Browns.
You guys are so sad.
Do you know, Tad? Do you have Netflix?
I do. I barely use it.
Go watch QB1. Start there. Spencer Rattler's on QB1. The problem Spencer Rattler has on QB1 on Netflix is the problem Spencer Rattler has now. And that's why he was not successful at Oklahoma. The reason why I think
Is he a douche?
Yes.
I got it. Nailed it.
And he's not a captain. He's not a leader.
Nobody went to his birthday party?
People probably
he's not Brian Drew.
Yeah, he's not that bad. But it's more $100 bill back. It's more of leadership. It's a leadership thing. There's an example of them doing yoga, and he's in the back room joking around and stuff. You're the quarterback, you lead.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't lead. Even though you might not want to do it, but just don't. It's one of those things where you don't say it, just do it. You know what I mean? Your friends know you don't want to be there, but you have to do it.
That's unfortunate. He has a cool name, and that would be awesome if he were good.
Oh my God, Chauncey, that was the most well-placed sarcasm I've ever seen in my entire life.
What?
Oh dear.
I hear it. No, Amir, this is for you. But you know the Simpsons where they're looking at houses and Lisa's first word, and it's they go to the murder houses. I'll be back. That's how I always say it in my head as Marge. Oh dear.
Yeah, exactly.
Real quick,
jumping back to the Rattler talk, just when I was watching his tape too, there's nothing that really excited me. If anything, when I was watching his tape too, I felt like, Tad, I know you brought this conversation, did Michael Penix make the receivers? Did the receivers make Michael Penix? I felt when I was watching Spencer Rattler at South Carolina, I felt like Xavier Legette bailed him out quite a bit. So I was like, was that really Spencer Rattler doing it? Or is that Xavier Legette absolutely bailing this guy out with some amazing catches and totally, saving his ass essentially a lot of the time? And so it's just, I wonder when I watched the tape, I was just like, it just felt very pedestrian. There wasn't anything about it that I was just like, yeah, this is really good. Or this is really good. It was just like, man, there's nothing that really excited me about it.
Is he in the tier of backup third round
discussion? But it's funny because actually one of my notes on a receiver was kind of like that, where it was with AD Mitchell, and I promise this was actually a note for him before he was drafted by the Colts. Was that I wasn't that worried about his quote, because one of the complaints about him was quote unquote lack of production, because he only finished, I think it was 500 or look this up for me, I believe it was 55 receptions for 850 yards, something like that. So people were thinking, A, why didn't he get more catches? B, why didn't he get more yards? And the more I watched Mitchell's tape, it wasn't his fault. Is that Ewers is a terrible quarterback. And
55 receptions, 845 receiving yards, 11 receiving touchdowns.
Yeah, so he had a lot of touchdowns, but not a whole lot of yards or receptions. And Ewers, oh my God, there was a great play where Mitchell was wide open on a streak, and he underthrew him by at least 5 yards. It was a terrible throw. So, again, we're getting next year's draft at this point, but Quinn Ewers is a quarterback that I think a lot of people were talking. It's he could go first round. I'm like, in what fucking world? Because that dude is not good.
Chauncey, I think you had a question about Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I
go
did.
ahead.
Is he going to be in that tier of guys like Christian Hackenberg where he's going to inexplicably start games because of injury or something like
Yes.
that?
That's what I think, 100%.
And people just really grow to hate him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I think 100%.
Becomes a don't bet on him guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Speaking of, by the way, this Trevin Wallace guy is awesome. Panthers are having a surprisingly strong draft.
You know, they were due, man. The Generals were due.
So just to recap a couple of the last handful of picks here, we had the Giants at number 70 overall took Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky. At number 71 overall, we had Isaiah Adams, the offensive tackle out of Illinois, going to the Arizona Cardinals. And just now we had the Carolina Panthers at 72 overall take Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky. So Tad, you're excited by Trevin Wallace. I wasn't sure whether you want to speak about him for a bit.
Let me see if I can, because I knew the name sounded. Here we go. Trevin Wallace, linebacker at Kentucky, 6'1", 237. I'm reading notes from, let me see. Apparently yesterday I updated this. Okay, I don't know why I scouted him, but apparently I scouted him for some reason. Oh no, because he was an inside linebacker. That's why.
Oh God.
I'm so sorry. Only 2 of them have gone so far this.
Well, it's not a robust linebacker draft, right?
It's true. It's true. It's not a robust linebacker draft. That's for sure.
See, I listened to the Side Guys podcast. I know these things.
There you go. There you go. Appreciate it.
You are by far our most loyal listener. So no, Trevor Wallace,
Shout out to Matt.
I'm about to say, what about Matt? You just disrespect Matt like that?
I know.
Okay, Dallas.
Look,
Okay.
I love Matt. He's my best friend. Will likely be the best man at my wedding. He listens to our show. Any little inaccuracy I get on the Bears, he will take. I will wake up at 6:30 in the morning on a work day, and the first thing I see on my phone is a text message from him being like, "You mischaracterized my take."
Dad, I know you were about to get into your Trevor Wallace take, but yeah, I think I agree with Chauncey. He had a great exclamation for this one because the Cowboys, I think, got themselves a really good find here in the third round. The guard, Cooper Beebe out of Kansas State. They had to do something. So, Tad, I know you scouted the offensive lineman as well. I'm pretty sure you did some homework on Cooper Beebe because I'm a fan of his.
All right, well, let's go back to Trevor Wallace real quick. So he's just a very instinctive linebacker, and here's why I really like him is because in today's NFL, defending tight end is the toughest coverage ask of a defender, and he is the linebacker that is capable of doing it. He is the guy that can put right there, and I trust him. Like, okay, if I put you on this guy, I don't need to worry about him. I need to worry about the rest of the defense because you got it. You can do it. So he's absolutely phenomenal man-man coverage. He's a great blitzer. Getting off blocks, he's a great blitzer when he can kind of sneak through. But if he's one-on-one block, he needs to work on being able to get off those blocks a little bit better. But I'll tell you who he really reminds me of is coming, especially like I remember being equally as excited about this guy, and luckily he's paid off, is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah, the Joker. I like
Hey,
it.
Chauncey, I have a question for you real quick.
Yes, sir.
Did they show the Lions cheerleader today?
Pardon me?
Did they show the Lions
All
cheerleader today?
right, I will say this actually. Me and Amir clarified.
I don't think so.
Me and Amir clarified this because it was very unfortunate timing for you. You were watching ESPN.
Right.
Said that, right?
Yes.
Me and Amir were on NFL Network while they were showing like a little league cheerleading squad at the same
High school
time.
baby, probably.
That's why we were like, we're not doing this.
No.
Horion, Maine.
It was a grown woman. It was an
it
actual
wasn't little
Detroit
league
Lions
either. It was like
team.
high school. That's why I was like,
mean,
no, we're not doing this.
You
That's why I was like, no, we're nipping this in the bud. I'm like, no.
I got you.
I'm a teacher. We're not doing this.
No, it was a grown woman. She was clearly over 18.
Yeah, no. So Amir, I don't know if Amir had the same confusion as I did in the moment, but that's where I was at.
I was a little
about
confused
time,
too at the point,
Atlanta.
but then I think I realized in the moment too. I was like, I think he's watching ESPN because we're getting different people on the screen. So I was like, I thought
you were scolding him for being horny on Maine. I really thought that's what you were doing.
Chauncey knew what I was talking about. Chauncey's like,
Yeah, I'm on ESPN.
Chauncey's like,
Chauncey's on ESPN as well. That's why.
Chauncey's like, I thought the same thing, but I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah,
and I'm
no. And so that's why I was
her on the
like,
TV.
So like you're look, I'm not gonna say you're allowed to be horny on this show, but it's a live show. You do you. But when there's a high schooler on my TV and you bring that up, that's where I'm like, okay, let's not do this.
You thought
I
it was
will
if
say
there's
that
grass in the field
since Al
ball
brought up the
situation?
Detroit cheerleader, we did get an uprise in viewers just now. So I think people are hoping to see the Detroit cheerleader.
Hey, can I say something?
Yes.
Go for it.
I don't know. I don't know anymore. To be perfect,
I would like to. I after watching. So at work today, I didn't do any work. I was just watching a bunch of press conferences.
Good man.
That's the way to do it.
First boss is still
That's the way to
watching.
work. That's the way to work.
I was watching a bunch of press conferences. So I watched the press conference of the Atlanta Falcons, and the theory of the pick makes sense. The theory. Now, listen to what I'm saying. The theory of the pick makes sense.
Do you want to recap it for anybody of our viewers who didn't?
Oh,
the conference.
Oh, so pretty
Good
much,
job directing.
huh?
No, I was telling him, good job directing.
Oh yeah, no. So pretty much they said that they'll never be in a 9 spot again, and all their future drafts they'll be too low to get a quarterback to replace Kirk Cousins. So in theory, the pick makes sense. The problem is there's a reality, and I don't think they're living in reality.
In theory, communism works. So.
Yes, in theory, communism does work. In theory, it does work. On paper, it works. But when you go to
communism, okay.
Sorry, that's a reference for Chauncey. I'm pretty sure Chauncey.
I know.
That's why I made that.
No.
Chauncey, when you messaged us the other day, be like, "Do you do an audience just for me?" Yes, I know. Amir said no. Yes, he does.
And by the way,
That's a bold
you'll
place.
never know, but I play to Amir all the time in my show. All the time. Thaddeus doesn't get shit. My other guests.
I don't get shit.
Oh
No,
God.
I don't get it. I know Amir heard that and he nodded. He nodded. Somewhere in a dark room, he nodded. Yep, I got that one.
Yep, 100%. But yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. I mean, it's like I was telling Tad before both of you guys joined on towards the beginning of the live stream today. That was just like there's a viral video going around of Arthur Blank talking to Terry Botno after the pick was made, and it's like clear. There was some sort of clear discussion as far as just like, wait, you didn't run this by me, or it was like, why was this move made, or just like it was very interesting to see that. Just like it seemed like maybe this was not the move intended to happen to number 8 overall, and then he kind of had to justify it in the moment. And
I thought it was weird that Arthur Blank asked him to keep his job without using the letter E. That was very strange.
No, my favorite story, and yes, I know you guys are just making Simpsons references.
No, of course, that's exactly what's happening
But
now.
no, my favorite part of the story of the Falcons in last night was apparently before the draft, they called Kirk Cousins and said, "Hey, just so you know, we're going to draft your successor in this weekend."
Really? Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, no. So they told him that they were going to draft his successor, and he was like, "Okay, cool. No, I get it." They didn't tell him they were drafting him in round 1. So that's the part he was like, "Whoa, hold on!" Like that.
Speaking of the Falcons, we missed their pick.
Yeah, they just made a selection at 74 overall. They selected Braylon Trice out of Washington.
Braylon Trice, real name, no gimmicks.
No names, no gimmicks. Yeah.
That was a joke for like 5 people.
Oh gosh. But yeah, still got a good quarter left to go here for day 2. But yeah, we got the Bears up on the clock now. So we just had a great extensive conversation with Matt for sure about everything Bears related for sure. So that was a good conversation.
Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Matt.
How about Atlanta finally getting a pass rusher? It took 3 times.
Tad,
Did it.
Just know that shirt's coming. That shirt's coming to the store.
Chicago.
What shirt? Yeah, I wasn't even listening to you, Matt. I was too busy in the background doing other things.
Shout out to Matt.
Okay.
We're gonna get a shout out to Matt.
That's Matt. It has to be like shout out to Max/Matt. That's what the shirt is.
That's better.
Or like the one that's like crossed out, right? So like shout out to Matt, crossed out, and then you replace it Matt.
That's a great idea. That's fantastic.
Peanut Tillman. Nice pick here for the Bears pick. I like it.
Yeah, the Broncos pick too. That just came in.
This life, these sports. This life, these sports. So, Ted, are you like at your friend's house and they're all going out and you're not going?
So the TCU spring game is tomorrow. So every year we go to. Oh my God, that is a fantastic pick.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah.
We had commentary from the Peanut Gallery and Matt back there.
Shout out to Matt.
Speaking of Peanut, is he still in the FBI?
I think so.
So was that little kid is that his daughter, or is he doing his own version of My Spy?
Oh, who's that?
No, I think that's his daughter. That would make the most sense.
Okay.
You never know.
Peanut Tillman works for the FBI?
Yeah.
Doing what? Like he's a federal agent?
Oh.
Well, duh, what does he do?
I think he does.
I can look it up.
I
But
forget
Ted,
his
I know
actual
you're a
job,
huge
but
fan
it's like
of Kieran Omega G out of Yale going drafted to the Chicago Bears. I'm pretty sure Matt will be excited to hear your analysis about him. But yeah, why don't you tell us about Kieran Omega G while we look up Peter Tillman and whether he's still in the FBI or not?
I'm pretty sure he is. It's
Matt really stuck his head in and was like, "Is he good? Yeah, he's good. Okay, cool." And then like went back up.
I mean, you gotta start investing in Caleb Williams, right? Like that's just further investing.
So we're just gonna keep this bit going.
What?
No, I'm looking it up. You can continue with your take. It's fine.
Anyway,
Good on them for investing in Caleb Williams.
I'm not going to try his last name, but he is my favorite. He may be my favorite sleeper in the entire draft, but he's definitely my favorite offensive line sleeper. He is an absolute monster. He's ready to start right away. He is a poor man's Olu Fashanu. Olu Fashanu is just only better than him because he's slightly faster.
Tony Scheffler. How about that throwback?
Wow, even I know that name. That's awesome.
But I love the jacket. You gotta love the jacket.
But yeah, Kieran, I think some people are saying he should be a guard. I think he's fine at tackle, but that dude's going to be an absolute
When did Tony Scheffler turn into a Danny McBride character?
He does have a little bit of Kenny Powers in him right now, doesn't he?
He looks like he sold Kenny Powers a jet ski. Sorry.
Oh,
no, you're fine. But Al, to answer your earlier question, I'm in Fort Worth because the TCU spring game is tomorrow, and me and my friends always go every year as a tradition. And so, yes, I'm in an Airbnb currently.
Oh, you guys got an Airbnb?
Yep.
Not a Verbo?
Don't you live in Dallas?
Do you realize the geographical difference between Fort Worth?
I see you, Tad. No, Tad, I see you. It's a long stretch of freeway. I get it.
It's a long stretch of freeway with a lot of traffic in between.
The LBJ Parkway is no joke, man. I get you.
Spend a weekend.
Is it like the Matlock Expressway?
Like, yes, you could.
It's not quite that extensive, but but the LBJ.
Tad, I drive 50 spots. I drive 110 miles a day.
It's not you I have a problem with. I shouldn't be being aggressive to you. I apologize. In what fucking world is Dallas to Fort Worth 30 minutes?
We're about to find out right now. You're about to get put on the spot.
That is ridiculous. Only if you're going 90 miles an hour can you make that drive in 30 minutes. I don't know where you live, sir, madam.
Yeah, boo-hoo, am I right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're putting Tad on the spot. Let's find out right now. Dallas?
It's 9 p.m. There's no traffic.
We can
I are about to do the Californians bit, and I can feel it.
Direction, Fort Worth. Are you ready, Tad?
Just to clean up a question we had earlier, is Charles Peter Tillman still in the FBI? He is training to be an officer, apparently, but they're not specific as far as what kind of officer. So, yes, he is still in the FBI.
He's at Langley being taught by Clarice Starling.
He made it before his 37th birthday.
Yeah, exactly. That's the age limit.
Okay. We'll do next Friday. Next Friday at the fact that there's no traffic at 7 o'clock, Tad, and it's only 32 miles.
Okay, all right. Whoa. I'm not saying it's like a cross-country trip, but
you could have did this yesterday. You could have drove yesterday to Dallas.
Okay, Vegas.
Why would I? Wait. If I want to make a weekend out of it, why would I drive down to Fort Worth, hang out here Friday night, then drive all the way back to Dallas, just drive all the way back to Fort Worth for the spring game, and then just drive all the way back to Dallas on Saturday night, rather than just get an Airbnb, split between 5 people, and then we're good to go?
It's only 30 minutes.
What? Okay. No, screw you. You're just not listening to me.
It's different. I guess it's different for California because
clearly, because we're smart enough where if you're going.
People, hold on, watch this, Tad. If you're from California and you're
back and forth, and if I want to have a couple drinks, I'll have a couple drinks, and therefore I don't worry about driving home because I'm a responsible driver who doesn't drink and drive. Al.
They have things called Uber.
Hey, careful.
Podcast and drive.
Careful.
Based on last year.
I podcast and drive, but I get an Uber. If you're from California, especially Southern California, because the Bay is different.
Speak on it.
If you have a friend who came to visit you and they're 30 minutes away, would you stay at home that night or would you stay in an Airbnb that's only 30 miles away? That's LA to Long Beach, just to give you guys a little reference point. I need you guys to answer the conference.
What's wrong with going back to our college town, spending a weekend here, rather than going back and forth? In fact, it's actually more environmentally friendly. I thought you guys were supposed to be environmentally friendly over there.
Actually, the thing that triggered us was that you're saying that there's a lot of traffic, and there's no traffic at all.
Yeah, you're really. I don't want to be that guy. I do support you. I've been on the LBJ Parkway, and it sucks. But hold on. But
I'm not saying it's it's an incredibly long drive. All I am saying is that it's more convenient just to spend a weekend here, rent a house, and just stay here than going back and forth.
But you said traffic, and you triggered us Southern Californians when you said traffic.
You drive. Okay, you know what? No, you drive through Arlington in rush hour. You see how it is, and then you just be Mr. Hotshot. All right.
Okay, you drive from LAX.
No. That's a false equivalency. That's a false equivalency. I hate my students do that, where they say, "Oh, well, this one thing is worse, so therefore this cannot be bad." That is a false equivalency.
You didn't let me finish. Do you tell your students when you cut them off that means you're not listening? I want you to listen to what I'm saying.
No, I cut them off because they're making a bad argument.
Drive from LAX to downtown LA, which is only 15 miles, and it takes 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah,
that is called traffic, Tad.
Al.
Yes.
You live in Corona, right?
I do.
Told me. And where do you commute to for work?
LAX in downtown LA.
Oh, fuck.
Well, jumping back to the whole point of the live stream, we do have a draft going on. So just to recap some of the latest picks that we just had, 76 overall, the Denver Broncos just took Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher out of Utah. The Las Vegas Raiders at 77 overall took Delmar Glaze, the offensive tackle out of Maryland. And we just had a trade up with the Houston Texans. They are now on the clock at number 78 overall. So there must be a guy that they are eyeing to upgrade their team roster there for sure. But yeah, I can't speak to all the traffic things because I live in NorCal, so I can't compare with the Southern California traffic.
You take the BART.
I don't take the BART. I drive. And I can't attest to the Texas traffic. I was in Texas, Dallas for a little bit, but I mean, there wasn't much traffic there. We drove on a weekend, so I mean, I can't really attest to see what rush hour traffic is.
North, that was north urban area. Fort Worth is west.
Okay, yeah. See, so I can't really speak to that either. So I can't really participate in this conversation, unfortunately. But yeah, Jonah Ellis. I'm a huge
WL, subscribe to my show, Salute Detroit Podcast.
There you go. He's been a good follower and listener.
Who is WL? It's so suspicious because it's infrastructure projects in Texas are obsolete as soon as they were finished. To be fair, infrastructure projects in Texas are obsolete. All
right, we're done with the traffic talk. We're not doing any more traffic talk. If I hear the word traffic out of your mic, Al, I'm muting you. You're back to the penalty box.
You triggered it.
Back to the penalty box.
You're going to mute anybody for saying the word traffic? So if I bring up Steven Soderbergh winning an Oscar for directing Traffic, you're going to mute me?
You know what? He's going to the penalty box just for mentioning that damn movie.
What's wrong with the movie? That's a good movie.
It's okay.
No, am I thinking of Crash? I'm thinking of Crash.
No. Traffic's the drug movie.
Yeah, I like that movie though.
No, I'm thinking of Crash. Yeah, shit.
No, Crash is trash.
Oh.
I remember at college orientation, they showed us the scene where Sandra Bullock is being really racist. The key worker.
Nice.
Sure. And then she trips down the stairs and is cured of racism. It's amazing.
Amir, here's another interesting stat about Peanut Tillman.
What's that?
He's 0-2 in the Super Bowl.
What was the second one?
He was with the Panthers and the Bears.
You're right.
The Panthers
Super Bowl. You're absolutely right.
Yep.
Al, this is perfect timing. So the Texans traded up to the 78 overall pick here in the third round to select the safety out of USC, Caleb Bullock, is now on the board. So this is a perfect opportunity, Al. Speak about Caleb Bullock, especially like you said, you're a 3-level guy, coach and recruited secondary here. So what are your thoughts on Caleb Bullock?
Third round is about right.
I agree with that.
He's about third round. The problem with Caleb Bullock is he does not tackle well, and he's very light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He peaks when he's in coverage because he's really aggressive. So this is what happened with Caleb Bullock. Caleb Bullock should have went yesterday, but he had such a drop off between 2022 and 2023. If Caleb Bullock would have came out 2022, he would have been first round, early second round. His drop off was the drop off that he had between those 2 years I don't know what happened. They say it's coaching. I don't know if it was coaching. I don't really, but he needs to tackle in the NFL. He needs to get his eyes right in the NFL, and he may have a chance. But right where he is, it's a perfect value pick. They don't lose a lot of money on the salary cap. If it works, it worked. If it doesn't work, it does work. But this is a good pick right here.
Well, and I'll say this is, and unfortunately I'll say this, is he does find himself a great mentor, because I agree with everything Al just said, is he's too aggressive, especially in the run support, is way too often watching his tape is he would be there at the line of scrimmage on a run play because he recognizes it so quickly, but he would pick the wrong gap because he's just lunging for the tackle to get there as soon as possible. He is now joining another fellow safety who had a very similar complaint about him coming out of college, and Jalen Petrie. And so that is a great mentor to have of like, look, I get your style of play. I get you want to be the guy, but, you're going to have to kind of focus that in. And so unfortunately, I think that he will eventually develop into a good starter for the Texans.
I think he hit his peak in 22 and hasn't got any better. I don't think he's going to be around long in the NFL.
He's been flat, though. He hasn't gotten any worse.
Is he like a feast or famine kind of guy? Or either he's like all over it or he gets fucking roasted?
In coverage, he's all over it. In coverage, he's great. It's just he just has some stuff to work on. So it's not like boom or bust. It's just kind of like.
Also a great pick, Ted.
I actually really like this pick.
Yeah, I wanted to get to this because, the Colts actually traded up to 79 overall to select Matt Goncalves. I believe I'm saying that last name right, out of the University of Pittsburgh. So, I mean, Tad, you scouted offensive line. This is also a Colts pick as well. So, I mean, what are your thoughts about this pick here?
I like it a lot. The Colts offensive line is often hurt, and that's often because they're getting older. Everybody except for Quentin Nelson, I love, but other than Bernard Raymond, we're going to need at least at worst case scenario, we're going to need a solid backup. At best case scenario, we're going to need, their successor. So I think that it's going for a second there. I thought that was a GM's notebook, and I'm like, wow.
No, this guy's just keeping track as he's going along. That's all it is. Man.
So I actually really like it. Conclave.
DJ Hushman-Zada. I love it. Here's coming out with the Bengals.
Wow. Also another good football grid guy, a Seahawk and a Bengal.
It's true. Yeah. And a Raider, too. He was a Raider.
Oh, he was a Raider. I forgot about that. But no, in general, I really like him because he does have some really bad technical stuff he needs to work on. He stands straight up. Like, he does not understand the concept of, like, bending over so you have that power over people. But all of his, not mistakes, all of his flaws are very coachable. So I think that'll be a good pick. And he's a developmental guy, but we have no need for him to play right away. So personally, I think a little early for him. Now they go receiver. But overall, I would give that like a B grade to the Colts.
Okay. Nice. All right, yeah. So we got the Bengals upgrading their wide receiver room. Maybe this is a sign that, Tyler Boyd is not coming back. Me and Dad were sort of talking about that earlier. That there's a possibility that he may come back. But I think with this selection, I think that pretty much signals that Tyler Boyd will not be coming back to Cincinnati Bengals because Jermaine Burton, the wide receiver out of Alabama, was just selected by Cincinnati Bengals at 80th overall. And I mean, this guy is just, he's got that pedigree that's just, he's not going to wow you in any certain department, but I think he's just got a lot of things that he does well. He's just a very polished route runner. There's a lot of things that you like about him. Tracks the ball really well when the ball's in the air, goes after it. He's just a very good, solid receiver. And I think just a type of guy that you could pair nicely with the receivers that you already have in your room. So I don't think he's got
how big is he?
He comes in about 6'1", 190.
Really? He looks bigger than that.
Might have been bigger than that. I'll double check the measurements for you here in just a second. 6 foot 196. That's what I have here.
Hold on real quick. At that's my ex at coach_row2. You can follow me there.
I was just about to highlight that. Yeah. So look at that. This is the beauty of the Decide Guys live stream is we are bringing everybody who joins us followers. So if you want followers, if you want to grow your base, come on in and we would love to have you.
He's apparently a big SC fan. So if you go on YouTube, you can watch all of our shows from this past season.
Clearly knows me because they're pushing all my buttons.
But we appreciate all the interaction between WL and everybody else that's watching this live stream.
Well, shout out this Life D Sports. They sent a lot of stuff too.
Yeah, that's a good friend of Tad's for sure. So we're getting a lot of great interaction on the live stream. So we appreciate everybody. Continue tuning in. We still got about 20 or so picks. I think a little bit more than that because I think we have a little bit of the compensatory picks here in the third round, so it goes longer than just your standard amount of picks there. We got about 20, 25 picks or so left in the third round, so still got a lot more picks to go.
How big is that receiver now? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, you're good. Like I said, 6 foot 196. That's what I got.
196. Okay, so he's a 200-pound receiver. He'll be 200
Yeah.
pounds by the time he gets. That's what he looks like. So
That's fair.
that's a good move.
Yeah.
Because like he's when I was watching his highlights, like this is a big body guy. Like go get it. Like this is the guy that gets Joe out of trouble. You know what I mean? Like
He can
if
be,
Joe's
yeah.
in trouble and he throws it to him. He's able to be a big body and make the catch and keep the chains moving, or at least to stay in front of the sticks. This might be a good value pick for the Bengals because if it doesn't work out, it doesn't really cost them anything.
No,
No, exactly.
This is
That's
a great
exactly what it
pick
is.
because he has I won't say similar playing style to Tyler Boyd, but he fits the same need as Tyler Boyd of like, we just need a third athletic guy in there. And when occasionally, like when, Higgins is locked down and Chase is locked down, we just need a guy who can also break it big, and Burton is that guy. He's very, very raw, and usually I hate using that term, but there's a lot for him to refine in his game.
Just say green.
Yeah, and I feel like that's always been the case for non-superstar Bama receivers.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that's been the case for like Julio Jones or anyone like that, or Devonta Smith. Actually, kind of with Devonta Smith a little bit. But it just feels like, as the case is with most Alabama receivers, it's just like, yeah, you're the best athlete on the field, so you never really had to develop any technique. That was Dallas Turner's whole problem. That's why he slipped so far last night. But there's a lot there to like, and I think that being in that wide receiver room, that's a very, very good sign for him.
No, for sure. So
Somebody
next
wants
one-
Spencer Rattler. WO wants to talk about Spencer. What is Spencer? Yes, Spencer.
No, I think he's calling Tad Spencer.
No, he's
'cause
calling
that's-
Spencer's my real name, which makes me think I think it's one of my students, and I think I know which one.
Oh, wait, hold on. So that means your initials are.
Yeah. That's exactly what they are.
Yeah. So fun facts about that: my dad, who apparently never has been in middle school, said no one would notice, and then
Everybody
my mom
noticed.
wanted to switch it up, but yes. Actually, congratulations, because you're one of the only people who reached that on your own.
No, it just came across my mind. Al just beat me to it. I was being
All right.
polite. Technically, my Rams are on the clock right now.
You know
Technically,
another surprising guy who's slipping is Adisa Isaac. I thought he'd be gone by now.
Well, you weren't a huge fan of him. I remember we were a while doing our
I
edge rusher
wasn't,
episode,
but
and
it
you
seemed like
said you weren't
everybody
a huge
else
fan of
was.
his. That's fair. So yeah, we got a big NFC West, handful of picks here coming up. So we got the Seattle Seahawks on the clock with, I believe, Tyler Lockett is leading out that crowd, right? I believe, if I remember seeing that correctly. So we got the Seahawks here at 81. We got the Arizona Cardinals at 82. And then, yeah, just like Chauncey said, we got the Los Angeles Rams
I
here.
know
at
the next
81.
two picks. He was waiting for 83.
That's Giancarlo Esposito. That is not Tyler Lockett.
What?
No, I'm sorry. No, stop it.
That's Gus, man. That's Gus.
I don't.
No.
Oh gosh.
All right.
So it looks like we got a flag football team there flanking Tyler Lockett to announce the pick here for the Seattle Seahawks here at 81.
No, dude, that's the Seattle Storm.
Seattle Storm. Oh. This is a good pick. This is a good pick.
That sucks for you two.
This is an instant upgrade for their interior of the offensive line, because I talked about just the fact that they needed some help on the interior of the offensive line. They have some good tackles with Abraham Lucas, Charles Cross. They needed help on the interior. And yeah, Christian Haynes, I think, Tad, if I remember correctly, I think we had him ranked as our best offensive, maybe not best, but second, possibly.
He wasn't even close. He was like far and away the best guard in this year's draft, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You put we saw it happen with Quinion Mitchell. And by the way, I had a great example of this with Kevin, the Giants fan who was on earlier.
What the hell?
Where we were driving to Fort Worth together, which took 45 minutes. But anyway, and I told him, I was like, oh yeah, I thought the Quinion Mitchell fall was kind of surprising. He goes, really? I mean, the guy at Toledo, really? And that just shows you like the school thing is so.
It makes a difference.
And he sucks.
You
don't forget he sucks.
You replace that helmet with shut up, WL. I'm not doing this with you anymore. You replace that Connecticut helmet with an Alabama helmet, and he would have been a first rounder last night.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I just watched this guy's highlights, and this dude could move.
He's a monster, man.
Stupid athletic.
Fast. His feet are great. He's strong. It's very hard to find weaknesses in his game. If he played for any legitimate, I think they're still D1 because I know they went out of D1 and now I think they're back in D1, but it doesn't matter. If he played for a legitimate contender, if he played for Michigan, he could have gone top 10. Like
That's
the
fair.
amount,
That's fair.
the amount of coverage he would have gotten in the national championship would have been insane.
Chauncey, you got a comment?
He's good.
Well, I'm just from the future. Just explain to me what just happened. I'm just asking this question from the future. You'll know what I mean when it happens.
Oh, okay, I'm assuming you're talking about the Rams pick because I'm
Are you
pretty sure
talking-
they
Oh, the Rams pick?
made their
Uh-huh.
pick. Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
But we just had the Arizona Cardinals make their selection at 82 overall. They took
Jeez,
Tip
I never heard
Ryman,
of
the
that.
tight end out of Illinois. So this guy's mainly a blocking tight end. They're showing some receiving highlights here, but yeah, they mainly used him as a blocker. He does have some receiving skills that he could develop, but I think this is, especially when you pair this up with the Trey Benson pick, I think they want to establish a good running game there.
They want to run 12 personnel, right? That's what it looks like.
They probably will because, yeah, they obviously have Trey McBride,
Wow.
so I think they'll use him as the receiving threat, but he also can block. But then,
he's
yeah,
a
now you got
blocker.
Tip
He has
Ryman here who
40
could be a
He has 41 receptions, 420 yards, and 4 touchdowns on the season. Oh, no,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry. That's his career.
No, I know. Like I said, that's why I'm surprised they're showing so many receiving highlights. I think for the pure fact that
Whoa,
he
that's
can't catch
boring.
the ball. He can't
For
catch the ball,
podcast.
but no, he is going to be just like Chauncey laid out. It's a 12 personnel. They'll use him as that blocking tight end to set up either James Conner and or their now rookie running back.
Although
Trey
you
Benson.
laugh, Tab, but he's going to be that guy that catches a really annoying third down pass. Like, oh, of course, I went
Or
to
he's going to vulture touchdowns. Yeah, exactly what it's going to be. So it's like,
Oh,
if you
God
draft,
damn it!
if you
gonna
draft
still
Marvin
get-
Harrison Jr.
He
in
will
fantasy
still
football,
get
like Tip Ryman's going to vulture those touchdowns possibly. I can see that
I'm going to
happening.
tell you what. I'm going to tell you who that guy is. He's going to be the annoying motherfucker. This happens every season.
Yep.
He's going to be that annoying motherfucker that has one random week where he gets like 16 points
Yes.
in fantasy.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
gonna
no.
be
You
away
get
from
He
our
had two
guy.
receiving touchdowns
This
that like
happens
for a total of
every
5
season.
yards. Yeah.
Yeah, this happens every season with the tight end specifically, where they go, a random ass tight end goes off, and me and Amir are asked constantly for the next 12 hours until we record our show. Should I pick him up? Should I pick him up?
Yeah,
Should I pick him up? And we're like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tight end
Yours
is
was-
such.
Maybe one of you two
Oh.
will remember. Maybe you'll remember too.
Oh, that's
It
great.
was like,
They needed that.
Two Chargers tight
Wait.
ends went off. Do you remember
So I
that?
should be happy?
That
Yeah.
was terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blake Corum, okay, interesting. A running
Interesting.
back out of Michigan,
They don't-
going to the Los Angeles Rams. So
Yeah. Explain it. So I should be happy about this, right?
Right. Think
Yeah,
about it.
this
Think
is
about
great.
it. He has no mileage. He has no NFL mileage. All the
Uh-huh.
Rams running back has multiples of miles on them already, right?
Mhm.
Can't stay healthy. This
Okay.
dude, if he stays healthy, he could be the number one guy.
Wait. Rewind that. So as far as the stays healthy thing, is this a concern already, or just
No,
in
no,
general?
just
No, he's just a very
in
physical
general.
runner.
Yeah, just in general. Like
But I'll say this, Chauncey, is he has the best field vision of any. Wow, look at that! NFL Network just put up the vision balance. He has the best field vision of any running back in this year's class.
Okay.
He hits the lane with a ton of. He's not fast, but he hits the lane with a ton of quickness. He obviously played in a pro style offense, so he's the most pro ready running back there is.
Okay.
My comp, I know
different style though, Tad. That's going to be his problem.
Yeah, I agree.
What?
My pro, and I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on this. NFL Network's pro comp was Doug Martin. Not a bad one, but I kind of have a similar player. He reminded me a lot of Ray Rice. I think he runs a pretty similar style of Ray Rice.
Yeah, but the issue is that he's coming from a gap scheme to a zone scheme. Sean McVay is a zone scheme guy, so we have to figure
They
out
don't run zone anymore, though.
who doesn't run zone anymore.
I mean, McVay kind of back. That's why they beefed up on the O line the last 2 years.
Because they didn't have any running backs to do it.
No.
Now
But
they
like
That's
they're
what-
blocking.
the one running back they did have, Sean McVay fucking hated. So
yeah.
Oh no! But like the last 2 years have been about like moving away from like zone and finesse blocking to like maulers.
Well, if they go to gap scheme, then he'll fit right in because he's been running.
They ran gap scheme last year. That was a whole revamped offense that they ran.
They didn't run gap scheme last
They
year.
backed away from zone mostly.
They tried, but they still ran a lot of zone. A lot of their play action is off the zone.
Okay, so
But if
you
they
said-
do go to gap scheme, though, Chauncey, if they do go to gap scheme, he's been running gap scheme.
it seems like that's where they're going. That's why they invested so heavily in guard, and then moving Avila to center.
All right, well, we'll see. But that's a good pick if they are going gap scheme.
Okay,
no,
okay.
that's I would put that. I would honestly though, it's a good pick in terms of got a good player, but I would give that B- because
Like, where he was selected.
player, is that your biggest need, right? Like, why are you worrying about running back?
I know. Well, I
They
can.
need a running back.
Here's my idea. I think they're honest. They looked at that stretch Kyron missed last year and were like, okay, we need another guy because Royce didn't really help out and really make it really matter much, and they really missed Kyron Williams last year. So to have someone who has the field vision that Kyron has, and is, as you guys say, durable, then that's an insurance policy, because we don't know. I don't know what his long-term health is. Kyron's long-term health is going to be.
The Colts can't get everybody.
What?
No, it's not that. It's just like, my God, that is the most Steelers pick of all time.
They always find a receiver, man.
He's going to
always do it.
I don't hate the Steelers. It's just like, I can tell you right now, that dude's going to be so damn good.
The Steelers just like find wide receivers in the ground like fucking orcs,
And the thing I said about Roman Wilson after I scouted him was like, this dude has no quit. He's a very gritty receiver. He's super aggressive. Like, holy shit! Like, that's a Steeler. I'm explaining a Steeler when scouting like that is a stat. Oh God, that's a great.
Can I ask one more question about Corum?
Why are these good teams so good at drafting?
What's up?
What you got, Chauncey?
As a blocker, how is he?
He's very good.
Yeah.
It's a requirement.
He's the type of running back that you
Kyron,
want.
that's Kyron's bag too. He's really good at pass blocking.
All right, but look, Chauncey, has the Rams draft anybody to take the top off yet?
No.
Let's see who's
they have the 99th pick. Hold on, they have the 99th pick, so we'll see.
No, actually, no, because I wasn't his biggest fan, but this is back when he was being like touted as a potential first-round pick. Troy Franklin would be interesting in the Rams.
He from Oregon?
Yeah.
That would be a good one. That would be a good one.
Franklin or Devontae Walker out of North Carolina, I think those could be two good fits.
Because they drafted a tackle already, right? They drafted a lineman.
Who?
The Rams.
No.
They haven't drafted a lineman?
No, they went
Jared Verse last night. They went Braden Fisk tonight.
Who's Braden Fisk? What position?
Defensive tackle out of Florida State.
He played next to Jared Verse at Florida State. They went
two defensive tackles.
From the same school, yeah.
That's cool. All right, so they need to get it. They
Seminoles.
They need to get an O lineman, and they got the running back, and they need a receiver to take the top off, and they're going back to the Super Bowl.
I mean, I do wonder if they trade the 99th pick so they can get a fourth, because they don't have any fourths tomorrow. They have like a bunch of fifths.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of receivers I like left. I'm seeing like maybe 4 or 5 guys I like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I think that's what I'm saying. If they don't walk out of this draft doing that, then they're going to be the same team. Think about their Super Bowl team, Chauncey. They had a running back, a good offensive line, and they had a receiver to take the top off.
Yeah, I'm not.
And Cooper Kupp. That's what makes that West Coast play action offense work. Like they need somebody to take the top off. They can't. Tutu Atwell didn't do very well at it.
So
can I ask you this? Wait, can I ask you this?
There?
As far let's say they don't come away with that tonight, and they try something either in the 5th round, or would that just be something they like dumpster dive for in August?
They can dumpster dive for it in August or go get a vet, yes, but they need to do it before Labor Day.
Yeah, I have a feeling if they don't address it in the draft, or at least address it quickly, I have a feeling they're going to be looking for cut guys, or like maybe that's a Tyler Boyd destination.
It could be. Could be
I
a
don't
situation.
think Tyler Boyd's fast enough for that, is he?
Okay. Well, then would they be like, okay, fuck it, we'll trade for Higgins? I don't want them to, but like, would they?
But think about this, Chauncey. The guy who took the top off their Super Bowl year, they started the year with Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
And then he ended up, and then the kid's son, the coach's son from the Cardinals, ended up taking his spot.
Van.
You see that they need that. They need to go.
Here's the problem with Van, though. Like
he's
Van
gone though.
What?
He's gone.
Well, I know he's a Falcon. He's a Falcon apparently still. No, but the problem with Van was like great route, like on paper, great route runner, all that stuff. But for whatever reason, he just was never consistent. Like, and the Super Bowl wasn't really fair because like his wife like was going into labor. So I'm like, all right, I can see why you were not totally present. But he never got. He like had a ceiling. Like he hit a very defined ceiling and never broke out the way he should have.
Top off guys all have a ceiling. They can only run. They can only run the 8 or the 9.
Even as a top off guy, though, he wasn't consistently getting the top off.
I thought he was that year.
No, that year. But that's the problem. It was that year.
Yeah, I'm only talking Super Bowl year. Bowl year. I'm saying the year they won the Super Bowl, they had a good running back.
I know.
A good lineman. They had Cooper Kupp, and they had a guy to take the top off.
It's telling, though, that he didn't even try to even flourish in Atlanta. He should have.
Top off guys have a very limited ceiling. They can
only
run 8s and 9s.
Even in Atlanta, he disappeared, which is very strange.
Well, they had issues with their offense anyway, so Van Jefferson wasn't going to merge there anyway.
No,
so
I know, but you know what I mean, though, right? Like,
I get you.
It wasn't like
100%.
it wasn't like, oh, they let a good guy get away. It was was he really that good?
Because Atlanta really had nobody else besides Drake London and obviously Kyle Pitts, but just like he
point.
had a chance to emerge and he didn't.
That's my point, though. Like
Van
had every opportunity to like flourish in the Atlanta offense, and he just never did. You know, it's a bummer. I like Van Jefferson. I have nothing bad to say about Van Jefferson, but it's just like, okay, you couldn't make it work in this offense either, who really needed a guy like you.
We got a Michigan run going here.
Who is this Andy Samberg motherfucker?
That was
let's get on Carl Nassib. He is
Nassib.
Gay.
That was Carl Nassib? No.
Yeah. Yes.
That was Carl Nassib.
He was out earlier with the Trevor Project people.
Yeah.
That man is an NFL defensive end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he is anymore.
I thought he's out of the league now.
He's out of the league.
Well,
I think he's out of the league now.
He's more of a league ambassador now.
Yes, exactly. But yes, restrain your comments, Tad, please.
Careful.
All right, sorry, I'm not aware we had
There may be children watching.
Boo!
But yeah, just like Al said, we do have a Michigan run going on right here. We just had the Rams at 83 overall take Blake Corum, the running back. We just had the Steelers at 84 overall take Robin Wilson, the wide receiver. And just now, the Cleveland Browns have selected Zach Zinter, the offensive guard out of Michigan. A lot of people had this guy very highly rated as well as a very premier guard who could eventually become a starter in the league. So, looks like the Niners have a trade here.
Yeah, I know you're picking, Murr. Boo!
Pretty sure you do.
Why would the Niners trade with Philadelphia? That's like the only person in the way from making the Super Bowl. I feel like that's the only team that.
Well, if the compensation is good, it's like, why would you make that trade? But yeah, it looks like we got a trade here. So the Niners will be making their selection here at number 86. Maybe they'll go with the Michigan player too. I have no idea what it's gonna call here. But Tad, do you want to really quickly speak about Zach Zinter? I know you did some offensive line work, obviously.
He likely would have been a top end second rounder, if not, late first rounder. Had he not, and if you're watching NFL Network, I'm sure they showed.
Yeah, they showed him on the stretcher. Yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely shattered his leg against Ohio State. And so he wasn't able to do any of the pre-draft stuff. Otherwise, there are very few weaknesses in his game. Al, I encourage you to look up his, tape because he is an absolute monster. His arm strength is incredible. I was watching his game because I always do this with prospects is look up the game against the biggest opponents, both literally and metaphorically. So I watched the very first game of his was this year's game against Ohio State. And I swear to God, this is true. He literally grabs an Ohio State defensive lineman and threw him. And I was like, that should not be possible. But he did it. He tends to be a little high off the snap, but truly that's
all right, Tad, I'm going to cut you off because nobody cares about Zach Zinter and the Cleveland Browns. Let's talk about Dominic Pudi and the San Francisco 49ers, the offensive tackle here. I think that's more important than people want to know. We got an NFC West team here in the Los Angeles Rams, so we've got to talk about the competition, of course.
I know.
Equal time, I get it. Tad, obviously, you did some work. I think I had Dominic Pudi in my top 10 of offensive tackles as well. So we're just like, what can you speak about Dominic Pudi and his potential fit with the Niners here?
So I'm going to read verbatim my notes on Puni, right?
Go for it.
Dominic Puni, offensive tackle / guard for Kansas, 6'5", 313 pounds. Played both guard and tackle for Kansas. I'm in my notes now. Second note. This guy sucks, whether it's guard or tackle.
Wait,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Lunges forward on every play, plays way too high and doesn't utilize his leverage at all, not even incorrectly, just at all. Defenders have way too easy of a time to throw him off balance and get past him. He flails around a lot, ends up blocking with one. Oh, he's this guy. I do remember this guy, actually. Sorry, he's got one note. Where, dude, I swear to God. Okay, so he lunges forward like this, and the guy starts pushing back on him, and 4 times I know that he did this before I wrote down this note. And so what ends up happening is he hooks the defender and he starts doing this with his other arm, trying to feel out where the quarterback is. And as soon as I saw that for the 3rd time, I was like, no, this dude's gonna suck. His technique is absolutely terrible. Let's see.
Right.
He goes around a lot. He's a good athlete. Maybe that's why his stock is so high. Oh, this is interesting. I thought this was it actually. Is he did compete at the Senior Bowl.
Yes, I saw he was at the Senior Bowl.
Notes of this while I was watching practice backs. I was like, who's this Kansas center? I knew a Kansas tackle was there. Who's this Kansas center? He actually took a couple snaps, quite literally, at center. So maybe, like I said, with his technique being so bad, not saying center doesn't require technique before Al absolutely runs me over, but maybe you just put him at center. Maybe that's where his NFL future is at. I could see that possibly happening. So I'm not saying he's a lost cause, but woo, boy, is he a project.
All right, interesting. Chauncey, you got a comment here?
No, I just wanted to shout out to Turf Show Times writer and inexplicable Kansas Jayhawks superfan Jake Ellenbogen, who's going to gas up this pick and make me very mad. I don't know how he'll do it, but he'll gas him up very hard.
Okay, got it. Interesting. I'll have to look for that on the X or Twitter, whatever you want.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for it. I'm like, you guys don't understand. This is the next Jonathan Ogden. I'm waiting for that.
Oh Lord! Wow. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too high.
I know. I'm waiting for that. Just like, okay, all right.
Oh gosh. Okay, so we got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock here. We're at a commercial break here at number 87. Ted, how about you hit us with some more draft trivia? I know you got a handful more questions of that.
Okay, give me 1 second because I need to look at the options for this because I will be very interested to see if anyone gets this one correct. All right. You're going to have to help me with this pronunciation, Murray, because I forgot after you told me last night. Who is the oldest,
dead inside? Jake Elm.
Who is the oldest player to be drafted into the NFL? Is it A, Chris Weinke?
Winky.
Damn it. Is it A, Chris Weinke? B, Brandon Wheaton? C, Andre King? Or D, Chris Pendleton?
Ooh. I have a feeling I know what it is, but I think I'm wrong because it seems obvious.
So Rose says it's Wheaton.
Yeah, I'm leading with Wheaton.
It's okay. So, Murray, you're going with Wheaton as well?
Yeah, I go with Wheaton too.
Chelsea, you're going with. Wait, sorry.
He said Wheaton. He said Wheaton too. It's three.
I said Wheaton.
It's actually 4 because WL is also going with Wheaton.
Yes, WL is participating too. He said Wheaton.
Spelled it, which definitely makes me think it's one of my students.
No, he uses punctuation. It can't be your student.
It is actually Chris Weinke.
What was it?
Okay, interesting.
Chris Weinke was 94 days older than Brandon Wheaton.
94 days older.
So they both entered the league at 45.
In the 4th round in 2001 by the Carolina Panthers. Yeah. Brandon Wheaton was 28 years old in 196 days, 195 days. Brandon Wheaton, however, is the oldest first rounder of all time.
First rounder.
Okay.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he tried to play baseball with the White Sox, if I remember correctly, right? That was the team that drafted him, if I remember correctly.
Well, Brandon Wheaton was part of the Black Sox scandal. I don't know if you know this.
That old?
That was a great one.
Like Joe Louis, he's 176 years old. Nobody knows this.
Dude, Brandon Wheaton, Justin Blackman, you want to talk about like very underrated college students of all time? That Oklahoma State team was dirty. Honestly, I would say maybe
you know what though? Wait, what was higher? Justin Blackman's yak or his BAC?
Oh wow!
What day was it?
We're gonna go there.
Thank you for getting that joke. I remember being so pissed when the Rams didn't get him.
Oh my gosh! No, I remember. I was like, as soon as this guy was drafted by the
Jaguars got him, I'm like, why is it?
I was like, God damn it!
Yeah, I was like,
this guy's going to be the next thing.
And then, yeah, clearly, he decided to do other things. So, it's just
he and I probably would have been friends. I will say that.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, we have the Cowboys here. They dipping into the linebacker pool at Notre Dame again. So they're going with Maris Liafu out of Notre Dame here at number 87.
This is a Van Der Esch replacement, clearly, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think we talked about that earlier on the live stream. Yeah, I think they had some issues, obviously, with some of their linebackers having some injuries histories. We brought up Sean Lee, Jalen Smith, who I talked about out of Notre Dame previously, and then Leighton Van Der Esch had the neck issues and he retired. And so now they got Maris Liafu here.
We're stepping up in the world. Now y'all can talk about it on this highlight show. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, how about that?
Are we allowed to show this? Are we violating copyright here?
Nope, it's YouTube. It's public information.
If you get our live stream shut down, Al, you were never invited back.
But Tad, I know you scouted the linebackers. I don't know if you got a chance to look at Maris Liafu or not.
I got to watch him a little bit. I didn't watch as much of him as I wanted to, but the main impression I got from him, and I swear to God this is true, is after watching a couple of his plays, he reminded me of that scene from Yes Man with Jim Carrey, where it's like, I never had Red Bull before. Have you had Red Bull? I had Red Bull. I love Red Bull. Do you like Red Bull? I had a lot of Red Bull last night. I love Red Bull.
Well, sorry, I'm going to cut you off because
the
I don't
only
think we
joke
really need to
people
talk about
remember
Bears
that movie is
Liapu
in the
because the
trailer?
Green Bay Packers have just selected running back Marshawn Lloyd out of USC, and we were talking about
That seems necessary.
running back here. Can he be a running back as far as an RB1 in the league? Well, here's the situation where he's going to land in, where he's going to be pairing up with Josh Jacobs with the Green Bay Packers here. So I mean, Al, what do you think about this fit here with the Green Bay Packers?
Wait, he did both
Josh
USCs?
Jacobs?
Yes. He went to
That's
both
amazing.
USCs. So the best thing about it is that he's going to have to wait some time, right? He's not going to go in there right away, and he's not going to start because of veteran experience and things like that. But the thing about Marshawn Lloyd, like we talked about earlier, just like that right there, he could bend the corner on you and go. See, he's sneaky fast, right? He has one step and he stutters and goes at times. He also can't pass block. He can also catch. He's a bigger Marshall Faulk. That's the best way. That's the best way to describe it.
I actually kind of
that's high praise there, Nicolas Cage.
Oh,
well,
wait,
look, he just caught a pass down the middle.
Am I the only one comparing them to Hall of Famers? Keep going, Al.
Get in the cage.
Well, think about it. He could catch the ball. He could run block and he could run. So he's a triple threat, and he could be used on any down. So that's the best thing about Marshawn Lloyd. Don't let it fool you, because Marshawn Lloyd is bigger in the lower half of his body than it seems to be. So I think the weight him waiting, he won't put a lot of miles on. So I think that works out.
So this is bad news for AJ Dillon, huh?
AJ Dillon's a free agent, and I don't know if he signed or not, but yeah, he's not coming back to the Green Bay Packers for sure after this pick. So, all right, so we had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here at pick number 89, and they went with the safety position, Tyke Smith out of Georgia. So yeah, they could definitely use some help in their secondary. So that's why.
Real quick with Tyke Smith, I was hoping he would get taken today because I really want to talk about him. This is why Georgia's the new Alabama, is because for two reasons. One, if
you want to throw his highlights up, Tad? You want to throw his highlights up while you talk about him?
Do I? Yeah, sure. If this guy was 3 inches taller, and he probably would be a second rounder, because he's an absolute missile of a safety. Ball hawk too. He had 4 interceptions last year. Like I said, missile of a safety right there. And it's only because of two reasons he's going this late. Is one, like I said, he's kind of short. He's 5'10". So he's a little short, a little skinny, so NFL teams are scared of him. And also because Georgia didn't play him that much because they didn't have to. They had a constant rotation at safety, and he didn't get as much playing time as he should have, hence why they're the new Alabama, because this absolute monster of a player did not play enough to really get to show off what he can do. So I think that if he had more playing time, and again was 6'1" instead of 5'10", we'd be talking about him at the later half of the first round last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Well, what else you want to argue here? So we got the Cardinals here now on the clock.
Is that thing, do you concur? Yeah, I concur. Yeah.
I think.
Doctor, do you concur?
I think he's better than Kalen Bullock.
Whoa.
You think he's better than Kalen Bullock? Okay.
Wait,
I'm watching this
Benedict Arnold over here.
I'm not a Benedict Arnold. I'm just a realist. I'm not going to homer somebody because of the jersey they wear. This dude is better than Kalen Bullock. This dude should have been taken before.
I agree with that. The thing this sounds meaner than I mean it to be, but watching Kalen Bullock's tape, I was just bored.
Watch his 2022 tape.
Okay, and that's fair, because I was watching his 2023 tape. I did not watch a single one of his games from 2022, so that's a very fair counter. But yeah, no, watching his 23 tape, I was like, okay.
Man, another corner. I'm not impressed with this year's corner class. I just want to let y'all know that. So
you made that very clear last night. I remember.
So yeah, we do have another corner off the board here.
I'm not arguing with you because I don't know shit, but you made that very clear.
Arizona Cardinals have selected Elijah Jones out of Boston College here with pick number 90. We're down to the final 10 picks of the third round, guys. We're coming to the end of day 2. Tad, as we sort of get to these final 10 picks, I mean, just looking to see who else is available as far as just guys that could possibly go in these 10 picks, or maybe finds as far as, day 3 now. Who are guys that you think are good finds that we could get here in the final 10 picks, or possibly will slip into day 3 now?
So again, speaking as a guy I watched in the Big 12 for a couple years, TJ Tampa is a very impressive corner out of Iowa State. I think he'll be pretty solid.
Well, he's got to go 92 then.
Peyton Wilson was widely regarded as the best
fan of his,
linebacker, and it was well earned. I think he's a little overrated in my mind, but if he goes now, I think he's okay. Because before the draft started, he was regarded as an early second rounder. I didn't like that. Jatavion Sanders, I think this is a perfect value.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's slipping this far. So yeah, him being a day 3 pick, that would be an excellent steal for sure.
Look, Christian Jones is probably my biggest guy I'm looking for. Whoever gets Christian Jones either today or tomorrow, you are getting yourself a steal.
And sticking to USC guys, but whoever gets Brandon Rice on day 3, I think that's an absolute steal as well.
Well, Brandon Rice still has time to go, right?
Yeah, he still hasn't been drafted, so that's exactly what we're talking about here. Who could go in the next 10 picks, or who will slip into day 3? And yeah, if he ends up
sorry to interrupt real quick, but 3 more guys I want to talk about. Malik Washington, the receiver out of Virginia, is interesting.
Yeah.
These next 2 guys I love. I think these next 2 guys are going to be NFL starters, worst case scenario. First one, Amir, you know this very well. I've been singing this guy's praise since December. Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Yeah.
You wouldn't talk about a guy if he was just a couple inches taller, he would be gone by now. His production was absolutely wild at Clemson. I think he's going to be a stud for whoever drafts him. This guy.
Well, honestly, we got the Philadelphia Eagles at just 4 more picks. I don't doubt that they may be one of the people to take him. So
they did take Kobe Dean, who was very similar.
But also just the legacy aspect. We talked about this last year. Yeah. We talked about this last year with Al really being a proponent for Joey Porter Jr. JPJ Day on day 2. So I can see this happening with Joey Porter Jr. going to his dad's team there. And then I can see the same thing happening with Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
And I'll say
Joey Porter Jr. go to the Steelers?
He did. It was the very first pick of the 2nd round. He went to the Steelers there.
And I called it.
I'll say this guy is either going to make me look like a complete dumbass or make it look like I hit a home run of a statement here. I think this could be one of the best centers in football in about 5 years. Is Cedric Van Pran. I love that guy.
Great name.
He's so damn good.
It goes longer. Cedric Van Pran Granger. You got the hyphen at the end.
Oh, it's even better.
Exactly. It gets better.
So, no, I think he's going to
be... It's like adding Rich Creamer, your brother, to something.
I know, right?
Sorry. One more player.
Ted, is W.
How is Torrey Taylor still on the board?
Oh, Lord. God damn it.
Like I said, the Packers pick is in, and it's a fun name. It's not spoiling anything. Okay. It's not spoiling anything. I'm just like, fun name. That's going to be fun to say.
Ted, so you think WL is one of your students?
He's either one of
saying he's not, or she's not.
Wait. We're going to give. Look. Wait, hold on, Ted. We're going to give him
because hold on. I'll tell you exactly why I don't think he's one of my students.
We just need a yes or a no.
Hold on, no, not anymore. Because he used the word obsolete, and I don't think any of my students know what that word is.
And he's using proper punctuation.
You're so indicting yourself as a teacher. I just want you to know that.
Public education.
I will, Chauncey. You step in my room for a week, and you see how effective you.
Oh gosh. How's that job security, Dad?
I'm low-key a decent teacher.
My students know what a metaphor is. That's a miracle in and of itself, okay? I will take the wins.
As long as they test well, Tag gets around.
How often do they confuse metaphor with simile?
No, because I told them at the beginning of the year, I'm like, if you confuse that, I will be mad.
Well, then do they troll you, or do they just not know what it is?
Yeah, it depends on the day.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we got a guy at the University of Missouri, linebacker Tyron Hopper.
Tell me that isn't fun to say.
That's a great name. For sure. Tyron Hopper out of Missouri.
Oh, a Florida transfer apparently, huh?
Yep.
So, Tad, you're a Missouri fan. Do you remember anything about this guy?
Nope.
One of the 10 teams that you love about college football? I think that's the biggest thing for sure.
Yep, nope.
All right,
I'll be honest. I really haven't I was really, even after I moved out of Missouri, I was still following them. But when they're rough days in the SEC, because you gotta remember this is the first successful year they've had in the SEC.
That's not true. Don't lie.
Quite a while, not ever. I'm aware they made the SEC championship in the first or second year. Al, thank you.
And they're supposed to be
since then, this is their most successful year in the SEC. So it was just kind of hard this year for me to kind of judge, especially because I was just so miserable over TCU being absolute crap that it's just my interest in college football.
The best is the Pinkle days, or was that his name? The coach Pinkle.
Yeah, Finkel.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Pinkel wasn't Pinkel that brought him the SEC championship?
Yes.
Yes, that's why I said that.
Yeah, Pinkel was around for a while then. Yeah, because
He hung around, man.
Dude, Brad
I remember
Smith.
him.
You want to talk about fun Mizzou throwback? Brad Smith, that guy was great. Until Patrick
Oh.
Willis killed him, Amir. Your fault.
Hall of Famer Patrick Willis.
Willard, and I'm actually glad that Patrick Willis didn't get the Barry Sanders. Like, they're not keeping him now for dude. All right,
Not as fun a name, but I think, but okay, interesting.
Once again, we're getting to these
separate discussion
receivers
before
here,
we get
Chad.
to
So
what's
he is
next.
now selected here, number 92 overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, added to that wide receiver room. Jalen McMillan out of the University of Washington.
They
So,
should have taken Tampa.
TJ
Come on.
Tappan.
That was
Makes
great.
too much sense.
I'm
Makes
with
too much
Chauncey
sense.
on this. I'm not going to be mad.
Makes too much
That's
sense.
great. That's awesome.
Like,
I
come
think the
on,
hilarious-
the marketing's right there.
I think the hilarious thing too is like when he gets his jersey, it'll say Tampa on the jersey, and it'll be like one of those like cheap knockoff jerseys that just
I
says
know.
the name's not even the player name. Like you would think that would be the jersey that you see there when he's wearing it. But so yeah, that
I
just
know.
that match made it happen. Unfortunately, it
It's
didn't
a
happen.
missed
for sure,
opportunity.
but Jalen McMillan added to that wide receiver room. Once again, a situation here. Like I mean, Tad, like you said, this will spread out all the wide receivers from Washington going to different teams. We'll see who can sort of make their mark. And then, we'll have to wait and see about Penix because, that was a very interesting move. We'll sort of say that again.
This is the third straight year Tampa Bay has drafted a Washington Husky.
Third straight year?
I feel like they drafted someone out of Washington last year.
They got Tryon in 2021. Vita Vea went to Washington, right? I think he was drafted.
Okay.
He was drafted at 18.
Still though, like that's a lot of Huskies in a decade.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
But real quick, going kind of back to the Patrick Willis conversation. Of course, Chauncey leaves just so I asked this. Matt asked a pretty interesting question. I'm not going to ask that because it's a whole separate debate. But Luke Kuechly, Hall of Famer or no?
Yes.
I think he should be. I don't know if he's going to get in though. I think his career might have been too short.
But I think it's a very similar conversation that you have about Patrick Willis, where it's like, he had a short career, but it was a very accomplished career. It was a very accomplished career. Same thing with Luke Kuechly. Like, I mean, I think he made the Pro Bowl every single season that he was in Carolina. I think he made a couple All-Pro teams as well. So
He's Defensive Player of the Year 1 year, wasn't he?
it could be the case.
I thought he was, but no, the question, if you guys want to do that as well, the question Matt asked me that made me think of this was like 2 weeks ago. He asked me was, who would you say had the better career, Luke Kuechly or Russell Wilson?
What? That is interesting. That is interesting. So, yes, you are right. Just looking at this, he was the Rookie of the Year in 2012. He won the Defensive Player of the Year the next year in 2013. So I think that's pretty impressive for sure. 5-team All-Pro, 2-team, second-team All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, tackles leader in 2012 and 2014. He made the 2010s All-Decade team too. So I think, like I said, if you're going to argue that Patrick Willis is a Hall of Famer, I think Kuechly should make it as well.
He should make it. Will he is another discussion. I feel like he'll be kind of like Baselli. Like Tony Baselli, where he's going to wait a while, but eventually...
He may not be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but I could see it being...
Yeah, the voices get so loud of like, all right, he retired early, but get him in there. Because it's pretty much the same thing. Because Baselli retired because of injuries, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think he'll be like our generation, well, my generation's Tony Baselli. I'm sorry, it's true, man. I'm sorry.
I know.
Luke Kuechly's not your generation also.
Your mother.
We're debating Kuechly as a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, is Luke Kuechly a Hall of Famer?
It'll happen.
Or will let me rephrase. Will he make the Hall of Fame? Because we all know he is a Hall of Famer.
No, he will. No. There's going to be a generation like he's going to be someone who like the advanced stats community like really rides for.
That's what. So while you were coming in right before you came in, I said he is my generation's Tony Baselli.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because it's going to be the tackle stats is what's going to carry him. It's like he made a Super Bowl. He was Defensive Player of the Year. Like, there's going to be a case.
I will say, if he won that Super Bowl, if they beat the Broncos,
he's in. Flint.
Easily.
So wait, Chauncey, these two avoided the question. Let me see if I can get an answer.
I was still thinking about it, but you can ask it to Chauncey now too. We can all
sent me this text, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, asking me a very good question: is who would you say has had the better career, Luke Kuechly or Russell Wilson?
Luke Kuechly or Russell Wilson?
Who's had the better career?
So I'd probably lead Luke Kuechly, I think.
Okay, that was Matt's answer.
That's tough. That's tough because
I said Russell Wilson, and for one reason only.
Uh-huh.
What a Super Bowl. That's fair.
Well, hold on. Further, not only
Championships do not determine if you had a better career.
Oh wait, man.
But,
Hold on.
okay, but I will say this:
Can I walk this
if he had
out when
played
you're
a
done?
full career, if he had played out 10 years or so, then absolutely ring or no ring, Kuechly 100. Kuechly was a better linebacker than Russell Wilson was a quarterback. However, Russell Wilson has had a longer career with more.
I wouldn't say more accomplishments. Accomplishments, like I listed out for Luke Kuechly just now, that's way more than Russell Wilson.
Hold on. Also fair. Let me rephrase. Has had a longer career with the ultimate accomplishment.
Yes, the ultimate, sure. Yes.
So who's better, Russell Wilson or Dan Marino?
Well, Dan Marino.
Easily Dan Marino.
Yeah, Dan Marino.
So I'll say this.
How many rings does Dan Marino have?
How many years?
Unfortunately, 0. He's the poster child. Him and Barkley are the poster children for that.
If Luke Kuechly had a lengthy career, I would answer him.
Okay, who's better? All right, I got one for you.
Does Ding Kuechly?
Who's better, Phillip Rivers or Russell Wilson?
Oh, see, that's actually an interesting conversation. In my opinion. Are we talking in their prime?
Here's the problem.
Because in their prime, I'm probably taking Russell Wilson. I'll be that guy.
One of the things that saves Russell Wilson.
I don't want to be down by 4 with a minute left and no timeouts.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. Russell Wilson's biggest advantage is longevity, whereas Kuechly, unfortunately, his body just didn't. It wasn't there.
It was there. That was kind of the problem.
But I mean, yeah. But the thing I'm like, man, but that going to back-to-back Super Bowls for Russ is pretty big. And I know you can say Legion of Boom and all that shit, but he actually was more impactful in their second playoff run than their Super Bowl run than he was in the first. Yeah,
he was also impactful in that loss.
Yeah, well, right. And that's the thing. That's where I'm kind of but he got them the back-to-back. He was really instrumental in that NFC Championship game against Green Bay.
Here's the problem. I don't care if Russell Wilson's a weird fucking douchebag or whatever. We
never talk about personality. Personality does not matter.
I'm not saying you. I swear to God, I actually mean that. I don't think, because you're actually, smart. So, you wouldn't do this, but far too often the general public has a terrible habit of I don't like him. So therefore, I don't like him personally. So therefore, I'll diminish his.
There's somebody in our Slack who's like that, but we won't go there.
A lot of people in our Slack are like that. I'm so sorry. Wait, who do you hate again? What are your thoughts on Antonio Pierce? That's not was it?
He's a maggot.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I show you guys something that's floating around?
He's I hate Stan Kroenke because he's a bad businessman.
Oh gosh! Really quick, I do need to recap. The Baltimore Ravens just made another excellent pick. Talk about
this
here.
When we get a chance.
We can get to this pick, but I do want to announce that the Baltimore Ravens at the 93rd overall pick, they took Odessa Isaac, the Penn State edge rusher. Me and Tad were talking about it, surprised that he didn't go so early. But yeah, now the Baltimore Ravens get this guy, develop this guy, and become a better pass rusher.
That's so Raven.
What the Ravens did so well is they there's a balloon. The Ravens home grew their replacement GM. The second Ozzie Newsome retired, they had his heir apparent ready. Why don't more teams should do that? They had their Sonny Weaver, they had the coach, the coach's son ready to go, and that is why the Ravens are still so good. The Ravens never had a rebuild. They should have. After that,
you know what it is?
Team. I don't know if you guys remember this. I'm sure you probably do. After they beat the 49ers in 2013, that Super Bowl, that defense got absolutely raided in free agency. Raided. That defense fell apart. They didn't lose a step.
You know what it is, though? You know why that happens? Because the Ravens never had a clean house. There was never a reason to clean house. Sure. Whereas a lot of teams is well, if you're the person underneath the GM that sucked and we needed to fire, why are we going to promote you?
I've never heard of Houston.
Great example of that. By the way, I was trying to remember his name while I was ranting like that. But Paul Kruger had an amazing Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, he capitalized on that.
He got $90 million.
I mean, he didn't win a Super Bowl with them, but Adelius Thomas is another example of that.
I know somebody. You know who else capitalized on the Super Bowl? Joe Flacco.
No, that's true. Joe Flacco is the elite thing.
He capitalized on that whole playoff run. Without that playoff run, Joe Flacco would not have got the contract that he got. That's 100% what it is.
Without that playoff run, Joe Flacco would not have played at all this past year.
That's correct.
It's true as well.
He probably would have played because they needed somebody. He was a third string quarterback and they got hurt.
All right, guys. So we're down to the final 5 picks of round 3. I want to recap the last couple picks here. So the Philadelphia Eagles at 94 overall took Jalen Hunt, the edge rusher out of Houston Christian University. And then the Buffalo Bills just took the Duke defensive tackle, DeJean Carter. But yeah, the Houston Christian edge rusher, Jalen Hunt. I mean, this guy's the absolute definition of a project player. He's got a lot of potential, but yeah, very raw prospect. There's a lot of things you had to coach up on him. But yeah, DeJean Carter here, defensive tackle, going to the Bills. That's a good fit as well. But Al, I think there's a graphic you wanted to share or something that you wanted to talk about. We can talk about that right now.
It's a college hypothetical because I'm not doing this.
It is. First of all, when did Houston Baptist change their name to Houston Christian?
Well, they met a girl and she was of a different religion. It was stronger in her family, so he's like, meh.
Formerly known as Houston Baptist, they used to be Houston Baptist. Now they're okay, neither here nor there. So look.
I mean, same difference for me, but whatever.
One time, by the way, I meant to go to Houston Christian University, and I actually wound up at Texas Christian University. It was
there you go.
We won a playoff game.
We did win a playoff game. That is correct.
JJ McCarthy's only lost.
JJ McCarthy's only lost. How about that?
Nice.
All right, so this is floating around, and I think this really might happen. I don't know. There's some things I might see hold it up, but do you guys see this legit happening? The return of the Southwest Conference?
I don't know enough about college football to think that this could be something, but I mean.
All right, so let me explain. The Southwest Conference is pre-Big 12.
Okay.
So these were the original schools in the Southwest Conference, including this school. When this school was in the Southwest Conference, they had a running back named Eric Dickerson. So pretty much,
heard of him.
They're pretty much saying that they're just going to create 80 teams, and then they're going to put these guys in a underleague division or whatever. And these are just the top. I think what they said, top 6 are going to make the playoffs. So the Pac-10's coming back, the Southwest is coming back, and then like the Big 12 will be 12, the Big 10 will have Cincinnati. It's more of a regional thing now, other than like a conference thing.
Al, 2 words for you why this wouldn't work. Television contracts.
Yep.
Television contracts. How would you split up those television contracts?
There's 4 networks.
Exactly. Hence the problem. Television contracts is why college football is where college football is at now.
Yep. And why it murdered college basketball.
That's why the ACC is going to fall apart, because the ACC signed the worst deal I've ever seen.
The ACC's done. The ACC is legit. Like they have stage 19 cancer waiting to die.
If this were the 2000s, they'd be the Big East.
No. Okay, so let's look at your Southwest Conference, right? You got UT, and look, TCU's in there. Thank you for the inclusion. UT, it's basically essentially the Big 12, right? This is why the
No. It's the original Southwest Conference.
Put it up again. Don't you sigh? You're the one that brought this up, you drama queen.
It's because you
memorized the picture.
This is the original Southwest Conference.
Okay, the point still remains is that OU, and this is essentially the Big 12 all over again, in the fact that OU and UT are the 2 big television draws, right? Well, UT took advantage of that with the Longhorn Network, which was a financial bomb. It was a black hole of money because no one, despite how big they are, wants 24/7 UT coverage.
Tough beat for John Skipper.
That will lower the television contract, which then lowers the amount of money that Texas gets. So then Texas wants to go to, let's see, shocker, the SEC that has Alabama and Georgia who are drawing all the money. So then you just get the whole process over again.
You know, the SEC doesn't have their CBS contract anymore. You know that's done.
Yeah, but hence why the SEC and Big Ten are trying to leave the NCAA. It's because we can just get a bigger contract on our own.
Okay, go ahead.
Where was San Jose State on that graphic?
They didn't make it. I'm sorry.
Ooh, I hate the graphic. Get out of here.
I actually
Let's
ask you about this, Amir. Thank you for bringing that up. So going all the way back to Caleb Bullock, I was watching Caleb Bullock tape, and one of the games I was watching was his game against San Jose State. Your running back is really good, actually.
Kyrie Robinson. We had a really good running back. He came
is
to
he in the draft this year?
He came to the Niners local pro day. I don't think he's going to get drafted. That's
Oh.
definitely not going to be the case. But yeah, he was a big reason as to why they were successful during a big.
No, I was very impressed. I like the more he was one of those. It's kind of like you with Isaiah Davis when you were watching McCormick. I was just like, okay,
yeah.
I know I'm supposed to be watching this guy, but like this guy over here, like I was like, oh, how about that?
Kyrie Robinson. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We have another pick.
Yeah, the Jacksonville Jaguars have selected at number 96 overall Jer'Zhan Jones, the quarterback out of Florida State. So we're down to 4 more picks here in the 3rd round. The Rams are on the clock there at number 99. So we'll see if they stick and pick there at number 99. But yeah, we're coming close.
I would guess no.
But yeah, we're coming close to the
You
end
missed
of
the Bills pick, by the way.
The Bills pick. No, I announced that one. It was Dwayne Carter, the Duke defensive tackle.
So, Amir, I have a question for you. Every year, there's a guy who slips in the 6th or 7th round that you absolutely love if you follow the draft and scout pretty well. For me, I already said his name. I think it's Isaiah Davis. Will be taken just before the end of the draft, and I think he will end up being a long-term backup running back. The running back out of South Dakota State. So, Amir, who's the second? You predict who's a 6th or 7th round guy that you really, really like?
I'm going to go the wide receiver position. I'm going to go with Luke McCaffrey out of Rice University. I mean, you got the pedigree there with Ed McCaffrey, his dad, and obviously his brother, Christian McCaffrey. So, I mean, he's got those natural skills that you want. Obviously, the biggest thing is just he needs a little bit of development and some refinement into his game. But, yeah, I think whoever lands him, you got yourself a really good player, and he's got the pedigree to prove it before with this, the tree that he craved from, right? So, Luke McCaffrey, I think, would be one of those guys.
I mean, that's how the white man runs a football.
Mohamed Kamara is going to be an interesting guy.
Out of Colorado State. Chauncey, I missed your comment, unfortunately. What were you saying?
No, I said he's another case of that's how the white man runs a football.
Yeah, essentially. He played receiver, but yeah, no, essentially the
Let me
same
tell
thing.
you this. I had so much fun
ability.
running that clip every Christian McCaffrey game because I had him in fantasy last year.
Yeah.
That was never not funny. Never not funny.
It is true. That was a very
maybe you'll respect this, but so Amir and I are co-running a fantasy baseball team. I decide on the team name, and I decide on the team name Shohei's Bookie, which I think is hilarious, but no one seems to find it funny.
It's funny, but it's also lazy.
That's fair.
I told you.
But that's me. I'm funny, but I'm lazy.
Work a little hard. He works a little bit, and it can be so much better.
That's just so hardly. Jesus.
Oh, goodness gracious. But yeah, so we got the Steelers on the clock here at number 98 to lead off the final 3 picks here of round 3. Yeah, lots of excitement here. I mean, we had a lot of trades in round 2.
He didn't fall for the plants, but I think WL just revealed himself.
Huh?
I think WL just revealed himself with that comment. I think I know who it is.
The Kamara targeting call against Shadur Sanders is so weak. Okay.
If he is who I think he is, he's a friend of mine who went to Colorado State.
Interesting. Okay. Got
Who else would know about Colorado's targeting call against Colorado? Who was watching that game?
I was. It was early out here.
You're a football nerd.
That is true. That's nice about being on the West Coast.
You guys are football nerds. I'm just the X's and O's guy.
Yeah.
Watch this. Who was the first round pick in 2017? The first pick overall, 2017.
Miles Garrett.
Yep.
Look. Amar's like, Miles Garrett, that's easy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you tell me the first overall pick, then that's pretty easy. If you're like the 9th overall pick, then I might struggle. I
don't know who the first. I only remember last year's first overall pick, and I barely remember that.
Do you remember who it was? No, actually, this is a great one. Who was the first overall pick 2 years ago? I'll even give you a hint. It was a draft held in Vegas.
I know it's in Vegas, but I don't remember.
The underratedly the worst first overall pick of the last decade, Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
Because I remember that was a big discussion with Aiden Hutchinson.
They could have had Aiden Hutchinson, and they took Trayvon Walker instead.
Yep.
They are so damn lucky.
Who was the third pick?
What's up?
Who was the third pick?
That year it was Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, then was it an offensive lineman?
That I don't remember.
Oh, wow. God damn you, Steelers. Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out why Houston Baptist changed its name to Houston Christian.
Told you. They met a girl. Her family was very strong Baptists.
They just did it. They did it in 2022. So they did it.
They read the right pamphlet.
But they have a Title IX exemption.
Well, that's telling.
I can't tell you why on the live, but they have a Title IX exemption.
We can guess.
I had no idea that Rich Gannon was a Patriot.
Yeah, that happened.
For a brief period, yes.
Let's see if it will let me tell you guys here. And when you read it, you'll be like,
Chauncey, what team originally drafted Brett Favre?
The Falcons.
There you go.
Damn!
Get the fuck out of here. Everyone knows that shit.
That's an easy one.
That's easy.
There's always they always show the video of him like looking kind of like sad with his helmet off on the Atlanta sideline.
And then what was his name when he got drafted?
Brett Favre?
Favor.
Damn it!
Who did Brett Favre complete his first completion to?
Andre Rison.
Himself. Yeah, that's the correct answer.
I mean, that would happen later in life too, but no, I actually had to pay all that money back. I shouldn't joke, but
All right. Well, let's see the Steelers selection, and then I'm going to run through the rest.
I'm annoyed. I'm very annoyed. And
Before we get off, I want to run through the rest of my trivia questions, see if you guys can get them.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, God damn it.
I know,
All
right?
Steelers got themselves a good pick here with Peyton Wilson.
That's what Steelers going to steal, man. Annoying.
Yep. Steelers get a very excellent pick there. Peyton Wilson at number 98 overall out of NC State, the linebacker / edge rusher. I mean, he's that versatile linebacker that you would want roving your defense.
What a dark 2021 for Peyton Wilson.
I'm glad you said edge rusher because that was the thing I walked away from watching his tape with the most is they use him not so much as an inside linebacker. They use him mostly as an edge rusher. So I think actually that's where his
I could see him very much filling a Micah Parsons role. Like just with the Steelers, I could see him filling that type of role.
Yeah, I agree with that because in coverage he's fine, not great, but like they blitz with him a lot.
This is smart also because like this is to make sure that when TJ Watt gets double teamed, someone else can pick up the slack.
No, that's exactly what it is.
That was a huge problem for them last year.
They could use him in a very similar vein there with TJ Watt to play him up on the outside. So yeah, that's
and also TJ Watt misses games these days, so it's good insurance. Plus, you're getting a guy who can complement him really well.
Yeah, no, that's.
I have the only issue I have with him is he has no swag at all,
or health, or ACLs.
He has no swag.
Are you talking about TJ Watt or Peyton Wilson?
Yes,
Wilson, no swag. He's swagless. We gotta help him out.
You get him quiet. You get him quiet.
I feel like you're saying that for a certain reason that I'm not going to bring out.
Wait, are you going to say he is another girlfriend next? Is that your next bit of scouting?
This is a very an issue.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
No, he doesn't have any swag. He just wears gloves. No, Peyton. He doesn't wear. He just wears gloves and cleats. That's just like weak swag. That's
no. You're missing. But bro, you're missing the point though. He just brings his lunch pail and hard hat to work, man. He doesn't need all that shit. He's one of those guys.
The better you look, the better you play.
Look good, play good.
This is Moneyball?
Oh, fantastic pick by the Rams.
Your guy
shit!
Fantastic.
Dad, your favorite safety of this year's draft class is now the Los Angeles Rams at number 99 overall. That is Cameron Kitchens, the safety out of Miami, Florida. I mean, Dad, take the floor here about Cameron Kitchens and his fit with the Rams.
So Cameron Kitchens, the problem with him is he had a great junior year. He's kind of like Kalen Bullock. Is like, a great junior year, but his senior year wasn't bad. It just wasn't as good. And plus Miami sucked. Miami as a team was very, very bad, and I think his draft stock suffered as a result. He definitely bites way too hard on double moves. He's too aggressive. He tries too hard to be the hero of the defense. But there's also, the fact that he is just an absolute ball hog. He just has a nose for the football. He's a tough, aggressive player, and I think that with just a little bit of good coaching, which of course the Rams have, the Rams arguably have the best coaching staff in the NFL.
Thank you.
This is a perfect spot for him to land in. This is awesome.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. They have drafted so well.
Okay.
That's a pretty impressive young defense that they have that they're showing on the screen here with Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, Jared Verse, Byron Young, and Cameron Kitchens now added to that mix as well.
Also,
throw in Tre'Davious White,
Quentin Lake too, who developed like into a quasi star guy. Like
there's a lot of other guys that I could mention. Obviously, I'm pretty sure you could read off their entire depth chart, but just they signed Tre'Davious White. We already talked about them signing Cameron Curl, but I mean, they got a fantastic defense in the works there.
They have the wrong graphic up on ESPN.
What's that? They have the wrong graphic on ESPN?
They have the wrong graphic up. The Washington Commanders pick is in. It says the Rams pick is in still.
Al, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Al, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Did you copy and paste a Title IX rule in the private chat?
No, that's the exemption. I said I couldn't say it. I was like, they got exempted, and that's why they got exempted.
You're a nerd.
Assholes. That's the way I read it. Assholes.
Did you read that though? That's pretty.
No, I didn't read it. It's like this long.
I read it and I'm drunk.
Oh, Dad. Unfortunately, this is a guy that I was predicting would slide on.
That is how the white man runs a football.
The Washington Commanders have selected Luke McCaffrey here with pick number 100 of the NFL draft. And I mean, this is a guy that he's still got a lot of things that he can develop. But I mean, you're seeing it on the screen here. Strong hands. He runs good routes. He's a very natural catcher of the ball. I mean, this is a guy that you want on your team because he can develop into a strong receiver for you. But yeah, Chauncey, you got a comment here?
So is this guy like a poor man's Wes Welker, Danny Amendola?
No, he's not like a shifty slot guy. He's oh god, what's a good comparison?
He's like Ed McCaffrey.
Okay, I'm not saying personality wise. Okay, I am not saying personality.
He played QB and wide receiver, huh?
Shut up! Yeah. I need to cover myself.
He's Matt Jones without the cocaine.
Shut up! I need to cover myself legally here. Okay.
Thank you for getting that joke.
I am not accusing Luke McCaffrey of anything. This is purely style of play on the field. Riley Cooper.
Okay.
Riley Cooper. Okay. I can see that.
But guys, Luke McCaffrey said anything at any concerts.
With that, we have come to the conclusion of day 2. Rounds 2 and 3 have now concluded. Tad, do you really want to quickly go through your trivia before we close out today's broadcast?
Yes, wait, real fast. Shout out to Max.
That's a match. They are very tired of me. They want to come inside, so we gotta go through this quickly.
All right,
you made them stand outside. Why couldn't you?
I did not make them. I offered to go inside while I was in a bedroom, but they said no, and I just shut up. Anyway, all right.
They could have hung out with us. We like Matt on the broadcast. He was an upgrade.
Why am I doing the? Guys.
Shout out to Matt.
Shout out to nice Matt. Guy.
Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Matt.
Al's no, he's not coming on next year. He's not doing it. No.
We gotta get the shirt made. Shout out to Max Trust out in the net.
I leave if I see him on the broadcast next year.
All right, quickly go through your trivia, then you can let your friends get to the round.
Who is the youngest?
Matty R. Is his last name R?
What? Well,
his last name does begin with R. I'm not giving away any more personal information because he will.
Well, the WL knows his name.
I know WL is one of my college friends. I just don't know who.
Go ahead, Tad. I'm listening.
Yes.
For once.
I think. Oh,
dude.
I listen to you
all the time. What happens when you guys get me worked up?
Tad, can you hurry up? I need to go get some Zen.
What are you?
I think I already know the answer, but go ahead. Go ahead and ask.
Who is the youngest player to be drafted in the NFL? Was it A, Tremaine Edmonds, B, Amobi Okoye, C, Elmer Angsman, or D, Danielle Hunter?
Okoye.
It was Okoye. Good job.
That's easy. He went to Louisville.
These two quarterbacks faced each other last year to set the record for the youngest quarterback matchup in NFL history.
This is multiple choice.
Bryce Young and CJ Stroud.
I made multiple choice to be too.
It was CJ
Bryce Young and CJ Stroud.
Bryce Young.
It was CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And
Bryce Young.
Nope.
Trevor Lawrence.
Nope.
No.
CJ Stroud and Tyson Bagent.
Nope.
WL, do you know?
Richardson.
Week 2, Houston Texans versus Indianapolis Colts. CJ Stroud versus Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I see you. That's why you asked the question.
And the other two we already did. So congratulations, you did pretty good.
Wait, there's liquor in that Bojangles cup? They serve liquor at Bojangles?
No, but I put it in there.
Oh, I'm about to say I can't wait till Bojangles gets out here.
There is absolutely no help.
I bought it yesterday. I bought stuff yesterday, and I'm trying to work it through before I go home on Sunday.
There you go.
Oh,
all right, guys. So that closes out day 2 of the NFL draft here. It was a ton of fun. We went through 4.5 hours today. We went through close to 4 hours last night. A ton of fun. Appreciate you, Chauncey, for coming on. Appreciate you, Al, for coming on as well.
Appreciate
really
you, WL.
Appreciate WL, all the people that interacted with us during the live stream. Lots of great questions, lots of great interaction. We appreciate it for sure. I know you guys give a shout out, but I want to give you guys a chance to shout out as well tonight with all the things that you're working on for the upcoming week or upcoming months, whatever it is. So Chauncey, let's start with you. What do you got going on?
Well, like I said last night, LAFB Financial took a bye week because I'm on the East Coast and and I didn't want to miss the live stream for the world. Next we'll be talking about the finale of Shogun. We'll be talking about the Dodgers kicking ass, the Lakers being swept out of the playoffs. God damn it. The Rams draft. We'll be talking about a lot of shit. I mean, I actually got to go to the movies this week, which is nice. I saw Civil War. We'll be talking about that.
Oh, I'm watching it next weekend. I'm watching it next weekend.
Yeah. I had thoughts. I liked it a lot, but I had thoughts.
Just real quick. Just thumbs up or down, no spoilers. Nick Offerman as president. Did that work or not work?
Not enough Nick Offerman. Like the sample size is very small. They're like you mostly hear the voice. It's mostly a voice performance.
Huh. Okay.
Like it's not a good or bad. He's just there. I will say, director Garland wins out over writer Garland. That's what I'll say.
All right. And where can the people find you, Chauncey?
Big Sean 64 on Twitter. I'm there all the time. LA Confidential. You can find them on LAFBnetwork.com.
Bojangles.
What?
Bojangles.
Yeah,
you'll find me for the next day, you'll find me at Bojangles. Listen to LA Confidential. It's super fun. It's the LAFB's Wayne's World. It's great. It's a late night show. And I highly recommend it. It's fun. It's football. It's basketball. It's baseball. Pop culture. We and nerd shit. We do all of it.
It's true. It's a ton of fun for sure. So go check that out. Appreciate you coming on, Chauncey. Al, I'm going to pass the baton to you. Let us know all the stuff that you're working on, where the people can find you.
Salute Your Troy podcast. You can find me on the X/Twitter, Coach_Row2. We're just trying to get through the summer right now. Not much to talk about. We're following the track in the portal. I think the portal closed up yesterday. So portal's over. Getting ready for camp. Our season starts the week before you in Vegas.
You guys get that TCU lineman who transferred? The big rumors that you guys are going to land him.
I don't think we'll find out soon here. Bojangles is coming to LA.
Right they are.
In 2025, WO. I had to answer that question. They're moving to LA 2025. What else? Oh, we'll be doing the Victory Bell crossover show. We'll be talking about the most historic USC UCLA games with our good guy Wilder Thrill. So, yep, that's what we got.
Right on, Al. Appreciate you coming on tonight as well as last night. Always giving lots of great content, my man. Tad,
I'm very sad I can't be there tomorrow. I'm very sad because I'll be working when the fourth round starts.
Well, we don't have a live stream going on tomorrow. It's only day one. We're not doing day 3.
Oh, you're not doing draft heroin?
Why are you in South Carolina? I'm just asking. Can you tell us?
For work.
Oh.
Well, you want me to expand on that?
Yeah.
So my day job, when I'm not hosting LA Confidential, great podcast, you should all listen to it, please.
True.
I do insurance for intended parents and surrogates. So this is a donor egg meeting. So a lot of clinics and pharmacies and stuff come out there, and I got to go work our booth and try to get people to join our product, to join our team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right on. And Tad, I'll pass it to you. What are the stuff
I
that we got
build
working on?
families.
We're done with the live stream, obviously, but yeah, what do we got coming up in the next couple of weeks?
I mean, we have a ton coming up. We have to do a fancy Fallout reaction video
100%.
to everything that's happened tonight, tomorrow, and yesterday, tonight, and what will happen tomorrow. We just have to do general reaction to what's happened in terms of what will happen on the field. And just a couple of weeks, we'll be coming out in a couple of weeks. I mean, probably a couple months. We'll be coming out with, new coaching hires, deep dives. We really go in depth with that. I remember, maybe you remember there was some coordinator that I think it was the Browns coordinator got hired, and we're like, I don't know. No, it was the Cardinals guy got hired, and we're like, we have no idea what this offense is going to look like.
Yep,
we're going to
I
try.
remember that one. Yep, exactly.
We did some ridiculous digging to try and find out what this offense is going to look like. So trust us, just because it's the offseason doesn't mean you won't get a whole lot of good football information. including, by the way, if you like the trivia that we ended with, we get a lot more fun in the offseason. We have the May 5th Star Wars episode coming up. Last year we compared draft or people that had just been drafted to Star Wars characters. I feel very good at that one, by the way. I compared CJ Stroud to Luke Skywalker. That's looking like a very, very good comparison. So we just get a lot more fun, a lot more weird, a lot more wacky. And
why are you doing it on May 5th?
May 4th.
We dropped it on May the 4th. We dropped it
on May the 6th.
Just got his date. Tad just got his dates mixed up for sure.
We've been recording for 4.5 hours.
No, but May 5th works because you can May the 6th.
Yeah, May the 6th. That's for sure.
But yeah, in general, guys, I mean, I just want to say, like, to all three of you and everyone watching, thank you so much for your support. Al, Chauncey, like, this would have been miserable without you guys. Like, especially doing 4.5 hours of commentary with one person is very tough. So thank you both for helping out. And, Will Decker, thank you for joining for last night. LAFB, thank you for giving us this opportunity to once again be your draft show. It truly is an honor. It is a slog, especially like after everything is done. You're just like, oh my God, why do I do this? But in the moment, it is so much fun. I love doing this. It is truly the best part of this job is the NFL draft. It is the part I enjoy the most. Amir, you really helped me out this year. And guys, I could not pick a better crew to do this with. So it's just, I love y'all. Thank you for watching. Also, WL, if you're Wolfgang, thank you for watching.
And yeah, if you're interested in more stuff from me and Tad, you can find us at all the social media handles. You got me at Otherside23 on Twitter. You got Tad at TadSide94. Got the show handle at These Side Guys, and of course on Instagram at These Side Guys as well. So appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Appreciate everybody tuning in last night. And yeah, stay tuned for lots of great content coming from us, from Chauncey, from Al, and
I nailed it. It was Wolfgang. I knew it.
And everybody at LAFB Network. So we appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your evening, and we'll catch you later.
See you
later, Wolfgang.
Stay safe, everyone.
Shout out to Matt.
Oh yeah, shout out to Matt or Max.
Max.